a stepper. Kia ora. We're about to start. I'm on stage. Should I say sit down?
E rā ura ngā tira mā, hui hui a mai tātou taki noho noho e. Kua tae mai te ao nei ki runga ki a koutou. Kei ngā maunga whakahi o te ao e. Hui hui a mai taki, haere mai taki noho e te iwi e. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We are about to kick into the launch this auspicious event, this kaupapa, the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Thank you for making your way all the way here to Paris, France. My name is Orini Kaipara. I hail from a few tribes in my native lands of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Kia ora. It is an honour to be your Master of Ceremonies and moderator for today's event, for this year's event. And while you're all taking your seats, in a couple of minutes, we will launch into the opening ceremony, a traditional culmination of many Indigenous peoples representing many areas, pretty much the globe, the world. It will be a 20-minute special ceremony that I hope we all take part in, respect and honour those who came before us, those who are here amongst us and who aren't, as well as those who we're here for, our future. Nō reira e ngā manuhiri tuarangi, please take your seats. Once the house is seated, we will begin. Tēnā koutou.
Kwabajanga. Kaya Kwabajanga. Kaya Kwabajanga. Kaya Kwabajanga. Kaya, kaya, kaya. Kaya Murdich Burya. Kaya Kwabayoga. Kaya, kaya, kaya. Kaya Murdich Burya. Kaya Kwabagulanga. Kaya, kaya, kaya. Kayan, Yala Buja with Dandy Buja. Kayan. Kabli wanang menyat, nyiri nyiri menyat. Kabli wanang menyat, nyiri nyiri menyat. Jananang nyiri menyat, jananang nyiri menyat. Kabli wanang menyat, nyiri nyiri menyat. Kabli wanang menyat, nyiri nyiri nyambit. Kabli wanang menyat, nyiri nyiri nyambit. Jananang nyiri nyambit, jananang nyiri nyambit. Kabli wanang menyat, nyiri nyiri nyambit. Kabli wanang menyat, nyiri nyiri menyat. Kabli wanang menyat, nyiri nyiri nyambit. Jananang nyiri menyat, jananang nyiri nyambit. Kabli wanang menyat, nyiri nyiri menyat. Why? Kujilibaya? Ngayulu ini pingainya. English ini Karina Lester. Mano ngayulu jungu ngaranyi ngayigo ondal bulgal. Kanigenya Jessica Hughes. Ngali wala jarang oro ngaliano. Anongo pijanjara yan kunjara ngorang oro. South Australia la, Australia la. Nga namba wanga yan kunjara. Wabar bulgang oro. Manda bulgang oro. Wabar bulgajara.
Hello and hope you are all well. My name is Bingay. My English name is Karina Lester. I am here together with my eldest daughter, Ganagia, Jessica Hughes. We have travelled from Wallatina on the Anangu Pitjantjara Yankunytjatjara lands, South Australia, Australia. Our land is Yankunytjatjara. Our language is Yankunytjatjara, sorry. Language from big stories, language from big country, many important stories. Now we would like to show you the painting.
Wabar nyangaja ngayigo jamulo walga jono. Jilbi mungorelo. Walga nyangaja palumba ngora bulga. Palumba ara iridija. Iti ngaringo 1946. Kunyo. Palo Jina ngayu yan gula palumba ngoranga. Jilberingula jamulo iwanja art center nga nyinara walga jon ko bay. Kwari palu pagu wiyar nganyi palumba ngoranga palu bulgaringo. Walga nyangaja nyura nyanganyi palumba manda. Purnu joda, kapi joda, abu bulga joda, ngora bulga joda, kalaya jena, marlo jena, kibara jena, ngindaga jena, kurkari jena, munukujo bajoda. Julbu joda kulining, walba wanganyi, Jindogo onjon. Pira monokelelbe. Walja jodanga parangarani. Ninderengani palomba ara jodago. Walga nyangaja ngale mukorengani UNESCO lagoro yungunjago. Nganamba ngora polga ngoro, nyoramba waga polga godo.
This painting, this story my grandfather painted, Old Man Mungare. This painting is of his important country, his stories of long ago. Born in 1946, so they say, he would travel around by foot on his country. As he got older, he started painting at the Iwanja Art Centre. Today, he is resting on his traditional lands where he grew up on. On this canvas, you see the importance of his country, the trees, waterholes, hills, and mountain ranges. The important sacred places, emu tracks, kangaroo tracks, bush tucker tracks, Parinti and Goanna tracks, and many more. Hearing the birds, feeling the breeze, warmth of the sun, the moon and stars as he traveled around with his family, learning about his roles and responsibilities. This art piece we would like to gift to UNESCO from our important country to your important work you all do. Thank you very much.
Upkat ilel hagdil bugaду, dolde chetkалумуне. Am narakiv bi turen mel, am narakiv dun nevabi. Huntutin dibelakiv bi evunav mindu esalvi. Edя davi bildengev bi, on kabesindu te dedem gunekis erumung ni turenmi, indichan, aridichan evedit. Братья и сестры, я рада приветствовать вас от имени 40 коренных малочисленных народов России. Я передаю братьям и сестрам всех других стран большой привет от наших народов. И говорю всем, мы, коренные народы, обязаны помнить традиции своей земли. Никогда никому не поверим, что наши языки малы и слабы. Если на моем родном материнском языке звучала песня, если последнее дыхание моей бабушки и моей мамы звучало на моем родном языке, мы, люди земли, коренные жители, сделаем все, чтобы наши песни на материнском языке звучали и сегодня, и чтобы эту песню пели наши дети.
Icuactlatoli Yemiki, Itechpan Miguel León Portilla. Cuando muere una lengua, poema de Miguel León Portilla. Icuactlatoli Yemiki, Muchin Teoyot, Sisitlaltin Tonate Juan Metzli, Muchin Tlacayot, Nochotlalistli, Iguan Huelticamatlistli, Ayok Monesi, Inon Pantescapan. Icuactlatoli Yemiki, Mochin Tlamantlis Semanahuac, Atoyatl, Yolcame, Cuautin, Iguanxihuitl, Ayocno Nemililo, Ayocmo Tenehualo, Tlachichilisticalistli, Iguancaquilisti, Ayocmo Nemi, Icuactlatoli Yemiki, Semicac Mozacua, Mochihuan Altepepan, Intlanestilol, Inquixoyohuan, Inye Itlamahuizolo, Oxetica, Imochimani, Iguanyolo, Ipantlaltipactli, Icuactlatoli Yemiki, Itzazoltica Hitlastol, Inemilistli, iwan te tlonotzalistli aso ahuehue cuicatl ayocmo tlahtoli tlatlauhtilistli. Amaka inyuwe okatka hueles oksepa kinentenquixtilis. Ikuak tlahtoli yemiki oksequinti yeumihke iwan miacuel miquisque tescatl manis posteki netzatzilihualo iseualo semicac necahualo totlacayo melauac motolinia.
Kuksum kalab kika washapa tlikut tlekalab tlekkat Turtle Island. I bring greetings from Turtle Island to the ancestors and the spirits of this land. We lay down our voices and our songs and our thoughts and ask for guidance so that at the end of this next 10 years, our languages, our knowledges, our way of life, our protection of Mother Earth will have advanced and taken steps for reparation. I ask each of you to lay your words down on this land, and when we meet here again in 10 years, these spirits will have guided us and our ancestors to do what needs to be done. It's an honor for us to be here. And I ask Willie Littlechild to say some words.
Anto temtek nigan kahkeu katam skadna mio sinoma piiskego isa kohtoaja ngetuan üks kahkeu katam skadna ma ikan mohteun sigasun ego aus augeheu. I bring you greetings in my language, and now we'll borrow your language to express how great a gratitude it is for me, who's been on this journey for 45 years now at the United Nations. I remember the humble beginnings of establishing an indigenous languages caucus with 4 or 5 of us, and then to make a bold decision to ask for an international year to be set aside for indigenous languages when we discovered that one indigenous language was dying every 2 weeks. So it's a great day today to stand here in front of you, to recall all the work with great gratitude many, many people have done, and also to UNESCO for the hosting of the International Year and now the decade. In the thematic approach that's been discussed, the word reconciliation was in both the International Year and the decade. And to us, that's critically important, whether it's done through different methods and ways. How do we bring about better relationships with each other? How do we restore respectful relationships? And I want to thank the work that's been done on the the global plan to advance the work to ensure our languages are not only reinvigorated, revived, strengthened, but indeed continue to be living languages. So with that, I want to acknowledge everyone here and those not here who have worked all their lives, many of them, to make sure that we can still communicate with great spirit in our languages. Eksin, mstahi, kitatamhina, mstahi, mioasin, tagituan, piskego, kigaskitano, dansan magetsina, tagis, matsitaak, pikikpikskonoga kimikuak semanto. So it's with great honor for me to, as a chief, stand before you and declare, and I ask you to join me in celebrating, to declare the official launch of the United Nations Decade on Indigenous Languages. Hi, thank you very much.
I go ahead? Okay. Ngiti nendan gasga guma etayan. Ngiti bagyo mena sagya bazgiti kasketwa gijene snabe mo. Mikwats kidenen no megi pija go gasgak. And what else? Well, good luck to us to keep our language alive, because we have many challenges in front of us, and those challenges are not easy. They are big and huge. But as our ancestors always did, they were always being able to go over those obstacles and to be able to transmit their knowledge and their language. So we're going to do the same. So just watch us.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Kei ngā purapura ora o ngā purapura tuawhitu. To the descendants of our forefathers, our grandmothers, our ancestors, thank you very much for opening this event for us in a traditional welcome. Welcome, everyone. Again, it is an honor to be your MC, to be here in France for the first time, traveling 12,000 miles from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Who knows where that is? No? That's okay. Ka pai. It's close to Australia, but it's not Australia. We're part of the Pacific region. Okutipuna, my ancestors, came on canoes. We're seafarers, navigators, innovators, thousands of centuries ago. And it's an honour for all of us, our delegation. Our Māori Minister of Māori Developments is here, Mr. Willie Jackson. And we're here to be a part of the discussions, to hopefully contribute to the decade of Indigenous languages and some solutions, help to find some solutions. So without further ado, I would like to invite up to the stage the Assistant Director General for Communication and Information of UNESCO, Mr. Tawfik Jalasi. He will convene this session, our opening segment of this high-level launch. I will also invite up to the stage our ministers for this part, Ms. Julieta Brodsky-Hernandez, Mr. Willie Jackson, Ms. Ana Nimpondoka, and Mr. Freddie Mamani. Please join me on the stage. Mr. Jalasi, no mai haere mai. Your podium. And just take your seat. Thank you.
Excellences, chers invités, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un honneur pour moi d'être devant vous ce matin pour célébrer cette décennie internationale des langues autochtones. C'est un exercice difficile après l'excellente performance culturelle à laquelle nous venons d'assister. Tous nos invités venant des quatre coins du monde pour partager avec nous, au-delà de leur langue autochtone, leur culture, leur civilisation, leur style de vie et évidemment leur héritage culturel. Ce 13 décembre est pour nous un jour très important. Nous sommes tous réunis aujourd'hui ici au siège de l'UNESCO à Paris, mais aussi des centaines, pour ne pas dire des milliers de personnes sont connectées en ligne pour lancer ensemble la décennie internationale des langues autochtones. Cette décennie est une victoire pour les peuples autochtones qui ont lutté pour leurs droits, leur culture et pour que leur langue soit reconnue à travers le monde. On sait tous que les langues autochtones sont beaucoup plus que des moyens de communication. Elles font partie intégrante de l'identité et de la mémoire collective des peuples. Et c'est pourquoi le droit de continuer à parler sa propre langue a été pleinement consacré par la déclaration des Nations Unies sur les peuples autochtones, déclaration faite en 2007. Ces langues ne sont pas non plus des langues du passé, elles sont évidemment des langues du présent et encore des langues de l'avenir. Leur grammaire contient en effet autant de savoir-faire qui peuvent nous permettre de mieux répondre aux enjeux et aux défis du XXIe siècle, c'est-à-dire, et à ce titre-là, les accords de Paris signés en 2015 ont reconnu que l'action climatique devait s'inspirer des pratiques autochtones à travers le monde. Mais, ça a été dit tout à l'heure, ces langues autochtones sont aujourd'hui en danger. Une étude publiée l'année dernière par l'Université nationale australienne a tiré la sonnette d'alarme. Sur plus de 6000 langues autochtones, près de la moitié sont aujourd'hui en danger et 1500 langues autochtones court même un péril imminent. Au seuil de cette décennie, il nous faut ainsi entendre ce cri d'alarme. Et je voudrais relayer l'appel de Maria Virginia Howe, grande défenseuse de la langue Rapa Nui sur l'île de Pâques. Elle a dit « La langue est indissociable de notre manière d'être, de nos pensées, de nos sentiments, de nos joies et de bien davantage. C'est à travers notre langue que nous montrons qui nous sommes. Si notre langue disparaît, c'est tout le fondement de notre communauté qui est mis en péril. » Pour les 10 ans à venir, nous nous devons de nous fixer un cap et de grandes priorités d'action. J'en vois pour notre part, ici à l'UNESCO, 3 grandes priorités. La première, c'est de transmettre la connaissance de ces langues aux générations futures. La deuxième, c'est mieux connaître et mieux faire connaître ces langues. Et la troisième, s'inspirer de ces langues-là pour formuler des politiques publiques. Donc le premier grand enjeu est de transmettre la mémoire de ces langues aux générations à venir. C'est une problématique urgente, gravissime même, quand on considère que selon nos données, 40% des enfants, dont de nombreux autochtones, n'ont pas accès à l'enseignement dans leur langue maternelle. C'est pourquoi l'UNESCO soutient partout l'éducation dans la langue maternelle, comme nous l'avons fait récemment au Guatemala auprès des filles et des femmes autochtones, ou aussi en promouvant l'usage de la langue san dans les écoles de Namibie et d'Afrique du Sud. D'ici 10 ans, il nous faut donc fixer un objectif ambitieux, qui est le suivant: que tous les enfants des peuples autochtones puissent apprendre dans leur langue. Le deuxième grand enjeu est de mieux connaître, de mieux faire connaître le patrimoine linguistique autochtone, de protéger cette diversité culturelle inouïe. C'est dans ce but que notre liste du patrimoine immatériel de l'humanité à l'UNESCO contient des pratiques et savoir-faire directement liés aux langues autochtones, à l'image de la langue, de la danse, de la musique des Garifuna en Amérique centrale, inscrites sur notre liste depuis 2008. Enfin, notre troisième grand enjeu doit être de nous inspirer de ces savoir-faire, de les intégrer pleinement au savoir scientifique et à nos politiques publiques, en particulier face à l'enjeu des dérèglements climatiques. L'UNESCO dispose pour ce faire d'une expérience précieuse avec le programme LINKS sur les savoirs autochtones. Par exemple, entre 2010 et 2016, l'UNESCO a intégré sur demande du peuple Mayanya au Nicaragua les pratiques traditionnelles d'agriculture et de pêche dans le système éducatif et a développé aussi des outils pédagogiques pour accompagner les enseignants. Ladies and gentlemen, with only 8 years left to meet the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, pressing global challenges need to be tackled with the participation of all stakeholders. If the world continues excluding, marginalizing, and discriminating against people on the basis of their language, a vast majority of the world's population, speakers, and users of unrecognized and sign languages will continue to be left behind. No sustainable development is complete without respecting and promoting multilingualism and linguistic diversity. I call upon the global community to close the data gap which currently exists at the expense of many language communities worldwide, with the ultimate aim of ensuring that users of all languages can fulfill their potential with dignity and equality. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, au seuil de cette décennie, rappelons-nous ces mots de la Déclaration universelle de l'UNESCO de 2001 sur la diversité culturelle et qui élevait la diversité culturelle au niveau de patrimoine commun de l'humanité, en rappelant qu'elle était aussi indispensable à l'humanité que la biodiversité l'est à la nature. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Jalasi. I'd like to invite to the podium now Ms. Julieta Brodsky-Fernandez, Her Excellence, the Honourable Minister of Cultures, Arts and Heritage from Chile. O mai te pakipaki.
Good morning. Hola, ¿cómo están? Voy a hablar en español. Bueno, muchas gracias a la UNESCO por esta invitación y también por invitarnos como Estados miembros a celebrar, a hacer acciones concretas en el marco de este decenio de las lenguas indígenas. Desde Chile, como gobierno, hemos tenido y hemos manifestado un compromiso irrestricto con la celebración de este decenio, no solo desde el Ministerio de las Culturas, las Artes y el Patrimonio, sino desde distintos ministerios que están hoy día conjugando una coordinación interministerial para poder participar activamente de este decenio y para poder concretar medidas específicas, contundentes, que nos permitan avanzar en el uso, en la preservación, en la promoción y en la revitalización de las lenguas indígenas. Sabemos que es necesario justamente que las políticas públicas puedan ser efectivas en este sentido y no sean solo simbólicas o no sean solo testimoniales, como suele suceder muchas veces con estos temas. Hoy día tenemos desafíos importantes en torno a la revitalización de lenguas indígenas, que tiene como objetivo, por ejemplo, generar nuevos hablantes, ¿no? Generar nuevos hablantes y también concientizar y sensibilizar a la población en general, a la sociedad en general, de la importancia que tiene la diversidad lingüística en nuestras sociedades. Y esto no ha sido fácil, obviamente, en un contexto, al menos en Chile y creo que en muchos otros lugares del mundo, donde los discursos de odio, los discursos de discriminación, de racismo, incluso empiezan a avanzar más que antes. Por eso también agradecemos que la UNESCO y que los organismos internacionales se comprometan con estos, porque nos permiten también tener un respaldo mayor para poder avanzar en estos términos. También tenemos desafíos importantes porque estas políticas de crear nuevos hablantes, de revitalizar las lenguas indígenas, no es solo algo que podemos concentrar en las comunidades indígenas. Tiene que ser algo que se promueva y se inserte en las sociedades en su totalidad, ¿no? No podemos solo generar nuevos hablantes en los pueblos indígenas, sino que también tiene que haber una sociedad que pueda generar un diálogo intercultural real en nuestras sociedades. Y creo que eso también es uno de los grandes desafíos que tenemos. Hoy día el diálogo intercultural solo se lo exigimos a los pueblos indígenas. Y eso es algo que recuerdo que Pedro Cayuqueo, que es un periodista mapuche en Chile, nos mencionaba con mucha claridad. Decía, nosotros aquí los únicos que somos interculturales somos los pueblos indígenas. La sociedad chilena no es intercultural. Nos exigen interculturalidad a nosotros. Nosotros salimos de nuestras comunidades y podemos comportarnos como chilenos en las ciudades, podemos hablar español con los demás. Digamos, tenemos prácticas que nos permiten insertarnos en la sociedad chilena, pero la sociedad chilena no tiene prácticas culturales para poder generar un diálogo con nosotros. Y eso también es un gran desafío a los que nos compele esta década de las lenguas indígenas. Por otro lado, la misma declaración de la que emerge la solicitud de la década de las lenguas dice: nada para nosotros sin nosotros. Eso obviamente también nos pone como desafío el que las políticas, el diseño de estas políticas de revitalización de las lenguas indígenas, tanto el diseño como su implementación y su evaluación, consideren instancias de participación efectiva, ¿no?, con los pueblos indígenas. Esto, por supuesto, es un desafío que todos tenemos que cumplir y que a veces no es simple, en el sentido, por ejemplo, en Chile tenemos 10 pueblos reconocidos, de los cuales 6 tienen lenguas hoy día que están, digamos, activas. Pero de estas 6 lenguas, muy pocas cuentan, por ejemplo, con una grafología consensuada, ¿no?, con un diccionario consensuado. ¿Cómo vamos avanzando en políticas culturales, en políticas públicas que nos permitan, digamos, efectivamente tener una diversidad lingüística, sobre todo en los espacios más formales como el educativo, si no tenemos esta base de la que partir? Y por supuesto tenemos el peligro también de que la discusión sobre la grafología, el diccionario, etcétera, nos coma una década entera. Entonces, la pregunta quizás es: ¿podemos avanzar sin esta base? ¿Tenemos necesariamente que construir este consenso? Porque efectivamente tener una grafología consensuada, tener un diccionario, implica procesos de simplificación, de selección, de jerarquización, que ponen en peligro también la propia diversidad lingüística, las propias variantes muchas veces que existen de una misma lengua. Entonces, esto nos compele, por un lado, a generar este proceso manteniendo la diversidad lingüística que existe y haciéndolo también participativamente, sin que eso nos lleve, digamos, demasiado tiempo como para no poder avanzar en los otros grandes desafíos que tenemos. Y por último, decir que efectivamente tenemos que generar una coordinación efectiva entre los distintos ministerios. Nosotros realizamos una coordinación entre el Ministerio de Desarrollo Social, entre el Ministerio del Interior y Seguridad Pública, el Ministerio de Educación, el Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores y nosotros como Cultura, para poder generar acciones consensuadas, no duplicarnos también en lo que hacemos, porque muchas veces generamos las mismas acciones que son muchas veces simbólicas y no necesariamente van al objetivo de crear nuevos hablantes. Así que ahí estamos trabajando en este sentido, en generar estas políticas que sean más contundentes, que puedan considerar metas concretas de aquí a los próximos 10 años. Así que como Chile, como país, estamos comprometidos con esta década y espero que muchos otros se sumen. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Minister Hernandez, for that bold statement, including sharing with all of us some of the challenges facing your people back in your country, and for sharing the phrase, not for us, without us. I'd like to ask Her Excellency, the Honourable Ms. Ana Ingi Pondoka, the Minister of Education, Arts and Culture for Namibia, to take the stand.
Your Excellency, Tafik Jelasi, UNESCO Assistant Director for Communication and Information, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank UNESCO for affording Namibia a chance to come and share our vision, experience, and recommendations on promoting indigenous languages for social, cultural, economic, and political development. Director of Ceremonies, Namibia is a vast but sparsely populated country with a projected population of about 2.6 million people, which stretches over a total area of 824,000 1,292 square kilometers. Also, Namibia has 1,966 schools and 840,000 learners, primary to secondary, in 2022. Article 19 of the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia states that, and I quote, "Every person shall be entitled to enjoy, practice, profess, maintain, and promote any culture, language, tradition, or religion subject to the terms of the Constitution and further subject to the condition that the rights protected by this article do not impinge upon the rights of others or national interests." End of quote. The right to use any language as medium of instruction is stipulated in Article 3, Sub-Article 2, which states that, and I quote, "Nothing contained in this Constitution shall prohibit the use of any other language as a medium of instruction in private schools or in schools financed or subsidized by the state, subject to the compliance with such requirements as may be imposed by law to ensure proficiency in the official language or for pedagogic reasons." The total number of languages in Namibia is 50, and these include Romance and Germanic languages. Of the 50, 31 are indigenous African languages, which are further divided into Bantu and Khoisan. The country's official language is English, and the number of indigenous African languages are said to be national languages, including Oshindonga, Oshikwanyama, Osherero, Khoikhoi-Kobab, Rukwangari, Rumanyo, Timbukushu, Silozi, Setswana, Jutskwansi, and the Namibian Sign Language, which are all offered in schools, making Namibia one of the countries offering many languages in schools in relation to the population size. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the introduction of indigenous languages in Namibia is informed by the Language Policy for Schools, 1992 to 1996 and beyond. The African Academy of Languages, a Pan-African organization founded in 2001, stresses the need to use multiple languages at every level, particularly in the education sector, to facilitate African integration, development, and respect for values, mutual understanding, and peace. The National Curriculum for Basic Education in Namibia also highlights that the medium of learning in the junior primary phase, which is pre-primary, grade 1 to 3, is the mother tongue, home language, or a predominantly local language, while this becomes languages subjects in senior phase. Therefore, as per the UNESCO General Conference in 1999, Namibia continues to celebrate the International Mother Language Day on the 1st of February every year since 2000. Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellencies, language is the most important tool for thinking, means of communication, concept development, and an essential aspect of identity. An essential prerequisite for a knowledge-based society is that its citizens have a high level of communication skills and social competencies. UNESCO recommended as early as 1953 that learning during the formative period of schooling should be through the mother tongue. The mother tongue enables better understanding and learning content. It facilitates the development of thought construction, leading to academic learning. A sound foundation of the mother tongue is beneficial for the skills transfer for the second language to be acquired. Indigenous languages enhances dialogue and interaction between learners and teachers by allowing genuine communication from the beginning. Learners develop confidence and positive self-esteem, and this defines their academic performance in later years of schooling. Your Excellencies, over the past years, the Minister of Education, Arts and Culture in Namibia was inundated with requests to introduce some indigenous languages. From 2019, the ministry receives requests to introduce additional 3 indigenous languages in schools, which are Oludemba, Nyemba, and Khoedam. It was therefore prudent to develop what we call the guidelines for the introduction of a language in Namibian schools, with the purpose to, 1, provide criteria for assessing the viability of introducing a language in a fair and transparent way, provide a way forward so that no one should feel that their mother tongue is threatened, or its use is restricted in any way, and last, to assist in the observance of fundamental human rights of every Namibian citizen to have access to a mother tongue education. Director of Ceremonies, Namibia's long-term plans related to the introduction and development of indigenous languages are as follows. Number one, we are busy developing a national language board. As suggested in the draft revised National Language Policy 2015, the National Language Board shall be established to facilitate and regulate the development, standardization, and harmonization of Namibian languages. The board will direct the Language Development Center to develop ontologies and orthographies together with native language experts of the language under consideration. Number two, we are developing a Language Development Center, which shall be established under the trusteeship of the National Language Board and will carry out language research, documentation, and development. It is essential to have corpus planning aimed at development of writing systems and languages as well as standardization. But despite numerous benefits revealed by the research findings, there continues to be great skepticism, fears, self-doubt, and even confusion among the principal actors in education with regard to mother tongue as a medium of instruction at junior primary phase. Many arguments are advanced, such as the existence of multilingual environments, which makes it difficult to select the suitable medium of instruction, the cost of implementation, the difficulty of training and deployment of teachers, the lack of learning support materials, and most importantly, the negative attitude that some parents and communities have towards these languages. However, it's now appreciated that non-indigenous languages of ex-colonial languages used in government's business and in communication national agenda for development to the masses are spoken by the minority, and the vast majority of Africans are not proficient in them. This means that a large number of people are excluded from partaking in the development of their own countries on their basis of languages. This has raised serious questions as to how far real development can take place if local languages are not used as tools for development. This has also raised difficult questions on how such a language divide can help in the achievement and strengthening of democratic governance and its ideals towards which most African nations are striving for. Moving forward, Director of Ceremonies, Namibia commits to linguistic diversity and multilingualism. All languages and cultures are equal. Language is intrinsically connected to one's culture and identity. A loss of the mother tongue is thought to mean a loss of a people's culture and identity. Therefore, mother tongue education is linked to basic needs and human rights. Learning in mother tongue will facilitate and lay a solid foundation for literacy and numeracy, promote democracy, and parent communities will increase the level of participation in schools, life, and their children's learning journey. It cannot be emphasized enough that investment in indigenous languages will promote participation, equity, equality for minority groups. However, the development and introduction of language remain costly and require political will. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore recommended from Namibia to strengthen a language-related policy dialogue on development, access, and provision of indigenous languages. Number two, investigate sustainable ways to develop indigenous languages, especially those with lower number of speakers, and address concerns on the provision of teachers, teacher education, and development of learning support materials. Conduct careful scrutiny and intensive consultation before introducing a language to maintain unity and social cohesion by avoiding introducing a dialect of the existing language. Encourage cross-border cooperation among nations when developing a common language like Setswana or Chikwanyama, Khoikhoi. This will provide opportunity to utilize the existing expertise and efficient use of limited resources. Emphasize on quality of teaching with a focus on understanding, appreciation, innovation, and creativity. Introduce deliberate programs targeting the designing of the curriculum, teacher training, and development of learning support materials for indigenous languages, especially those with lower learner interests. Strengthen integration of indigenous cultural knowledge into the school and adult education curriculum so that learners and students experience a link between the community, school, formal and informal education. Engage in continuous development and revision of indigenous language concepts, terminologies, and orthographies in response to technological changes and other contemporary issues such as COVID-19 and the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Extend literacy and numeracy programs in indigenous languages to adult education and lifelong learning. And lastly, collaborate between the government, private sector, publishers, and partners in the development of low-cost materials and desired readers. I thank you for your kind attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup to you, Minister. Thank you very much for sharing and enlightening us on the progressive steps that Namibia is taking towards protecting and promoting and progressing Indigenous language, the mother tongue, in your country. It's also heartwarming and uplifting to know that non-colonial languages or languages that are spoken by the masses across the globe are actually only spoken by a small minority within your country, and that sets a precedent for the rest of us to follow an example that hopefully one day we can achieve, and hopefully we can achieve that within this decade. 8 years, as Mr. Delasi said. Go to dream big. Hoi anō. I'd like to now introduce our next speaker, who is a representative of the New Zealand government. He is the Minister of Māori Development and also the Minister for Broadcasting in Aotearoa, New Zealand. He's also a Māori from Ngāti Porou. Please welcome the Honourable Willie Jackson to the podium.
Kia ora oreni, a tēnā koutou he honore nui ki te kōrero kia koutou I tēnei rā, nō reira tēnā nō tātou katoa. First of all, can I thank Dr. Tawhik Jalasi for this opportunity to make a statement on this opening day of this incredibly important conference for Indigenous people. It is certainly an honour for myself to speak, and I bring support and greetings from our Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, who supports this conference very much. I also want to acknowledge my delegation, or our delegation that have come across, who help the government very much in carrying out the work that has to be done in terms of supporting our Indigenous language. So in particular, I want to thank our co-chairs of Te Mātāwai. They are partners of the New Zealand government in terms of language revitalisation. They're here today, Reikura Kahi and Bernie O'Donnell, the co-chairs. Dr. Rawinia Higgins, who's the chair of our New Zealand Māori Language Commission and Pacific representative on the Global Task Force for this initiative. Also representatives from the Ministry of Pacific Peoples and also Ngāti Rānana, who are from London and who'll be giving a performance to support the kaupapa, the initiative. We're looking forward to their performance. Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 50th anniversary of what we term the Māori Language Petition, which was a catalyst that led over time to the establishment of Māori language immersion schools, the designation of Māori as an official language, and the creation of a Māori Language Commission. We also have a Māori Language Week, where people all around the country of all different ethnic groups celebrate our language. Everybody tries, not just the experts. It's a wonderful initiative led by Dr. Rawinia Higgins and the Māori Language Commission. And it's something that we're all very proud of in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And we have a range of broadcasting and community and Māori-led revitalisation initiatives which have been foundational to the current cultural and linguistic landscape of our country. In September, we commemorated this occasion with a focus on celebrating stories from members of Ngā Tamatoa. Ngā Tamatoa were a protest group that sprung up in the 1970s who challenged anyone and everyone in Aotearoa, and they led the petition in terms of the Māori language and the presentation to government. We were very proud of their actions. We honoured them alongside other groups who also supported the language challenge, including Te Hui Ngā Rangatahi, which is a young Māori group, and Te Rōpū Reo Māori, that is the Māori language, or the Te Reo Māori society. There have been some extraordinary changes in support of the Māori language since 1972, most of which were led from the grassroots or community level. As I said, if it wasn't for protests, and some would say extreme action, the government would not have taken any notice. And I salute those people who were involved, many who were friends and many who were family. We have seen the development of Māori language preschools, or kohanga reo, and Māori language immersion primary and secondary schools through to Indigenous tertiary education institutions. We have tribal radio stations, 21 at last count, it might be 22, and a national Māori language television station called Whakaata Māori. All of these are supported by our government. But while Māori has been an official language in New Zealand since the passing of legislation in 1987, we had a major change in 2016 with the passing of the Māori Language Act. This was the first piece of bilingual legislation in our country, which created a partnership model between the government and our Indigenous tribes, or iwi represented and iwi represented in community groups by a new entity called Te Mātāwai, and as I said, their chairs are here today. The partnership is expressed through the metaphor of the house of the living language, Te Whare o Te Reo Mauriora. The model is based on a traditional Māori meeting house that has two sides, or barge boards. On one side of the house, the barge board maihi is managed by the New Zealand government, while the other side is managed by iwi, by tribes, by our people. The legislation recognises that iwi and Māori are guardians of Te Reo Māori, while recognising that the Crown is able to advance the revitalisation of the Māori language by promoting strategic objectives in the wider New Zealand society. Both sides of the house work in a complementary way for our language, with two strategies, one for the government and one for Te Mātāwai. The focus of the government strategy, Mahi Karauna, is on the big picture, the picture creating the right conditions across government and Aotearoa New Zealand society for revitalisation. The Mahi Māori focuses more on flax roots, communities, homes and families. Together we are working towards a vision of He Reo Mauriora, or a living language, by 2040. Shared priorities and a corresponding work program are in development and are important steps to taking a more consistent, coordinated and coherent approach to language revitalisation, and thus strengthening the house of the living language. As well as a partnership with our Indigenous people, we have a government entity which looks after language promotion and other revitalisation activities at a national level. This entity has been recognised internationally for its national campaign called the Māori Language Moment, which we saw 1 in 5 New Zealanders actively celebrating our language at the same time. Within our partnership model, as mentioned, the government leads the Mahi Karauna, or government strategy. There are 3 audacious goals to achieve by 2040 as part of the strategy. 85% of New Zealanders or more will value Te Reo Māori as a key part of national identity, Te Reo Māori being the Māori language. 1 million New Zealanders or more will have the ability and confidence to talk about at least basic things in the Māori language, and 150,000 Māori aged 15 and over will use the Māori language as much as English. I'm pleased to say that we have made significant progress towards these significant goals already. 74% of New Zealanders consider the Māori language to be a key part of our national identity. Just over 9,000 New Zealanders can speak about basic things in the Māori language, an increase from 770,000 in 2016. Around 72,000 Māori use the Māori language as much as they use English, showing we are nearly halfway to our goal. And just as importantly, from the community lens, almost a quarter or 23% of Māori now say they can speak the language as a first language. Other successful initiatives implemented in partnership with Māori to date include establishing more bilingual cities and towns across the country, the phasing in of official bilingual road signs, and implementing a Māori language predictive modelling tool to support policy and decision making for revitalisation efforts. These things are not done easily. Not everybody agrees with the Māori language being put everywhere, but we have a lot of support coming through for it, and we're able to traverse the politics through good leadership from our Māori entities and from some of our politicians. We've just finished reversing the legislation enacted in 2016 aimed at revitalising the Māori language to identify opportunities to strengthen its operation and effectiveness. More work is required to ensure language revitalisation efforts across the House and are more coordinated and cohesive, and more importantly, that we do not compromise or hinder the other, and for this to be reflected in future decision relating to Māori language resourcing and prioritisation. Over the next decade, we will look to strengthen these aspects of our partnership between Māori and the government on Māori language revitalisation to ensure the well-being of our future generations and our mokopuna, or our children who are coming through. Can I finish by saying it truly is an honour, and I enjoyed our interaction last night and support much of the kōrero or language we heard last night, particularly the one about it not just being about the language. It's also about well-being, it's about health, it's about us as human beings, not just about the language, because the language comes with so many other things connected to it. And it was wonderful hearing some of that talk last night. We support it. Thank you for this opportunity. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe te minita. Thank you. Our next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Freddie Mamani. He is the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs for Plurinational State of Bolivia. He is also the President of the Board of Directors of the Fund for the Development of Indigenous Peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean. He is also the President of the Ibero-American Institute of Indigenous Languages. Mr. Mamani, kia koe te wā.
Muchísimas gracias. Hoy oficialmente realizamos el lanzamiento del Decenio Internacional de las Lenguas Indígenas 2022-2032, que nos ofrece una valiosa oportunidad para tomar acciones concretas y decididas a favor de la preservación, promoción y revitalización de las lenguas indígenas del mundo, que también supone un gran desafío. La realidad de la pérdida de las lenguas indígenas nos muestra un panorama sombrío. Los datos actuales indican que al menos el 40% de las 7.000 lenguas utilizadas en todo el mundo están en riesgo de desaparecer a fin de siglo. La realidad en América Latina es mucho más compleja. Por ejemplo, en la región sobreviven más de 550 idiomas indígenas, más de un tercio de los cuales están severamente amenazados y en riesgo de silenciamiento, pese a que la mayoría de los países latinoamericanos y caribeños contamos con normas legales que establecen al menos la obligatoriedad de su estudio y salvaguarda. La gravedad de esta situación nos preocupa de sobremanera porque con esta pérdida desaparecen valores, conocimientos, ciencia, saberes y prácticas ancestrales transmitidos por vía oral. En definitiva, peligra la existencia misma de los pueblos. Hermanas y hermanos, en mi país,
con trayectoria histórica de lucha por la reivindicación de los derechos de los pueblos indígenas, gestada y liderada por los propios pueblos, en la Constitución Política de 2009 se definió como Estado plurinacional de Bolivia, reconociendo la diversidad cultural y lingüística y la coexistencia de 36 pueblos indígenas. Con este paso histórico, el Gobierno del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia impulsó y continuó la lucha de nuestros pueblos también en el plano internacional, poniendo en ejercicio así nuestra diplomacia de los pueblos por la vida. Recordar que nuestro país, Bolivia, propuso la realización de la Conferencia Mundial sobre Pueblos Indígenas realizada en septiembre de 2014. El Año Internacional de las Lenguas Indígenas del 2019 y hoy que estamos celebrando el Decenio Internacional de las Lenguas Indígenas que comprende el periodo 2022-2032. También nos sentimos honrados de los resultados en el espacio iberoamericano, donde los líderes conscientes de la grave situación de riesgo de extinción de nuestras lenguas decidimos en 2018, en la Cumbre Iberoamericana de Jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, la creación del Instituto Iberoamericano de las Lenguas Indígenas, con el objetivo de fomentar el uso, la conservación y el desarrollo de las lenguas indígenas habladas en América Latina y el Caribe. El 10 de febrero del 2022 realizamos el primer Consejo Intergubernamental del Instituto Iberoamericano de Lenguas Indígenas, lideradas por Bolivia, hoy presidente, Colombia y México, dando así inicio a la institucionalidad de las lenguas indígenas de América Latina y el Caribe y de nuestro Aviala, es decir, que el Instituto Iberoamericano de Lenguas Indígenas es la piedra angular del Decenio Internacional de las Lenguas Indígenas. Su apoyo es fundamental para la supervivencia de las 550 lenguas indígenas. En Bolivia hemos tomado acciones concretas de preservación y promoción de las lenguas indígenas y en el marco de la Ley de Educación número 70, Abelino Siñani y Elizardo Pérez, de una educación descolonizadora en base a dos pilares fundamentales. Uno, la educación intracultural, intercultural y plurilingüe. Y dos, la educación productiva y territorial, a partir de las cuales consagra el modelo educativo sociocomunitario productivo. En la gestión del 2012 se creó el Instituto Plurinacional de Estudios de Lengua y Culturas, IPLC. Actualmente este instituto cuenta con 37 institutos de lengua y cultura, uno para cada pueblo indígena y uno para el pueblo afroboliviano, con la finalidad de establecer políticas y lineamientos para el desarrollo de acciones orientadas a la recuperación, revitalización, fortalecimiento y desarrollo de lenguas y culturas. Hermanas y hermanos, el Gobierno del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia este año promulgó la ley número 1426, declarando también el Decenio de las Lenguas Indígenas en Bolivia 2022-2032 y elaboró un plan estratégico del decenio que permitirá fomentar el uso, la conservación y desarrollo de las lenguas indígenas, garantizando a los pueblos indígenas, originarios y campesinos el ejercicio de los derechos culturales y lingüísticos en Bolivia. Este plan trasciende más allá del ámbito escolar para comprometer a todos los sectores y a los propios pueblos indígenas para avanzar con el uso público de los idiomas indígenas de manera transversal en todos los sectores de la administración pública. En la misma línea, hoy en mi país se realiza el lanzamiento oficial del Decenio de las Lenguas Indígenas. A nivel regional, desde el FILAC y el Instituto Iberoamericano de Lenguas Indígenas se han impulsado importantes iniciativas en el marco de este decenio, entre las que destacamos el apoyo técnico a los países centroamericanos en el marco del Sistema Intergubernamental Centroamericano SICA para la formulación de un plan decenal de acción sobre las lenguas indígenas de esa subregión. Sobre la base de planes decenales actualmente en preparación, este plan estratégico centroamericano se lanzará el 21 de febrero de 2023 en el Día Internacional de la Lengua Materna. el inicio de la ejecución de 2 proyectos piloto transfronterizos para atender las necesidades y responder a los requerimientos de los pueblos Pucama en Brasil, Colombia, Bolivia y el pueblo quechua, Argentina, Bolivia, Colombia, Chile, Ecuador y Perú. Estos 2 proyectos buscan contribuir a partir de la recuperación y revitalización de los idiomas Pucama y Quechua, respectivamente, contribuir a la puesta en valor, preservación y desarrollo de los sistemas de conocimientos de estas 2 civilizaciones. Apoyar a los países de América Latina y el Caribe en la construcción, elaboración de planes estratégicos en el marco del decenio. Son koimanta pacha hatun apaiko ikachun tukui kankunapaj, kay UNESCO hatun wasipi tantakus kansimanta pacha alim unche tukui kankunapaj indígenas kay madretiapi tiakus kansimanta. Hermanos, hermanas, las lenguas indígenas son un vehículo fundamental para garantizar un mejor futuro a nuestros jóvenes y a las generaciones que vienen. Cuidarlas, promoverlas, difundirlas es nuestra obligación máxima. En ese marco, saludo el Plan de Acción Mundial sistematizado por la UNESCO, al cual expresamos nuestro apoyo y compromiso en su seguimiento e implementación en esa lucha contra la extinción de las lenguas, de las valiosas lenguas indígenas. Finalmente, invito a que trabajemos en espacios que nos permitan recuperar, difundir, revitalizar y desarrollar nuestras lenguas indígenas y así transmitir los conocimientos ancestrales, la ciencia de nuestros pueblos y lenguas a nuestras presentes y futuras generaciones, porque las lenguas nos abren puertas y oportunidades al mundo, pues la diversidad lingüística y cultural es riqueza y patrimonio de nuestra madre tierra. Hayaya, hermanos, hermanas.
Mr. Freddie Mamani, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, thank you very much for your speech this morning. And thank you to all our ministers. Please give them a warm round of applause. And I'll ask you to exit the stage. Mr. Jalasi, if I could ask you to just remain on the stage for a short time. Right now there is a special cultural intervention, a cultural performance, and I'd like to invite our rōpū slowly onto the stage, kia koutou. But this is a cultural performance of my culture, my people. This rōpū, this group is Ngāti Rānana. They are based in London. I apologise for the breath in this microphone. But Ngāti Rānana has long been based in London since 1957. It was established there as a home away from home for Māori. Māori seeking different lifestyle, connecting to their Pākehā roots, their British roots in London, in Britain and the UK. And they're here joining us, the Māori delegation who came from afar from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And I'd like to invite them onto the stage. They will present Mr. Jalasi with a special taonga, a token gesture, something very special from Aotearoa.
Puritia mai kia puritia mai kia mau, puritia mai te tau rotarangi kia tina, kia whena, kia toko te mano au. Tīnā toka te manawara ki hea, tīnā toka te manawara ki rangi nui e tūnei ki papatua nuku e takoto nei. Ki tēnā o tātou te whānanga whananga me ngā piringa karanga maha. A piti atu ki tonga mā wiwi ki tonga e tāmera te pōritanga. Koe rai rongo whakairi ake ki runga tuturi o piti whakamaua kia tēnā. Tēnā. Hui e, hui e. Tai ki e.
The taonga, this treasure, is a traditional conch. We call it a pūtātara or pū moana, and it's used in traditional ceremonies to call. Sorry, I'll just pass Mr. Jalasi his notes. Karawhiua Ngāti Rānana.
Come out.
Ngā tira nana. Kare anō kia mutsu. One more song, everyone, and we're done. Tēnā koutou ngā tira nana. Kia ora koutou Māori mā. Right. Our next segment, I'd like to welcome to the stage Ms. Maria Francesca Spatoli-Sano, aroha mai, Assistant Secretary General for Policy Coordination and Interagency Affairs for the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Binota Moedamai, Chair of the United Nations Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and our third speaker for this part, Mr. Freddy Kondo Riveros, representative of the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. Please make your way to the stage. Kia ora. How is everyone feeling? Now, I've been reminded many a times now, but for those of you who haven't discovered the headsets, you have access to our interpreters, our translators here in our booths. Can we please give them a round of applause? They are doing a stellar job today and for the last 2 days. That is no easy task as a translator and an interpreter of just 2 languages, English and Māori. I commend them for their excellent service throughout this event to ensure that we all understand what we're all trying to say and communicate about languages. So our guests are on stage. Kia ora, morena. Our first speaker is Ms. Maria. Your turn.
Thank you. Good morning, Excellencies. Monsieur Tawik Gelasi, the Assistant Director General for Communication of UNESCO, and the distinguished members of the first opening session, and now with me, Mr. Binota Moedamai and Mr. Freddy Kondo Riveros, distinguished delegates, Indigenous people representatives, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be with you today to launch the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. On behalf of Mr. Lee Jung-ha, the Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, I thank UNESCO for inviting the UN DESA
the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, to be part of this important event as a department contributing to the decade. In fact, supporting the rights and inclusion of indigenous peoples is an integral part of DESA's work. We are the Secretariat of the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and we coordinate the implementation of the system-wide action plan for the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Through this, DESA, my department, promotes full recognition of the linguistic rights of indigenous peoples, particularly the right to revitalize, use, develop, and transmit them to future generations. Ensuring the revival and the survival of indigenous languages is no paltry request. In every transmitted language is a transmitted worldview, a transmitted cultural perspective, with real and potential contributions to global diversity, well-being, and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, it's no secret that indigenous languages have been ravaged by misguided historical practices. For instance, in North America, since 1600, at least 52 Native American languages have disappeared. In Latin America, where there are more than 500 different indigenous peoples, at least a fifth have lost their mother tongue. And another example, the Sami languages are spoken from the Dalarna area in Sweden, in central Norway and northern Finland, to the Kola Peninsula in Russia, and there are at least 10 different varieties of Sami languages. The number of Sami speakers is estimated between 25 and 35,000, and UNESCO regards all the Sami languages as endangered. In many instances, in the past and throughout the world, educational policies and practices were intentionally used to ensure that indigenous languages and cultural expressions were not passed on through generations. In the present time, an intricate mix of factors continues to cause damage on indigenous languages and cultures. For instance, the dispossession of indigenous peoples' lands, territories, and resources have led to physical and cultural displacement and to a break in the natural intergenerational transmission of languages. Moreover, globalization and rapid digitalization have created more pressure on indigenous languages and a less multilingual and multicultural world. However, some technology companies are helping to promote indigenous languages and cultures. For instance, Google has included some indigenous languages on its translation platform, including Quechua, Guarani, and Aymara. Google Earth is collaborating with indigenous peoples, sharing traditional greetings, favorite sayings, and meaningful songs. And this is encouraging because it shows it is possible to reconcile tradition and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, we must continue to make concerted efforts to reduce the linguistic decline. Indigenous languages embody the core of indigenous scientific and traditional knowledge. When these languages are lost, so is the knowledge. Through their languages and worldviews, indigenous peoples have managed and used natural resources to ensure their conservation into the future. This includes the promotion of sustainable production and consumption systems, and values of reciprocity with nature, all of which are central to the UN Agenda 2030. So as called for in the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples adopted in the General Assembly in 2007, as you know, we must ensure that indigenous peoples have the institutional support and autonomy required to keep their languages alive. Some member states, as Bolivia, Colombia, Brazil, Mexico, and the Russian Federation, have drafted national action plans to implement the global action plan of the International Decade. And the Ibero-American Institute of Indigenous Languages was launched in this year, 2022, as you know. And these are all promising steps in the right direction. And I encourage all countries and stakeholders to step up and take action. Excellences, délégués, chers collègues, en conclusion, il faut maintenant saisir cette occasion que la décennie internationale des langues autochtones nous offre de travailler ensemble avec les peuples autochtones afin de conserver, revitaliser et promouvoir et faire vivre les langues autochtones et la diversité de connaissances et de perspectives qu'elles représentent. Mon département est prêt à y travailler avec vous. Merci beaucoup.
Kulumka Prumkaham. This brings greetings in my language, my mother tongue, Kokborok. On behalf of the Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, a subsidiary body of the Human Rights Council, I thank the Director General of UNESCO and UNESCO members, member states for the opportunity to address you on the occasion of the high-level launch event of the International Year of Indigenous Languages. The Expert Mechanism's mandate is to assist states and indigenous peoples in the realization of the aims of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The Declaration provides that indigenous peoples have a right to preserve, use, and transmit their languages, and states have an obligation to ensure that this right is protected. This decade is an important opportunity for the realization of the human rights associated with language. The recognition of indigenous languages is another key aspect of the recognition of indigenous peoples. Indigenous cultures and languages are a central principal feature of indigenous peoples' identities as collective and as individuals. Cultural self-determination as one of the four main pillars of Article 3 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples also includes language. The Expert Mechanism in its 2021 report on indigenous peoples and the right to self-determination stated that language rights are integral elements of the right to self-determination. Historically, laws and policies of many states prohibited the use of indigenous languages and sought to suppress customs and traditions as a means of undermining indigenous political institutions and individual and collective identities and of assimilating indigenous peoples into the dominant culture. Indigenous language represent an inherent part of identity and promote the maintenance and transmission of indigenous peoples' knowledge and traditions. Languages contain within them the tools of express indigenous collective juridical and political methodology and organization. In many cases, indigenous peoples have maintained their traditions orally embedded in their languages. The Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples recommended in its 2021 report on self-determination that states in conjunction with indigenous peoples should promote and support the ongoing development, use and maintenance of indigenous languages, including through formal education systems. In particular, it is essential to safeguard indigenous peoples' identities and cultures. At the international level, the Expert Mechanism recommended that states should actively support the International Decade of Indigenous Languages through financial contributions and other means. I'd like to underline several critical areas of work for the International Decade. First, indigenous peoples themselves should benefit from this decade. Many initiatives now rest on the shoulders of small cultural organizations and local activists. They need recognition, capacity building, and funding, especially from state governments who now have an opportunity to meet their human rights obligations by supporting these entities at the front lines of language revitalization. Second, indigenous language rights must be understood and addressed in a holistic fashion that recognizes past injustices, including the suppression of indigenous languages as well as cultures, religions, and land rights by states. The realization of language rights should be an aspect of reconciliation more broadly. Third, indigenous languages rights are not just about preservation, but also production. Modern technologies must be used as tools for education. We should pay attention to the youth and the potential of indigenous language as an aspect of youth subculture. We need not only language documentation, education, and training, but also the production and publication of film, literature, and music, opportunities to read, sing, and yes, text in indigenous language. Fourth, one of the most serious oversights which we have noticed is the lack of participation and free, prior, and informed consent in language rights advocacy. Sometimes experts, academics, and state actors believe they know better how to teach indigenous languages. But this attitude often leads to failed efforts in communities. Indigenous people's self-determination must be recognized in language revitalization efforts. In closing, the expert mechanism on the rights of indigenous peoples strongly supports the 2022-2032 International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Over the course of a decade, it would be possible to truly transform the situation of indigenous peoples' languages such that these languages could fully recover and flourish in the lives of indigenous peoples. It requires a political goodwill, political commitment of the government as the representative of the state. The expert mechanism believes in this future, and we are committed to working with you to make it a reality. I thank you once again for this opportunity.
Muy buenos días a todos los hermanos, hermanas. Un saludo a la directora general de la UNESCO, a la señora María Francesca, secretaria general adjunta de Políticas de Asuntos Interagenciales de ESA. Quiero saludar a la ministra de Chile, de Colombia, también estoy viendo de Ecuador, de Bolivia, y a todos los hermanos indígenas del mundo que nos están viendo y que están presentes, por su resistencia y por querer vivir bien. Les traigo el saludo del hermano Darío Mejía, presidente del Foro Permanente de Asuntos Indígenas. He preparado algunas palabras, pero me doy cuenta que ya lo dijeron todo. Hablaron de estadísticas, hablamos cómo se está perdiendo la identidad con la pérdida de la lengua. Pero quiero hablarles con el corazón y con la mente fría. Entonces quiero pedirles disculpas a los traductores porque me estoy saliendo del libreto, ¿no? Y quiero decirles con mucho cariño y con mucha sensibilidad que para nosotros nos lleva a la mente y a veces a las lágrimas este reconocimiento, porque es un reconocimiento a los derechos humanos que tienen los pueblos indígenas, el de hablar en nuestra propia lengua. Fíjense que todavía hay discriminación. Todavía no nos han reconocido como idioma. Entonces, ese es el gran desafío que tenemos que empezar a tener presente. Tenemos que estar conscientes que la colonización no nos ha quitado nuestro idioma, que la colonización no nos ha hecho olvidar, nos ha sometido, nos ha diezmado, nos ha convertido en servidumbre, pero no nos ha quitado el idioma, no nos ha quitado nuestro conocimiento, nuestra sabiduría. Por eso es importante mantener el idioma. Y este es un gran desafío para la UNESCO, porque no queremos que sea un esfuerzo simplemente de UNESCO, sino de todo el sistema. Todas las agencias vayan incorporando a las lenguas indígenas y hagan suyo, especialmente la UNESCO, como otro pilar más de la educación. Pero también es compromiso de los gobiernos, porque esto no lo van a poder hacer solo la UNESCO o los pueblos indígenas, sino también los gobiernos. Es una deuda histórica que tienen los gobiernos, principalmente de los países industrializados, con los pueblos indígenas. Tenemos que hacer que ellos reflexionen, tenemos que sensibilizarles, ¿verdad? Porque nosotros les estamos trayendo un mensaje para vivir bien. No que hagan guerra, no que haya confrontación. Tiene que haber reciprocidad. Tenemos que compartir, tenemos que aprender de ellos y nosotros también. Una cosa que me decía mi padre, mira, ¿por qué no estudias Derecho? Me decía, porque así vas a ganar más rápido dinero. Y yo elegí Comunicación, pero Comunicación no me daba dinero en mi país. Entonces tuve que retomar estudiando Derecho. Pero cuando entré a Derecho, lo primero que me enseñaron era la filosofía de Platón, Aristóteles, Sócrates. ¿Y qué de nuestro conocimiento? Vean, ahí está el desafío. Nos han abierto una puerta. Nos han enseñado a caminar por este nuevo camino. Pero es doblemente esfuerzo y compromiso de los pueblos indígenas, porque ahora tenemos que ver qué es lo que se enseña. ¿A quién está destinado esa enseñanza? ¿O nos van a volver a recolonizar con el mensaje de Occidente? ¿Verdad? Entonces, estas son mis preocupaciones. Estos son los grandes desafíos que yo les lanzo a los pueblos indígenas para que empecemos a reflexionar, empecemos a pensar. Ya se han creado los institutos, han visto, en algunos países. Están haciendo seminarios internacionales de plurilingüismo, que me parece muy bien. Pero ¿cuándo nos va a tocar incidir en las mallas curriculares? Por eso es el desafío, el doble desafío que ahora asumimos los pueblos indígenas. Tenemos que ser vigilantes de qué es lo que se va a enseñar. Cómo tendrán que enseñar el vivir bien. Vivir bien es reciprocidad, les decía. ¿Cuánto aprendemos? ¿Cuánto aprenden ellos de nosotros? ¿O solamente va a ser unilateral? Entonces tiene que haber una complementariedad. ¿Verdad? Eso es lo que nos han enseñado nuestros mayores, a complementarnos. Entonces por eso me parece importante, yo lo celebro este día y les agradezco a Naciones Unidas por esta posibilidad que me da, pero también tenemos que empezar a pensar, especialmente los mayores, cómo transmitimos nuestros saberes y conocimientos. Gracias. Hayaya, hermanos. Ukamao.
Gracias, Mr. Riveros, for speaking from your heart and for sharing that very compelling and bold statement with us today. Thank you very much to our speakers for this part of our morning segment. Right now, there is one second, I might get this wrong, a short film that I'd like to draw our attention to. It is the Global Action Plan of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, introducing the Global Action Plan with a special focus on vision, summary of outcomes, outputs, and partnerships for joint action.
Language is essential to our well-being. Languages allow us to exercise our human rights and fundamental freedoms. They are vital to our daily existence and to building human connections. Through language, we can preserve our history, customs, and traditions, convey our thoughts, express ourselves in a language of our choice, and build our future. Worldwide, there are over 7,000 languages in use, and many of these are indigenous. But many languages are increasingly falling out of use, reflecting the vulnerable situation of indigenous peoples worldwide. This is happening for a number of different reasons: increased globalization, urbanization, migration, climate change, and many other factors are impacting the well-being of language communities and the changes in language vitality. Language users choose to switch to a dominant language to avoid discrimination, stigma, exclusion, or to have more economic and social opportunities. Leading global efforts to address this trend and building on the 2019 International Year of Indigenous Languages, the United Nations has proclaimed the period 2022 to 2032 as the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, with UNESCO acting as the lead UN agency. The decade is a global call to action to preserve, revitalise and promote Indigenous languages around the world. It is only by working together and cooperating that the vitality and sustainability of linguistic diversity can be ensured. The International Decade will help build a better future where Indigenous peoples are empowered to pass on their languages to the next generations. To reach this goal, UNESCO has worked with different partners to develop a global action plan for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which sets out a global framework for joint action and outlines the major steps that need to be taken in the next 10 years. Over the next 10 years, our efforts will focus on raising awareness to demonstrate the importance of linguistic diversity and multilingualism for societal development, encouraging legal recognition of languages and usage in justice, legislation, public administration, education, healthcare, digital development, employment, cultural heritage, biodiversity, sustainable food systems and Indigenous girls and women's empowerment, Indigenous peoples with disabilities, and strengthening partnerships. Ensuring the availability of the human, institutional, and financial resources that are needed to engage in joint action. This work will be done through policy formulation and implementation, capacity building of Indigenous peoples to learn, teach, and transmit their languages through community-based initiatives, enhancing the professional capacities of teachers, interpreters, translators, language specialists, and technology developers, development of multilingual content, tools, and resources, building institutional capacity, data collection for informed policy and decision-making, mechanisms for inclusion, participation, and partnerships. This decade of action will enhance global linguistic diversity and directly improve the lives of Indigenous language users, including youth, women, elderly people, and other professionals such as educators who play a key role in the transmission of Indigenous knowledge, identity, culture, and world views. The Global Action Plan for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages establishes direct and indirect linkages with the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN 2030 Agenda and contributes to achieving them by facilitating effective interactions between a wide range of stakeholders. The International Decade aims to achieve 4 main outcomes. 1. Empower Indigenous peoples to learn, teach, and transmit their languages to current and next generations. 2. Establish Indigenous languages as a global priority for social development, peace building, and reconciliation by 2030. 3. See widespread legal recognition of Indigenous languages at the national level. 4. And develop an enabling environment through policymaking and strengthening institutions to provide adequate language services and resources. The International Decade of Indigenous Languages will contribute to building a brighter, sustainable, and multilingual future for Indigenous language users, leaving no one behind, no one outside by 2032.
Hello again. I am back here after such great cultural performance from New Zealand. I'm here to moderate a high-level roundtable on linguistic diversity and multilingualism, how they matter for future generations. And I would like to invite to join me on stage Ms. Nancy Charlotte Porsanger-Anti, Vice Minister of Local Affairs and Regional Development in Norway, Mr. Agasiata Tanuvasa Valelio Peto, Associate Minister of Education, Sports and Culture in Samoa, Ms. Gunda Reiri, Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia, Mr. Fernand de Varenne, UN Special Rapporteur on minority issues. Please take a seat on stage. This roundtable is aimed to allow us to engage in a dialogue and to share good practices from different parts of the world, good practices on how multilingualism and linguistic diversity are being promoted to achieve the global plan of action of the International Decade on Indigenous Languages. Let me first give the floor to Ms. Nancy Charlotte Porsanger-Anti from Norway.
Thank you.
And my question to you, so I will ask each one of you one question. What are the priorities for the Norwegian government when it comes to linguistic diversity and multilingualism, especially in the context of the International Decade?
Thank you very much, Excellencies, honored participants, and Indigenous brothers and sisters. The Norwegian government is committed to preserving and strengthening our indigenous languages. These languages are of course valuable for the users themselves, but also to those who don't speak them. The many indigenous languages in the Arctic carry information about each particular area's history, culture, and nature. The different Inuit and Sami languages can teach us about the past, and they contain valuable information that we need for the future. The issue at stake, preservation, revitalization, and support of indigenous peoples' languages, is therefore pressing. Assimilation policies from various states have inflicted great damage on these languages. Now climate change and the loss of natural environment is threatening indigenous peoples' way of life, and as such, the basis for these languages. The time for action is now. Our goal is to ensure that indigenous peoples' languages are alive and active use on all arenas alongside the majority language. To succeed, we must, as far as possible, make it easy to use these languages, and we must do it as a joint cross-border effort. The need for international collaboration is an inevitable consequence of life in the digital age. When working with the IDIL, we have two priorities. The first I want to mention is language education for children and young people. If we want to preserve and strengthen the indigenous languages, it's crucial that we start early. Our education system must make our children become functional users of our languages. In Norway, we must strengthen the educational system even more, and we need more Sami language teachers. This is a great challenge for us, and we are therefore currently working on a white paper on the recruitment of people with Sami language skills. Our second priority is to work with developing language technology for minority languages and disseminating information about these tools. The Norwegian government is very proud of the language technology centers Divun and Gelatekno, organized under the university in Tromsø in northern Norway. These centers have developed online dictionaries, translators, and other helpful technological language tools, specifically for small languages. They are designed to be used by several different minority languages and can be adapted to the needs of other indigenous people. We hope our language technology can be a part of the solution for saving indigenous languages across the globe.
Thank you very much. I just realized that there is a nice chair there in the middle. It's not just a handcraft. I think it's supposed to be for the moderator. So allow me to go and take my seat. Our second speaker is Mr. Valerio Peto. And my question to you is, what are the plans of your Ministry of Education in Samoa to promote inclusive multilingualism?
Thank you for the questions. Before I give you the answers, I would take this golden opportunity to say talo falava. Greetings and heartfelt good afternoon from the independent state of Samoa. As the head of the Samoan delegation, and offer our sincere gratitude to the UNESCO for inviting Samoa to be part of this very important event, the launch of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. You made sure that no one is left behind and no one is outside. Thank you so much. Now back to the questions. Samoan Language Commissions had developed the National Language Framework in line with the Samoan Language Act 2014, as well as the Samoa Strategic Plan, namely the Pathway for the Development of Samoa 2022-2026. The framework is also aligned with the International Decade of Indigenous Language Global Action Plan. The Education Act 2009, as well, various policies supports and enforces the use of the Samoan language for teaching and learning in school curriculum. Projects such as the MESC Innovative Lifelong Learning Project, called Soifua O'Ina. This program is a MESC initiative under the larger Project Samoa Knowledge Society initiative, implemented in the partnership with UNESCO and funded by the Indian UN Development Partnership Fund. Soifua O'Ina is an innovation hub for training and collaborations that draws and identifies talents, mentor youths, provide accessible learning opportunities to the disabled, and provide pathways and skills required to meet the contemporary and future challenges of Samoa within the globalized economy. Continuous production of Samoan language publications for teaching and learning purposes, as well as the documentations of all history and legends, stories to be used not only in schools, but also by the wider community. Financial support is provided for service providers whose curriculum covers the teaching and learning of sign languages for those with special needs. Other languages curriculum are offered at tertiary levels, example, Chinese and Japanese. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ms. Reiri, who is the Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs in Latvia. My question to you, Madam, Latvia has been actively involved in the organization of the International Decade on Indigenous Languages. Why is this important for Latvia?
Yes, thank you, and good morning to everyone. First, yes, we are proud during this, all the possible events and all the possible initiatives here. And yes, by the way, the term and expression indigenous people actually is seldom used in regard or in the context of the European Union. But Latvia is one of the few countries that has officially recognized the indigenous population, Livonians, and it makes us to stand out. And yes, Latvia, of course, is proud to be home to the indigenous community of Livonians. I must say that the past of the Livonian people and their language is incredible and very impressive. This community has made an impressive journey from the edge of extinction to the creation of Livonian Institute at the University of Latvia, and the way forward, digitalization, teaching language at schools, and also there is an active community of Livonian experts and researchers involved at an international level, including here at the UNESCO. There are four aspects I'd like to shortly emphasize. First of all, the Latvian nation itself is a small nation. Therefore, of course, the Livonian community is even smaller. But in spite of the fact that there's a small number of proficiency speakers of Livonian language, I must say that this community is positively, disproportionately active today, nationally and also internationally. Those four aspects are the first one, the language itself, because in order to be a living language, the language must be spoken and used. And the Livonian language is being studied, standardized in Latvia, and new works of literature, music, and art are constantly being created. As the second really important aspect is the legal aspect. Recently, the Latvian Historical Lands and Law Lands law was adopted in Latvia. Also, the state language is important in this regard. And above all, our constitution recognizes the Livonian community, the Livonian language and culture as a significant part of our nation. Third aspect is the institutional aspect. As I already mentioned, the institute, the Livonian Institute at the University of Latvia has been created that provides research on Livonian language, intangible cultural heritage, but also we could add the UNESCO level here as we speak about the institutional level, because our representative, Latvian Livonian representative, is co-chairing the global task force right now. And the fourth aspect I'd like to emphasize is actually usually referred to as a threat to indigenous languages or small languages. This is a digital aspect, because usually we look at it as a threat that actually has a high potential to exclude small languages from the usage. But I must say that the Latvian example shows that it can also be an opportunity, because there are different digital resources and tools for Livonian language in Latvia. There's digital support for the use of the Livonian, and even a very, very interesting tool by the company IDIL that has been developed to protect small languages digitally. And to end my answer on a very happy note, I can say that the next year, 2023, has been announced as the Livonian Heritage Year in Latvia. I must say that the Latvian nation has always been culturally and linguistically diverse. We really see that this linguistic and cultural diversity is a matter of resilience and sustainability of the society. Therefore, I'm happy to share our experience with you, and we are very happy to hear all other colleagues' statements and experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and very happy to hear this announcement. Next is Monsieur de Varenne. As the UN Special Rapporteur on minority issues, you have carried out a number of missions, prepared several reports on the subject matter. My question to you is about the inclusion of children from diverse social, cultural, and ethical backgrounds in society, especially in educational systems. What can be done to ensure that indigenous children have equal opportunities to succeed and integrate into society?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Gelazir. Bonjour tout le monde. Marhaba, buongiorno, hola, ¿qué tal? And good morning, everyone. Actually, no, good afternoon. One of the first points that I'd like to bring up in response to your question is that we have to understand that when we refer to education in the language of indigenous children, there is a fundamental human right involved. It's not only a promise or a policy that can be withdrawn or based on the generosity, for example, of the non-indigenous majority. You're not treated equally if you're not taught in your own language. And this is a distinction in terms of the connection with human rights that is not always understood. There is a distinction based on language when someone is not taught in their own language, and others are. And if this difference of treatment has significant negative impact on children in education, this could be considered discriminatory in international law if the difference of treatment is unreasonable or unjustified. In other words, and there are UNESCO studies that confirm this, the best educational approach for indigenous and minority languages is education in their own language first. For at least, in fact, and this is UNESCO in Southeast Asia, Bangkok Regional Office, has done studies that clearly show this. If you teach children for at least 8 years in their own language, you get much better literacy and numeracy results. Children stay in school longer, and they actually acquire the skills by which they can become bilingual most effectively. So therefore, if you really want, and if you really believe in equality for all children, equality calls in educations, calls for education in the language of indigenous children, first and foremost, as much as is possible. Pedagogically, it's clear that indigenous students, for example, achieve better, more solid bilingualism also when they start and are mainly educated in their own language. But this raises perhaps a second point that I'd like to bring up. Success, integration, inclusion. Does it really require that students, children be taught mainly or even exclusively in the official non-indigenous language? And I would say absolutely not. And I would bring up this point. Success, in very broad terms, in terms of employment opportunities and contributing much more in economic and social terms, you have to go outside education. Indigenous languages flourish more when they become languages of prestige and power, because we should never forget that language is power. Language is power when it is used outside of the home or school, when it is visible and required in many aspects of society, such as the mass media, such as in public health and public hospitals, such as a requirement in civil service employment for jobs, because it is a language of service for members of the public, and there are opportunities connected to the use of these languages. And this is why there should be plans to go beyond mere symbolism or folklore in the recognition of indigenous languages during this decade, and make indigenous languages real languages of power, prestige, and opportunities. That means during this decade that states should also adopt legislation that gives you language rights, and also implementation mechanisms, ways to ensure that these rights are enforced, so that indigenous language must be used where reasonable and justified in areas such as education, social services, public health, and in areas of traditional economic activities for indigenous people that are important, including economic and other traditional activities. so that they can truly become languages of opportunities and power. And this is perhaps something that needs to be reflected in, and I think included much more visibly in the global plan of action. Do not rely on promises or even policies only without legal backing, because promises, as history shows us, can be easily forgotten or relies on the generosity of the majority. That is not what the global plan of action contains, and certainly not what you should limit yourself to. Ensure that indigenous languages are languages of power, of opportunities, and prestige for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monsieur de Varenne. I must say that initially we planned to have 2 rounds with all speakers, but unfortunately, since we are running late schedule-wise, we have to wrap up the first part of the roundtable at this stage. I would like to thank all panelists for their insights and sharing their practices. And also, I would like to invite now, give the floor to a musical performance. This is a special one because it's a joint venture between Paraguay and UNESCO. We'll have Her Excellency Ms. Nancy Ovelar de Corostiago, the Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of Paraguay to UNESCO, singing and accompanied by the UNESCO choir. Thank you all. Thank you.
Muy buenos días a todos. Agradecemos a la organización por incluir en esta celebración de las lenguas indígenas a la lengua guaraní. Represento hoy a mi país, el Paraguay, y mi traje es un traje típico de inspiración moderna. Voy a cantar con el coro. Agradezco también al coro de la UNESCO que gentilmente se aprendió una música en guaraní que se llama ñemitú, significa la siembra. Es un canto al trabajo del labriego que siembra la tierra y al mismo tiempo es una metáfora de una patria que siembra sueños para poder elevarse. Para todos ustedes, ñemitú, guarania de Carlos Federico Avente con música de José Asunción Flores.
Warahu o mimbillas o pukavu o somboria huapenti. Maumawaru airepu Takuare endure moria hueta Ono hehi upera Topa nyembe ahi jual hutahenyo Topung anyanereta Nyanyembe atupa haja sapukai Vu ape shereta ua
I am back one last time for the second part of the high-level roundtable discussion, still on the same topic of linguistic diversity and multilingualism, why they matter for future generations, and how they can contribute to creating inclusive and peaceful societies. And I would like now to call on the next panelist, Ms. Greti Vargas, State Secretary of Management, Development of Peoples and Nationalities in Ecuador, Mr. Igor Barinov, Head of the Federal Agency for Ethnic Affairs in the Russian Federation, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Salah Al-Washmi, Secretary General of King Salman Global Academy for Arabic Language in Saudi Arabia, and Mr. Lang Fafa Damfa, Executive Director of the African Academy of Languages, ACALAN, African Union. Please take your seat on stage. And I would like to start with Ms. Greti Vargas from Ecuador. As the Secretary responsible for the management and development of peoples and nationalities, could you please tell us briefly about your plans to revitalize and protect indigenous languages in Ecuador?
Napa igunata chaskichini tukuy haylugunata kaybi auguna ñuka kikin llaqta Ecuadorbi uyaugunata bas. Apunchik, yuyaywan kangunata rimangarawni. Con Dios, quiero saludar y agradecer en memoria de mis ancestros al señor subdirector de Comunicación y Cultura, señor Daftin Geliasi, y a cada uno de ustedes, seres humanos presentes en este evento y a nivel del mundo, quienes nos escuchan en diferentes espacios. Soy quichua de la Amazonía ecuatoriana, Greti Vargas, en la actualidad. Por encomienda del presidente de la República, señor Guillermo Lasso, estoy al frente de la Secretaría de Gestión y Desarrollo para Pueblos, Nacionalidades, Afroecuatorianos y Montubios. Somos pueblos que desde hace 530 años sobrevivimos a una desdicha histórica, mas sin embargo nuestro idioma, que es la lengua, nuestro saber nunca ha muerto, nunca murió y nunca va a morir. ¿Por qué? Porque somos un pueblo con un idioma, con una lengua que nunca se va a extinguir. Porque un pueblo con su propio idioma cultiva conocimiento de la vida para existir. Por eso conservamos nuestra cultura milenaria en todo el mundo. Apuesto a que a través de la educación de calidad nos va a permitir fortalecer nuestro idioma para volver a ser como pueblos sin perder nuestra historia. Esa es mi convicción. Y a través de la educación e investigación se permite fortalecer a los seres humanos para fortalecer el conocimiento de los pueblos originarios. Con una tecnología adecuada, realizando textos, diccionarios en cada una de las lenguas, teniendo también espacios de radios para la alfabetización de cada una de las lenguas, también se apuesta para el fortalecimiento de las lenguas. Formar a cada uno de los profesores lingüistas de las naciones originarias para elaborar diferentes textos con conocimientos, reitero, en las lenguas originarias, con pedagogías e instrumentos que enriquezcan el conocimiento desde cada una de las lenguas de los pueblos y nacionalidades originarios. Los idiomas de los pueblos únicamente se puede revitalizar desde la educación, sea desde nuestras casas o los mismos centros educativos. Finalmente, felicito a la UNESCO por colaborar en este decenio para las lenguas, pensando en que estamos en cada uno de los rincones de nuestro mundo, sabiendo que para Dios todos somos seres humanos. Debo mencionar también que una lengua no se va a perder vista que no lo apostamos a quienes no lo saben, no lo quieran practicar. Una lengua se puede perder para quienes, sabiéndola, no queremos practicarle. Yupaychani, Pagrachu, Yuminzasme, Maqueta. Y muchas gracias, señoras y señores.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vargas. Let me now turn to Mr. Barinov. Could you please tell us about the priorities of the Russian Federation to preserve linguistic diversity and promote multilingualism within the context of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages?
Спасибо, господин Джеласи. Добрый день, дорогие коллеги, друзья. Для Российской Федерации, как одной из самых многонациональных и многоязычных стран мира, сохранение и развитие языков народов – это долгосрочный и абсолютный приоритет государственной политики, закрепленной Конституцией. Хотел бы напомнить, что именно Россия по итогам проведения в 2019 году Международного года языков коренных народов выступила одним из инициаторов проведения Международного десятилетия, и мы воодушевлены тем, что наша инициатива получила мощнейшую поддержку и продолжение. В полной мере разделяем важнейшие положения глобального плана действий о том, что проведение десятилетия является делом каждого. Мы намерены объединить усилия всех заинтересованных сторон, чтобы задействовать ресурсы государственных структур. Эту позицию отражает принятый правительством национальный план мероприятий по проведению десятилетия. Так, в его реализации задействовано объединение коренных и малочисленных народов, 9 федеральных министерств и ведомств, 16 ведущих учреждений науки, образования, культуры, такие как Российская академия наук, Российская академия образования, средства массовой информации. Российский комитет программы ЮНЕСКО «Информация для всех». Около четверти всех мероприятий плана реализуются при поддержке органов исполнительной власти субъектов. Подчеркну, что правительством совместно с объединениями коренных народов инициировано масштабное движение в поддержку десятилетия по всей стране. Я могу ответственно сказать, что к настоящему времени во всех регионах страны идет большая работа. Безусловно, приоритеты Российской Федерации в сохранении многоязычия в рамках десятилетия определяются спецификой языковой ситуации в стране, при этом они соотносятся с тематическими направлениями десятилетия. Так, ключевыми областями для Российской Федерации являются образование, цифровизация и культура. Важнейшей задачей является ликвидация цифрового неравенства для народов, проживающих в отдаленных территориях и ведущих полукочевой и кочевой образ жизни. Хотя актуальным для ряда народов остается обеспечение доступности языков, имеются и очень серьезные достижения. Сегодня в России в системе общего образования используются 74 языка. На 50 языках ведется теле- и радиовещание, издается 380 наименований газет на 53 языках, 130 наименований журналов на 31 языке, более 1000 наименований книг на более чем 70 языках. Думаю, что эти факты позволяют международным экспертам делать вывод о том, что в России большой опыт по поддержке языков коренных народов. В силу фундаментальной ценности и практической значимости научных исследований языков народов России мы готовы аккумулировать все силы нашего научного сообщества. И известно, что одно из ведущих направлений гуманитарных исследований в России связано как раз с языкознанием. Именно поэтому уже в этом году мы провели международную конференцию, посвященную открытию десятилетия в России. В Москву приехали исследователи высокого уровня из более чем 40 стран мира. В эти дни мы представляем здесь в ЮНЕСКО главный итог работы конференции – Московскую декларацию о сохранении языков. Конференция разработала 18 конкретных рекомендаций, адресованных ЮНЕСКО, другим международным организациям, правительствам, учреждениям науки, культуры, образования, коммуникаций и информации. Каждая из этих рекомендаций очень важна, но естественно, что я не могу их все сейчас перечислять, я остановился бы только на 3. Первое. Необходимо выработать рекомендательные рамки формирования и реализации национальной политики в сфере поддержки языков коренных народов. Для того, чтобы можно было улучшать свою политику, надо проводить сравнительно сопоставительные исследования своей политики с политикой других стран. А для этого необходимо разрабатывать инструменты анализа языковой политики, определять ее основные параметры и критерии оценки на каждом направлении, учитывая статус, уязвимость и потребности конкретного языка. Вторая. Необходимо выводить на качественно новый уровень информированности специалистов о состоянии и проблемах в передовом опыте поддержания и сохранения миноритарных языков в разных странах мира, прежде всего многоязычных, а также об инновационных мерах, уже предпринимаемых в этих и других странах на различных уровнях – политическом, организационном, научном, образовательном и технологическом, в том числе с использованием языковых технологий, включая технологии искусственного интеллекта. И третье – это необходимо инициировать разработку универсальной типовой модели академического курса и учебных программ по сохранению языков, культур, истории и наследия коренных народов, находящихся под угрозой исчезновения, в том числе путем оцифровки и документирования, а также подготовку нового поколения ученых в этой области. Мы приняли решение, что будем проводить эту конференцию каждые 2 года в период десятилетия. И я думаю, что это может стать очень профессиональной и важной площадкой по обмену опытом в сохранении многоязычия во всем мире. Я, как председатель Национального комитета десятилетия, сделаю все для того, чтобы это так и было. Спасибо большое за внимание.
Thank you, Mr. Barinov. Next, I would like to turn to Mr. Al-Washmi with the following question. How do you see the importance of indigenous languages for the Arab region?
مساء الخير. أهلا وسهلا ومرحبا بكم. أشيد في البداية بهذا الجهد المميز من منظمة اليونسكو. عندما نتحدث عن اللغات فكأننا أمام طبيب الأعين عندما يحاول أن يكشف على عينيه. الموضوع له قدر كبير جدا من الدقة والارتباط الوثيق بالثقافة بجميع مستوياتها.
Excuse me, it seems that we do not have translation from Arabic to other languages. المعذرة ما فيه ترجمة فورية من اللغة العربية إلى لغات أخرى. This is what the interpreter told me. Can I look at the organizers? I think we do not. We have only English, French, and Russian languages, Spanish as well, of course. Unfortunately, we do not have translation into the other 2 languages of the UN, Arabic and Chinese. Is this the case? I'm looking at the organizers at the back of the room. I'm a bit at a loss here. I'm sorry if you are informed that there is Arabic translation, but the interpreters are telling me they cannot translate from Arabic. They can only translate in those 4 languages I mentioned, but not the other 2 remaining languages of the UN. I can translate for you. I can improvise as an interpreter. But I should warn the audience, don't expect professional level of service. I just thought this is maybe a way forward, right? So تفضل المداخلة باللغة العربية وحاول الترجمة الفورية. So I'll try to translate only in one of the other 4 languages, right? So maybe into English. Maybe this is more spoken by the people in the room.
جيد.
Okay. Thank you.
قبل قرابة 1500 سنة كان يوجد في المدينة التي أنتمي إليها وهي الرياض عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية شاعر عربي اسمه الأعشى.
دقيقة واحدة. Let me translate, please. In my home city, which is Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, more than 1,500 years, there was a famous poet, Al-Shari. Al-Ashar, sorry. His name is Al-Ashar.
ما الذي ستخسره الثقافة العربية لو أن تراث هذا الشاعر لم يحفظ ولم تستمر هذه اللغة؟ يقال عن الأعشى ما يقال عن غيره من الشعراء في العالم.
So the point here, allow me, it's not word by word, right? I try to convey the message. The message here is let's think of the loss that will happen if we cannot preserve, share, maybe translate the wealth of knowledge of this poet.
يبدو أننا نستطيع أن نتخيل أن المعنى هو غرفة ضخمة واللغات نوافذ تطل على هذه الغرفة.
We can think of content as a very large room, and the windows in this large room are the languages that allow us to know from the inside the content being produced.
ولذلك هذا المشروع في اليونسكو يكتسب أهميته من أننا نريد أن نحتفظ بجميع المعنى للأجيال القادمة.
So this project of the International Decade is meant to really preserve this content that he referred to, the content in this large bedroom. I'm looking at our ambassador and permanent delegate of Saudi Arabia, Al-Amira Haifa. Maybe she's more able to translate than me. Princess, do you want to take my seat? I'm okay. You are saying I'm doing okay. Thank you very much. So we'll resume. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. So far, maybe. Please.
لا نريد في هذا العالم الضخم والمميز أن نخسر أي مستوى من مستويات الثقافة الذي تحفظه لنا اللغات.
In this world, we don't want to lose out any content which is transmitted to us through languages.
كل لغة مهما كان عدد المتحدثين بها تمتلك طاقة ثقافية ضخمة نريد أن نستفيد منها جميعاً.
Every language, in spite of the number of speakers of that language, carries a cultural heritage and a lot of meaning.
لدي بصفتي من العرب ثقة كبيرة بلغتي، ولكن لدي ثقة مماثلة بوجود ثقافة كبيرة في جميع اللغات.
As an Arab citizen, I am confident that Arabic language carries a lot of meaning and content, but I am also confident that other languages equally carry a lot of content and meaning.
نحتاج إلى الوعي بقيمة هذا الموضوع أولاً.
We need to take stock of the key importance of this content.
وضع السياسات والأنظمة التي توضح الإطار الذي نعمل عليه.
Put in place the public policies which allow us to have the working means.
آخر النقاط الحاجة الكبيرة إلى استثمار التقنية في تعزيز هذه اللغات والمحافظة عليها.
We need to use technology as a lever to safeguard these languages and this cultural heritage and to share it with others as well.
فيما يخص مجمع الملك سلمان العالمي للغة العربية فنحن نعمل على بعض البرامج المتصلة في هذا الموضوع.
This is our mission at the King Salman Global Academy for Arabic Languages. This is what we have been working towards achieving.
ومنها مؤشر اللغة العربية، مؤشر اللغة العربية لقياس حالة اللغة العربية.
Including indicators that allow us to measure, to assess the state of the Arabic language.
قواعد بيانات اللغة العربية.
Including also databases for the Arabic language.
نعم. ثالثاً نحاول أن ندرس الحالة الصحية للغة.
We also try to assess the health state or situation of languages.
ونعتقد أن هذه النماذج الثلاثة قابلة للاستنساخ في لغات أخرى.
Our work could also, we believe, be applied to other languages.
شكراً جزيلاً.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm a bit relieved now. Interpreters, back to you now.
So our next and final speaker is Mr. Lang Fada Damfa from Akalan, the African Union. My question to you is, what motivates you as the executive director of Akalan to promote multilingualism and linguistic diversity?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, I wanted to convey the warm greetings very warm greetings from Her Excellency Ambassador Minata Samati Sisuma, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development of the African Union Commission, who asked me to come and represent the African Union to this very important meeting, this round table part 2. Now, the African Academy of Languages is a specialized institution of the African Union. I have not seen any institution like Akalan in any part of the world, a continental institution belonging to an intergovernmental organization like the African Union. Our mandate is to develop and promote African languages, to render technical support to member states of the African Union, to primarily develop language policies, which are the basis of our language development program. And I assume that language policy is the basis of most language development programs. Now, Akalan is the natural partner of UNESCO in Africa, because our primary mandate is to empower African languages. And therefore, we have started to collaborate with UNESCO right from scratch in our language development activities. When 2019 was declared as the International Year of Indigenous Languages, the African Academy of Languages collaborated with UNESCO to administer the African chapter. We developed the Addis Ababa Declaration, which identified or stated that all African languages are indigenous to the African continent. Therefore, our activity, our programs, in terms of the indigenous language program, from the International Year to now the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, we are developing and promoting all African languages as a factor of African integration and development. And now we are working with member states, and I want to outline the government of South Africa. The government of South Africa, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, that has taken the lead in Africa in November to launch the roadmap for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. And just 1 month after, the PANSALP, which is the Pan-South African Language Board, also an institution created by Parliament to develop and promote the 11 official languages of South Africa, including sign language, also launched a conference to promote multilingualism. Multilingualism is part and parcel of Akalan's work because it is an aspect of Africa's identity, Africa's language development program, because it said that all African languages are indigenous to the African continent. Therefore, the African Academy of Languages, as the African Union's specialized language agency, we are developing all African languages. And the proclamation of the International Year and subsequently the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, it's supporting Akalan's work that we have already started to do. Now, what we are doing to promote multilingualism as a factor of African integration, African development, peace and solidarity, cooperation and the promotion of trade and all those things, positive things, is that we establish language commissions for the various languages that we have in Africa. And the role of these language commissions are basically, to develop and promote African languages, to develop terminology, to do lexicography, to do teacher training in African languages, because we don't want to use African languages in the education system as subjects. We want to teach economics and physics and chemistry in African languages. Therefore, we have to have the terms necessary. What is radioactivity in African languages, for example? So Akalan is doing that, and we are collaborating with UNESCO. You know, just recently, from 6th to 8th December, we organized the regional office, the UNESCO regional office in Senegal, Dakar, collaborated with Akalan to organize a regional meeting on the International Decade of Indigenous Languages for West Africa. And we're trying to replicate that in the regional economic communities in Africa to try to bring people together, to the actors, members of Akalan and the civil society, etc., to try to see how best we can go on to try to implement this program for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. And I wanted to encourage member states of the African Union to emulate the government of South Africa, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, that has taken the lead on the African continent to launch, as I said it, to launch a roadmap, a national roadmap for the implementation of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Akalan is working on the Linguistic Atlas of Africa, which tries to determine precisely the number of African languages, their interrelations, and their dialectical variations to promote multilingualism. We are doing terminology development, lexicography, to have terms in African languages. We are training young Africans to become specialists in translation and interpretation amongst African languages, not English, French, Portuguese, and Spanish, but from Kiswahili to Lingala to Wolof to Setswana, etc. Because most of the training schools, training centers are centering on translation between English and French and Portuguese. So we want to empower African languages in terms of translation and interpretation. We are promoting African languages in the cyberspace, keyboards in African languages, websites in African languages, and we are developing what we call a comprehensive and interactive platform for African languages, where all aspects of African language development will be in that comprehensive and interactive platform. We have a radio, online, we have a TV, etc. So we are doing that. We are doing what we call little stories for little hands. We make stories in African languages for African children to instill the culture of reading in them, etc. And then we have what we call PAN-MAPAL, that is the Pan-African Masters and PhD in African Languages and Applied Linguistics, so that young Africans can take the relay to continue working on African languages, their empowerment in a multilingual atmosphere perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damfa. Our last but certainly not least speaker, Ms. Adriana Molano, Vice Minister of Regional Development and Heritage at the Ministry of Culture of Colombia, and I apologize for not having called on you at the start of this panel. Let me ask you, please, the following question. Why is it important for you to develop language protection policies in Colombia?
Muy buenos días a todos y todas. Muchas gracias a la UNESCO por la invitación y un saludo a los gobiernos y líderes de pueblos indígenas presentes. La lengua es una larga serpiente invisible que se estira y se encoge y transmite los sonidos de nuestro diálogo con el universo que nos rodea. Si perdemos nuestra lengua, perdemos la conexión con nuestra madre tierra. Así se expresan los mayores del pueblo indígena Eperara Siapadaradú de Colombia, para explicar la enorme importancia que tiene la preservación y la proyección de su lengua nativa entre ellos. Lo es todo. El conocimiento orgánico espiritual de los pueblos indígenas en el entorno de su origen es un factor determinante para la conservación de los biomas y de los ecosistemas, por donde aún respira el planeta Tierra para preservar el equilibrio natural que nos garantiza. Los saberes y el comportamiento integral en su hábitat sostienen la estructura del equilibrio en el eje natura-cultura, y es justamente en las lenguas nativas donde reposa la sustancia o la dinámica del equilibrio de dicho eje. Proteger y salvaguardar las lenguas nativas es preservar la relación orgánica, espiritual de lo humano con la naturaleza. En Colombia actualmente tenemos la Ley de Lenguas Nativas del 2010, que crea un Consejo Nacional Asesor de Lenguas Nativas, y hemos promulgado el Plan Decenal de Lenguas Nativas 2022-2023, que salvaguarda 65 lenguas indígenas, 2 lenguas afrocriollas y la lengua romaní. El plan decenal ha generado una metodología participativa, el Círculo de la Palabra, que es el espacio circular de escucha activa y de convergencia respetuosa entre las comunidades y la institución, en donde la palabra actúa desde la metáfora del tejido, que reactiva las ideas como hilos conductores en una espiral de diálogos, y donde el hablante tiene el eje central, desde su autonomía y desde su sistema de educación propio. Esta visión holística del gobierno actual, del gobierno del cambio, está en el compromiso de ampliar y profundizar la democracia desde la naturaleza como sujeto de derecho en el propósito de fortalecimiento de las lenguas. Pero también es la manera de interpretar los diversos conceptos de vida, naturaleza y paz, con la diversidad lingüística que nos ayude a entender en la cotidianidad los distintos conceptos de naturaleza y de paz de los pueblos indígenas. Tap Guarami Guayamé, de la etnia Misak, que quiere decir vivir sin guerra para poder vivir. Es su concepto de paz. Kubu Egu, de los indígenas del Paupés, chamanes jaguares del Yurupari, patrimonio de la humanidad, que quiere decir curador del mundo, aquel que cura con la lengua, con el diálogo con las plantas y con ellas hacen gobierno circular para curar. Jamaya Pulapuin es la manera como los guayú de Colombia y Venezuela saludan. ¿Cómo estuvieron tus sueños? En este proceso de alcanzar la paz en nuestro país, el gobierno ha iniciado un programa desde el interior de la ciudadanía que es reactivar una cultura de paz, en la cual la riqueza lingüística de Colombia se ve reflejada en el Plan Decenal de Lenguas. La esperanza no solo de la conservación y el fortalecimiento de las 65 lenguas indígenas, sino su interacción en los distintos escenarios de la realidad nacional, desde sus características lingüísticas y a partir de la transmisión de saberes, tanto para ellos mismos como colombianos y colombianas. Este plan decenal es una conquista social de derechos de enorme magnitud para el buen vivir entre todos, nutriendo el concepto de paz total de nuestro presidente Gustavo Petro, con sus nociones de paz como cualidad de articulación de los órganos vivos que conforman una sociedad, de su respectivo espacio hábitat que le permita desarrollar vida compensada, como lo expresa el término awalaja de la lengua wayú, que alude al Estado, al modo de estar pagos, de haber dado los tributos y las ofrendas a la vida desde el conjunto de principios y valores. Nuestro Ministerio de Culturas, Artes y Saberes reinterpreta esta noción de paz del Aguajala como dar ofrendas hacia la unidad de América Latina, de ir hacia los pactos por la vida, promoviendo la cooperación sur-sur con el IDIALI, justo en estos momentos en donde se reafirma que la sociedad latinoamericana, nuestro mayor conocimiento y conciencia sobre la situación de vulnerabilidad y los riesgos que amenazan a las lenguas indígenas y poder trabajar en mancomunidad de todos los pueblos indígenas del continente del jaguar y del colibrí. En el fortalecimiento de nuestras lenguas indígenas palpita el corazón diverso de la nación agradecida y generosa que ampliará el camino de una paz completa, una paz entera, una paz total.
Thank you very much, Ms. Molano, and I would like to thank all the panelists of part 1 and part 2 of this roundtable discussion. I think we had a very rich set of insights, good practices, plans for actions which make sense in the broader context of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. At this stage, I would like to give the floor back to Ms. Orini, our Master of Ceremony, and I would like to thank again all the panelists. Thank you all. And thank you to you as well for staying after the scheduled ending of this session.
That's right. Thank you very much, Mr. Gelasi. We've now arrived to the first break of the day. It's lunchtime, everyone. We will return to this room at 2:30 sharp for the next set of meetings or talks that we're going to have after 2:30. So please be back on time and ready to go. There is a cafeteria. Unfortunately, there are no tables set out with food, but we do encourage you, if you want to stay close by, there are a range of restaurants just to this side of the building, of the UNESCO premises. Otherwise, there is an internal cafeteria area where you can purchase some Kai food. All right? Thank you. Take care out there. It is cold.
And I'm going to be your moderator for this session. As you can see, there are not too many people in the room at the moment, so we are going to start the session with some video messages, and then we'll move to the live presentations. Just let me give you a little bit of background. I am the chair of UNESCO's Information for All program, but I'll tell you more about that in a few minutes. May I now ask the technical team to start with the video which will tell us a little bit about the Maori language movement. Please go ahead.
We use it as a political pressure to make people think about it, whether we ought to have Maori language in schools or not.
What we want to establish is the right of people to use their language.
Me whakapono te ao Māori, o tēnei reo me te puri me kōrero.
Te kohanga reo is seen as having the potential to save the Maori language.
The Maori has slipped along the last 50 years. We've been trying to say, look, use the culture as the catalyst.
Kaupapa of the whole school is Maori. It's a wairua Maori. The spirituality of the place is Maori, and that must come first.
Tangi atu tēnei ki a koutou e matatau ana ki te kōrero I tō tātou reo. Ki ale mai I te auina I tēnei kaupapa reo irirani.
The future for Te Reo Māori are young people, and those are our children. They are the ones that still have time to learn.
That was so exciting. Perfect for launching this session, which is sharing our stories. I'll now like to invite you, Rawinya Higgins, to give us a little bit of insight into what we just watched.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Greetings to you all. It's a real honour to be able to share some of our and capture some of our moments of the last 50 years of our language revitalisation journey. In 4 minutes, it's really hard to describe 50 years of effort. But we decided to show a video that took us back to 1972 because that catalysed a whole lot of the movements that you kind of got a glimpse at. And so rather than
walk, the famous walk.
The famous petition, absolutely. And so rather than focusing on the colonisation part of our devastation, we wanted to talk about the revitalisation part. And so for us, these were just some moments in time that have led to where we are today, where back in 1972, when that petition was laid down, only 5% of our children had some language. But today, 25% of our children do. And so we can see that although this is a long process, takes 1 generation to lose and 3 generations to restore, we are starting to build up our first native language speakers again. And so Māori language revitalisation for us is about the movements of our people. And now they've become institutions of our society. And languages tell the story of humanity. That's what makes us human. They're an anchor to our past. The language is an anchor to our past and a compass to our future. And so we're really pleased to be able to share with you some of the navigators of our language journey this afternoon.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say that her title is Maori Language Commissioner. And I have to ask the room, how many of us have language commissioners for our indigenous languages in our countries? Something for us to think about as we look at best practice. I'd now like to invite Tanya Senk, who is the Indigenous Advisory Committee and member of the UNESCO Associated Schools Network. And if you like, you can use the podium.
Miigwech. So I know that we don't have a lot of time, and so I'm going to try and make this as brief as possible within the time frame that we have. So I want to say Ani, Tanse, Tanshe, Kendasu and Kwe, and Dishnakaz. I have been told by the elders that when we speak our indigenous languages, we acknowledge and call our ancestors in. I am Red River Métis, Cree with Saulteaux ancestry, known as the Three Sister Nations, people of the buffalo, as was taught to me by Elder Maria Campbell. I have roots in Kawasis First Nation, in Saskatchewan in the Qu'Appelle Valley, and the matrilineal line of the Bellemeur, Pelletier, Desjardins, Delorme family lines. I live, work, and play in Toronto in what we know today as Canada, also known as Tukaronto, which is a Mohawk word, Haudenosaunee, which means where the trees stand out of the water or where the weirs stand out of the water, on the shores of the freshwater lake, Lake Ontario. We also honor and recognize there our relationship with treaty with the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and the ancestral lands of the Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat. It is also the land of the dish with one spoon, wampum agreement, which is a wampum agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe that they will share the land and the resources so that the dish is never ever sullied or contaminated, that it is always full, and that you come to the dish with one spoon, not a fork or a knife with aggression. So it is a reminder to keep in front of the way that we are in the world, our commitment to Mother Earth and sustainability on Turtle Island. Toronto is very unique. It's a large city. It has the largest population of Indigenous peoples in all of Ontario combined. So currently, I am the System Superintendent of Indigenous Education through the Urban Indigenous Education Centre of the Toronto District School Board. I am the former principal of Kapapamachwe and currently the superintendent of Kapapamachwe Wandering Spirit School, which is a school that serves students from kindergarten through to grade 12 with many partnerships. I am honored to be invited here to Paris for the launch of the UNESCO International Decade of Indigenous Languages as a member of the ASP.NET Indigenous Advisory Committee. The Canadian Commission of UNESCO welcomed Kapapamachwe Wandering Spirit School into this partnership in the spring of 2022 as a full member of the UNESCO Schools Network. The UNESCO Schools Network is an international network that links together students and teachers and educational institutions across the world in a common goal to support the building of peaceful and sustainable societies in the minds of children and young people. Young people are our greatest resource, as is our elders, and we learn a tremendous deal from the elders and from young people. At Kapapamachwe Wandering Spirit School, we center Indigenous ways of knowing and being, and they are central and interwoven into the fabric of all that we do across the curriculum. The school was founded in 1977 by Elder Pauline Shirt, who was still the principal elder of the school, and the late Elder Vern Harper. The motto for the school is self-determination through Native education, through Indigenous education. For the children, the core of what the vision is for Elder Pauline is that it is grounded in Indigenous knowledges. It is grounded in the 13 moons and the 4 seasons curriculum, which is our way of life, and the 7 sacred ancestral teachings of love, respect, honesty, humility, courage, truth, and wisdom.
Thank you, Tanya. Can I ask you a question as you come back to your seat? How are you integrating digital into all of this? Are you using language technology to help teach your language?
So at the school, Anishinaabe Mawin is offered K-12, as I said. And during the height of COVID, we're still not out of that, is we had to pivot quite a bit from virtual to face-to-face. And so we found that when we were doing this a lot, the teachers became very adept, as did the students, with being able to adapt to a virtual context or a face-to-face and creating a hybrid construct. So through that, we do use the digital. We connect with elders and language speakers from other parts of Ontario, and we are also able to partner with other school boards. The Anishinaabe Mawin language, or Indigenous languages, are in crisis, and that's one way that we can bring more students together to work along with the Anishinaabe Mawin speakers so that they are also learning at the same time that they are also teaching, so that it's embedded throughout the curriculum.
Thank you so much for those insights. As I said at the beginning, my name is Dorothy Gordon. I'm the chair of UNESCO's Information for All program, which is an intergovernmental council that promotes knowledge societies grounded firmly in equity and inclusion. And that means that we need to shape our digital transformation in such a way that it enhances our collective well-being and humanity. And whether or not your populations are not yet online, whether they are at the level of the 4th industrial revolution, and some of them at the 5th, we have to recognize that governments have a key role in getting policy right. And for IFAP, multilingualism has been at the core of our mandate for over 2 decades. It's the natural human state, and the opportunity to use one's language on the internet determines the extent to which one can participate in this era of digital transformation. I just want to pick up on a couple of points the two of you have made so far, and just remind us that we have the research that shows us that the transgenerational capacity to speak, read, and write in one's own language is transformative to health, to well-being, education, and the future of all people, including indigenous peoples. And because there are these strong correlations between local language use and positive educational, employment, health, and well-being outcomes, we have to recognize the power of language and the fact that language is power, and that means that all our languages have to get online, but controlled by those who are the keepers of those languages. And so it's my pleasure now to introduce Ms. Chido Fungai Ginotiwe. I think I almost got it. From South Africa and the Vambo Academy, and I'm sure you're going to be telling us more about this because you are the generation that was born digital. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. My name is Chido Fungai Zinuchkiwe, and I'd like to all greet you in my mother tongue, Chishona. Moroe Makadiyenyu. I'm here with my co-founder, Dorcas Koramba. We come from a company called Vambo Academy, which is our startup. Vambo means an origin or root in our mother tongue, Chishona. Again, I'll keep saying Chishona and you'll figure out why sooner or later. Before I continue telling you about our company, I'd like to tell you a bit about my story. I was born in Zimbabwe, and at the age of 7, when my parents were looking for economic opportunities, they moved us to South Africa. I then grew up in South Africa, and I started learning the local languages and became fluent in isiZulu. But now I couldn't speak Chishona, which is my mother tongue. About a decade later, I started realizing that I was losing touch with my community, my family, because I couldn't speak the same language as them. So I took my old Chishona books from grade 1 to try reteach myself the language, and I managed to succeed, and I taught myself Chishona. But then now, when I was looking around at the children in my community, I noticed that they had similar issues. They too had been moved from their country of origin to other countries, and they were struggling to then get back to learning their language, even understanding what their names mean, because their names were in the indigenous languages. So we decided to start Vambo Academy. And at first what we did is that we'd print out flashcards and go to people's houses and teach their children the language. But then once COVID started, we couldn't go to people's houses anymore and teach them in that way. So we decided to adopt technology, something we weren't so savvy in, but we managed to learn, and now we offer languages. We offer 12 African languages. We offer Afrikaans, Northern IsiNdebele, Southern IsiNdebele, Chishona, isiZulu, isiXhosa, Siswati, Sipedi, Setswana, Sesotho, Chivenda, and Xitsonga. And we're adding Kiswahili in the new year, which is quite exciting. So we teach languages in 2 ways. The first way is through technology. We have a self-paced learning tool where someone can come and decide to go through the curriculum and learn a language on their own. But we also realize that people still like learning the traditional way with a tutor and a native speaker who can help them with pronunciation. So someone can actually book a session with a native speaker and learn how to pronounce words, as well as other cultural and heritage-related aspects of the language. For example, the greetings I gave you, Moroe Makadiyenyu, in my language, when you say those greetings, you have to do a hand gesture, which looks like this. So those are the things that we also teach all our students. It's been an amazing journey using technology to promote and preserve African indigenous languages. We've had students from all over the world, more students from outside of Africa than inside of Africa. And this again because the African diaspora has been growing and interest in the African continent has been growing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let me just say that all of the panelists are invited to our regular IFAP meetings on multilingualism online. I hope we'll be seeing you there. We just had a very exciting one earlier this year that came out with the Moscow Declaration. And I invite all of you to please look at the IFAP website. There are a lot of very valuable documents with best practice from around the world that are there and that we can tap into. Let us now move to the next video, which is coming from Barsha Lekhni, a former member of an indigenous youth project in Nepal. So could we have that video, please?
My name is Barsha Lekhni from Nepal. It was back in 2020 when I first worked with UNESCO in a COVID-19 related project. I, along with other members, we worked in a project entitled Empowering Indigenous Communities of Nepal with COVID-19 Preparedness in their native languages. So in this project, our team generated awareness-raising audios, basically radio jingles, in 3 different indigenous languages, as well as we developed podcast series which were broadcasted in social media platforms. So this was the time when I realized the importance of indigenous languages when it comes to information sharing and dissemination. So this project was successful not in terms of project implementation and execution, but also in a way that made us youth realize the importance of revitalizing and promoting indigenous languages. So 2 years later, now I am currently working as Indigenous Engagement Specialist in UNESCO office in Kathmandu, Nepal, where I support the Nepali government to develop a national action plan for International Decade of Indigenous Languages. I sincerely believe that it is very vital to engage indigenous youth when it comes to promotion of indigenous languages, because languages have direct linkages to the knowledge that indigenous peoples have. So to channelize those knowledge for sustainable future, it is important to preserve, revitalize, and promote the indigenous languages of the world.
Thank you. Could we now have the next video from Emanuela Shinta, another young indigenous advocate from Indonesia?
Adil Katalino Bajuramin Kasaruga Basengat Kajubata Arus Arus Arus. Greetings from Kalimantan. My name is Emanuela Shinta. I'm the director of Pranawelong Foundations and I'm an indigenous Dayak from Kalimantan Island. Along with other indigenous organizations from Malaysia, Bangladesh, and India, we have worked with UNESCO in conducting indigenous digital storytelling training and also giving seed funding to the filmmakers from those 4 respective countries. And this project is one of our collective effort to preserve the indigenous language, to promote the indigenous cultures by utilizing the modern technology. And through that collaboration, we have successfully trained 191 indigenous filmmakers, produced 4 films and short videos, and also published 1 set of indigenous digital storytelling kit for trainers. As we know, nowadays, Internet and media plays very important role in shaping the narrative and to influence the society. And this is what I believe. The skills in media, in video making, filmmaking, the utilizations of social media, and even digital storytelling can be very powerful tools when it's given to the hands of the communities. Not only to preserve our language and culture, but to share the stories that matter, the stories from the ground up that you never heard to the global audience. And this is what I want you to hear right now. There is still a lot of stories that need to be told. And I believe by working together, we can bring these stories to more people and raise more awareness about the importance of indigenous language. Happy International Decade of Indigenous Language. Tabe.
Thanks. And moving on, let me ask for the video message from Ms. Laura Ita Andehui Ruiz Mondragon, who is a member of the Secretariat of Original Towns and Neighborhoods and resident indigenous communities of Mexico, Mexico City, and member of UNESCO's International Coalition of Inclusive and Sustainable Cities Network. Can we have the video, please?
Bignasi Yona Inenaya Kutauna. Con gran esperanza nos unimos desde la Ciudad de México a este llamado al Decenio Internacional de las Lenguas Indígenas 2022-2032 y construir un cambio radical en la situación lingüística que hoy aqueja a la humanidad. En esta ciudad, como en muchas otras del mundo, los desafíos se multiplican ante la magnitud de la diversidad lingüística y cultural que nos caracteriza. Aquí, en el estado más pequeño, donde ocupamos apenas el 0.1% de la superficie del país, tenemos la presencia del 80% de las lenguas indígenas nacionales. En las ciudades, la discriminación y el racismo que lamentablemente pervive conduce a silenciar las lenguas maternas, con la idea de evitar que los hijos y nietos sufran el dolor que causa ser señalado por hablar una lengua indígena. Por eso, uno de los principales retos que afrontamos es reconocer y hablar sobre la discriminación lingüística, para erradicarla, sanar y construir una sociedad distinta e igualitaria. Además, en esta ciudad nace y crece un activismo lingüístico encabezado por jóvenes indígenas, conscientes y promotores de su identidad y derechos. Ellos son clave para la continuidad y transmisión de los conocimientos, cultura y lenguas originarias. El desastre a la ecología lingüística que enfrentamos es de grandes dimensiones. Detener esta amenaza y cambiar el futuro de las lenguas de los pueblos indígenas del mundo es una obligación ética y de justicia social. El gobierno de la Ciudad de México se suma a este andar juntos, al reconocer en su constitución política los derechos lingüísticos de los pueblos indígenas. Enhorabuena a todas las entidades participantes. Gracias a la UNESCO por unir estos esfuerzos que sin duda alguna nos llevarán al reconocimiento pleno de las sociedades plurilingües. Tlazocamati.
Thanks, and let's move to the next video very quickly, which is from UNESCO.
Moves us, brings people together and contributes billions to the global economy every year. But concerts, films and other contemporary expressions don't just happen. Behind the scenes, it's strong laws, policies and plans that keep the show going. As this sector rapidly changes, since 2019, UNESCO and the European Union have backed 12 countries and their goals for improving the governance of their cultural and creative industries. In Mexico, for example, the project brought together more than 100 leaders and practitioners working in media and radio. This sparked a critical conversation about giving Indigenous producers and journalists more prominence. As one result of this, Indigenous producers are now developing a steady stream of content, and this is being aired across the country's public radio.
Las radios comunitarias indígenas para las propias comunidades indígenas de México y del mundo representan espacios muy importantes de tejer la vida comunitaria. Permiten que todo lo que son sus saberes, su cultura, su música, su lengua, en estos espacios se esté dinamizando, se esté reviviendo una y otra vez.
Great, and now we're moving to our final video message from Ms. Daira Hori Figueiro Sampaio from the Urban Art Museum of Sao Paulo in Brazil. Can we have that video?
A Década Internacional das Línguas Indígenas é uma reclamação, um pedido, uma luta dos povos indígenas ao redor do mundo. Somos mais de 5.000 povos em todos os continentes, de culturas originárias, civilizações ancestrais que ainda guardam sua memória, sua ciência, sua história e suas línguas. Então, falar da importância da defesa, da continuidade das línguas indígenas, também é falar de pensamento, de conhecimento, de sabedoria, de cultura, ciência e muitas outras tecnologias para viver nesse mundo, né? São filosofias, são cosmovisões para poder abraçar o mundo, a vida de uma maneira mais ampla, acompanhando essa diversidade de povos que existem.
Haba shobataua ya habe mangki berikannya pertemplanim.
Joko o ti kabali he tabela ke hera tino atino.
A exposição Nheporã tem como principal objetivo tocar o coração de quem vem, sensibilizar as pessoas para se abrir a um olhar mais amplo da história de formação do Brasil, da vivência, da resistência, da beleza, da riqueza das culturas indígenas, dos povos originários, pensar como uma oportunidade para poder educar melhor, com mais autonomia, liberdade e saúde as gerações que estão por vir, que cada visitante possa chegar e entrar nessa correnteza de memória, num rio de muitos cantos, de muitas palavras, voar e cantar junto com os pássaros e acompanhar a marcha de todos esses povos que lutam juntos na defesa de nossas florestas, de nossos territórios e da vida que existe nesse planeta mesmo. O que é Nheporã? Poderíamos dizer que se trata das boas palavras, das palavras belas. Não belas apenas por sua sonoridade, mas por serem palavras que vêm do coração, que vêm do sentimento, que tocam o pensamento e o coração de quem está ouvindo. Então, são palavras como uma oferenda, né, para adocicar o coração, para suavizar o pensamento de quem escuta.
Wow, that has been a lightning trip around the world. And let me thank all the panelists and participants on the podium here for sharing their stories. There's so much to learn from each other. And I would just like to end this session by sharing with you some words from one of the IFAP collaborating partners based in Australia, the Australian Language and Numeracy Foundation. And I asked them, what are you looking for from this decade? And they said, we expect a raising of the profile of Indigenous language, a dedication to supporting teaching, learning, and dissemination of information and knowledge in the linguistic and cultural diversity of the world's Indigenous languages. This is not only important for the speaker communities, but it is an essential component for reconciliation between indigenous and non-indigenous peoples. IFAP is totally dedicated to the formulation of strong humanistic and human rights-based policy. And I would invite all of you to get to know us better and to participate actively in IFAP programs, along with all the many other excellent programs that UNESCO offers. Thank you so much.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for moderating that session. That is the chair of the Intergovernmental Information for All Programs, the IFAP, Ms. Dorothy Gordon. Mr. Jalasi, would you like to make your way back to the stage? We have 4 pretty meaty discussions coming up, but prior to that, Mr. Jalasi will give some words to open the World Atlas of Languages.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, I'm very pleased to be here to present to you the UNESCO World Atlas of Languages, which is so fitting on this special occasion of celebrating the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. This has been a monumental project of UNESCO. We have included in this repository over 8,324 spoken and signed languages. As of today, we have almost 90 member states of UNESCO who have appointed focal points for us to work with them, to update, to edit both spoken and signed languages in their respective countries of these member states. We have also set up an ad hoc expert committee comprising 12 specialists and world-renowned experts covering different parts of the world. This World Atlas of Languages is so important because it will allow us to exchange, to connect with each other. As I said, it comprises not only written and spoken languages, but also sign languages. And clearly, we all know by now that languages are the foundation of human civilization and of culture. So our aim is very much to have this online World Atlas of Languages to capture the universe and the diversity and the richness of languages. Let me, on this occasion, thank all parties that have been involved with us to reach this important milestone, a significant step towards a more inclusive, comprehensive, and interdisciplinary understanding of multilingualism and linguistic diversity. This atlas, we believe, fills the data gap of languages, including indigenous languages, and also documents different aspects or features of languages existing across the world. Let me thank in particular the partners who have made this project possible through generous donations. UNESCO is very grateful to the government of Japan, to the Prince Sultan Foundation of Saudi Arabia, to Talkmate of China for their contribution and their assistance and obviously support towards reaching this step today of launching to the public the World Atlas of Languages. We very much hope that additional member states, additional partners will join us to further fine-tune and enrich this current product in order to reach, obviously, the final stage. Clearly, by working together, we can ensure that the World Atlas of Languages and its website will remain truly representative, dynamic, meaningful, and relevant to all. I invite you now to watch a very short video that demonstrates the scope of the World Atlas of Languages, as well as its functionalities and innovations. Thank you for your attention.
Do you know how many languages have been documented in the world right now? 8,324. Out of these, some 7,000 languages are still being used for communication right now. Can you imagine a world without languages? It will be a world without knowledge, no communication, no numbers, no science, no technology, no medicine, no space travel. Language is a powerful tool that has helped us advance socially and economically, although it is simply an arrangement of sounds or gestures. It has helped us give voice to our thoughts. Language is a reflection of us. Language makes us transmit ideas, knowledge, and experiences. It helps us articulate. Language helps us connect deeply. It helps us express love, our feelings, opinions, and desires. Language is both spoken or acted to express an emotion. Even we think in a language. Our cognitive skills are deeply influenced by the language we speak, sign, and write. Language crafts our reality. Languages have different sounds, different vocabularies, and they also have different structures. Languages rapidly adapt, modify, and evolve with time. From various uses, vitality of the languages, availability of dictionaries, grammars, statistical accounts, and functionalities of languages define the structures of languages. Charlemagne famously quoted, "To have another language is to possess a second soul." The tragic thing is that we are gradually losing this linguistic diversity. There are languages that have already gone extinct, are endangered or unsafe, and several languages are critically endangered. Language is a reflection of the culture and tradition of a community. It is an identity, and we wish to preserve this unique identity of various cultures around the world. It is for this reason, UNESCO has created the World Atlas of Languages, a universal platform to document and capture this rich global diversity of languages. The World Atlas of Languages represents a major step towards a more inclusive, comprehensive, and interdisciplinary understanding of linguistic diversity. The Atlas is concerned with all languages, despite their vitality level. There is a major data gap on which languages are spoken or gestured, and how languages are used across the world. Coordinated efforts are needed to abridge this data gap. The world's most extensive documentation of linguistic diversity is a collaborative effort of the participating member states and UNESCO. To create this atlas, the member states have been placed in the driving seats, while UNESCO assumes a facilitating function of providing necessary support using the most innovative new technologies. Languages are in perpetual flux, changing over time, and thus the atlas is a dynamic co-creation as this is data sensitive. It is therefore important that the member states assist this process by providing data and performing quality checks as soon as the new data becomes available. Let us create the world's first numerical tool to classify the current status of languages around the world. This is a unique platform where all states, regardless of their size and diversity, can participate to document the variety of languages for the present and for the future generations. The World Atlas of Languages is an interactive and dynamic tool for the decision makers to generate public policies regarding the protection and use of languages. Let us prioritize languages as an agent for development.
Kia ora no everyone. Welcome to this part of our day, which is the beginning of 4 roundtable discussions. Now I'd like to invite to the first lot of discussions, invite to the stage Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, who is the Director of the Division of Education 2030 Support and Coordination of UNESCO, who will be moderating this session. And as you can see, there are 8 chairs. That means there are 8 panelists. So I do urge each of our guest speakers as well as our moderators to keep to the allocated 45 minutes because we do have a very packed program right up until 7:05 p.m. So Ms. Katsunoi Hayashikawa, are you out there? Kia ora. Hello. Welcome. Over to you.
So welcome to this first high-level thematic roundtable discussion on the theme Indigenous Languages for Social Inclusion, Quality Education, Knowledge Creation, and Advocacy. Now, for this roundtable, we have 8 distinguished speakers to share their experiences, inspire action, and engagement across the world to ensure how Indigenous people can learn, teach, and transmit their languages to the present and future generations in various forms. So may I now, without further ado, invite the speakers to come up to the stage as I call upon them. The first, Ms. Topepe Perenice Tinei, Acting Chief Executive Officer of the Ministry of Education, Sport and Culture of Samoa. We have also Mr. E. Amnidung Aziz, Head of Agency for Language Development Cultivation, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Craig Ritchie, Chief Executive Officer, Australian Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies. I hope you can find your way. Mr. Mahmoud Abdullah Amalmut, Head of Language Planning and Policies Sector, King Salman Global Academy for Arabic Language from Saudi Arabia. Mr. Michel Kemonge, Executive Director, Summer Institute of Linguistics from Cameroon. Ms. Alison Luc Rodriguez, President of the International Federation of Translators from Australia. Ms. Lola Garcia-Alix, Senior Advisor, Global Governance International Working Group for Indigenous Affairs. And Mr. Carson Kiburo, the Youth Indigenous Leader and a co-chair of the United Nations Interagency Network for Youth Development from Kenya. So I hope all of our speakers have found their seats. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists. So, as the first speaker, I would like to invite Ms. Topepe Perenice Tinai with my first question. Given the time restriction, we only have one question for each speaker, unfortunately, but I'm sure we have enriching discussions already here. So, Ms. Tinai, how can Indigenous languages become a leverage for greater social inclusion? Over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Katsuno. Talo falava, malole soifomawa malalange mama, malole folau. Warm greetings to the honorable ministers, honorable elders and leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Greater social inclusion through indigenous language can happen when people speak and understand the same language, thus enhancing relationships in the sense of solidarity amongst the community. Samoa is very fortunate to have only one language, our Samoan language. Although there is 2 levels, one is the everyday speaking language, and 2 is the more formal language that is spoken by orators and chiefs. Both are used widely in Samoa. As such, the Samoan language is very much alive. It is our main language of communication at all levels, from the national level to the village to the homes, as well as in schools. With the Samoan government advocating, supporting, and empowering its citizens to continually maintain and preserve our culture and language, it supports the right to indigenous language, right to converse in our own language, the right to engage and live freely within our culture, using our indigenous language without fear of being neglected, and thus fostering an environment that supports greater social inclusion for all Samoans. Social inclusion can also happen when social cohesion amongst community is strengthened. It will help support the well-being of all its members and to fight against exclusion and marginalization. Social cohesion creates and promotes a sense of belonging and trust that is crucial in preserving indigenous language. The sense of belonging and trust are delicate elements, yet very strong in the sense that it can bring and bind people together. Celebrating our Samoan culture in schools is part of the curriculum for all school levels. These celebrations not only instilled the value of our language in the lives of the young people, but also revitalize and rekindle the sense of belonging and trust amongst the community, and thus enabling social inclusion and equal opportunities on an equal platform. Decision-making through high-level talks, including our court system and parliament seatings, are all in Samoan language, and this fosters an inclusion environment where our elders are able to understand and be part of the discussions and decision-making. There is power behind many people having one language. There is power behind many people speaking, understanding, and honoring the value of one language. Having one voice through Indigenous language can influence situations or people so that they can help each other control the outcomes of events in their everyday life. For Samoa, it was the force of our Indigenous language that assisted our forefathers in gaining our independence 60 years ago. Whaftai lava, thank you very much.
Thank you. Whawhetai, Misa Tōpepepinai. Thank you very much. Now I wish to invite Mr. Aminuddin Aziz from Indonesia with my question. Indonesia is a country with 718 local indigenous languages. What is your country's policy in assuring that all those languages are preserved well? Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Sampurasun, selamat sore, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the question, and this is a question that touches the very basic foundation of our language policy. Let me explain this way. The Indonesian Constitution and its derivative regulations recognize three categories of languages: national language, called Bahasa Indonesia, local languages, and foreign languages. In addition to this recognition, the regulations also further outline at least 4 points. 1, the status and functions of the languages. 2, the distributions of responsibilities or division of labors between the central and local governments. 3, the mandates for developing, cultivating, and protecting languages and literatures. And 4, the promotion of Indonesian language to become an international language. As the language of the state, Bahasa Indonesia, or Indonesian language, is used as the official language in the government and public services, as well as becoming the medium of instruction in education, used in business and trade transaction, and some other activities. The national language has also been stated as one of the national identities along with other 3 national identities: the flag, Sangsaka Merah Putih, or red and white, the coat of arms, Garuda Pancasila, and the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Actually, Indonesia does not recognize the term indigenous languages, but rather we use the term local languages to refer to such kind of languages. These local languages are spoken by the members of the communities to express and represent their cultural identities, and whose usage can be very widespread, not confined by certain administrative regions or geographical borders. In many places in Indonesia, local languages also become the mother languages that are used in home or domestic domains. According to the surveys conducted by the Agency for Language Development and Cultivation, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, in 2019, there are 718 local languages found throughout the archipelago. Most of the languages still have good numbers of speakers, but some others are facing extinction due to the diminishing native speakers. The existing regulations clearly state that the local governments are responsible for the preservation of the local languages found in their regions. If the languages are found to be spoken by speakers exclusively within a particular regency or municipality, the regency or the municipality will bear responsibilities for the preservation. However, If the language are found to be used by the speakers across regencies and or municipalities, the provincial government will be responsible for the preservation. The central government will only formulate the general policies, facilitate and coordinate the implementation for the policies. To guarantee successful fulfillment of its mission, the central government established branch language agencies almost in all provinces in Indonesia, appoint its employees, and provide the funding. The local government will in turn provide the funding and mobilize their resources to ensure the implementation in the regions. This is a part of decentralization policies that Indonesia is adopting. Therefore, there is a clear division of responsibilities between the central government and the local governments in regard of the local language preservation. Having this clear in the division or distribution of responsibilities, we believe that all local languages will receive similar attention from the government and they will be taken care by the government. In accordance with the roles and function that it holds, to intensify the implementation of the policy on local language preservation and revitalization, the central government, through the Ministry of Education, with its Agency of Language Development and Cultivation, launched a new initiative. This initiative is part of Ministry's reform platform called Merdeka Belajar, or Freedom to Learn. Launched as Merdeka Belajar episode number 17, this initiative offers a new perspective for local language revitalization that allows all learners at primary and secondary school learn their own local languages according to their learning interests. They are given a full freedom to choose a learning material that suits their interests, and they will learn the subject with their peers only. And for this year, 2020, we have revitalized 39 languages and more than 3 million people have participated. Thank you.
Thank you. Terima kasih, Pak Aziz. So now I think we turn to the next speaker, Mr. Craig Ritchie. So my question is, what do indigenous languages offer the world?
Thank you, Miangandanang. Good afternoon. I hope you are all well. This will be very repetitive, but I think that there are 3 or 4 particular things that revitalised Indigenous languages offer our world. The first of these, as we know, each language provides a particular cognitive repertoire that can be deployed. In colonial nations, and particularly settler colonial nations like my own, we almost always operate within the conceptual straitjacket of English monolingualism. This restricts the repertoire of concepts and thinking and ideas that we have available to us to meet the challenges. However, our languages are offering alternatives, whether it be the powerful Wiradjuri concept of Injamara as a way of working and a way of living and a way of operating, or the wonderful Yolngu word makarata, which unfortunately is often substituted for or equated with the legalistic idea of treaty, but it is an idea that focuses on relational matters, on process and outcome, and facilitating a new way about thinking about these issues, particularly the resolution of conflict. Secondly, our languages offer a better response to complexity. Complexity is a growing challenge to our established understandings and way of doing things, but there's been little success in managing this mounting problem, particularly through facile efforts to manage and reduce complexity. Imperialism and globalization have not worked. Indigenous languages, on the other hand, provide a means by which we can engage with complexity and comprehend it, because they're rooted in place and interactions around place, enabling us to transcend mere geography. They enhance connectedness and identity, enabling us to engage with complex social dynamics and transcend, as I say, geography and location. Such understandings are central to Indigenous languages and allow us to escape from monolingualism and monoculturalism. Thirdly, they enable new models of collaboration and cooperation. For Indigenous peoples, many of us with a strong collectivist orientation, an imperative towards collaboration is central to our way of being. These values can play out also in the international space through the deep and abiding transnational Indigenous solidarity built around our languages that we see evident today. In these situations, Indigenous people find ways to collaborate that mobilise and embrace our cultures and our cultural diversity for innovation and change. I believe that our languages offer a way for state engagement to be better. Rising in my own country and other countries, rising sub-state nationalism may present a challenge to domestic cohesion. I think it underpins it. Increasing Indigenous self-determination will strongly impact on how nation-states engage with Indigenous peoples within their borders and how those Indigenous peoples mobilise their engagement domestically and internationally. Therefore, better understanding of Indigenous cultures through our languages will enhance state-building efforts, support truth-telling and respect, and strengthen the rightful place of Indigenous languages, cultures and identities within our societies. In conclusion, an effective global order reflects a condition of complex interconnectivity, with culture at its heart. The maintenance or the development of a stable global order rests on cultural competence between and within nation states. Therefore, linguistic diversity and Indigenous languages in particular are central to this kind of competence and require ongoing investment to support their maintenance and transmission into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ritchie, for that remarks. Now, next, I would like to invite Mr. Mahmoud Abdullah Al-Mahmoud. I think we go on the other side of the group. So, Mr. Al-Mahmoud, my question is, in light of your specialty and work as the head of language planning and policy sector at King Salman Global Academy for Arabic Languages, how do you see the importance of Indigenous languages?
Thank you for the question. Hi, everyone. Well, actually, I'm planning to deliver my speak in Arabic. However, due to some circumstances in translation, I will speak in English. First of all, what is language? Let's ask ourselves, what's the meaning of language? Most of the people think language is a tools of communication. In my thought, there's misunderstanding of a language. Language, it's not just the tools of communication. It's just not a letter, vocabularies, or structure. Language represents the history, the culture, the civilization, and the values. It's the present, and it's the past, and it's the future as well. It's a way of thinking, it's a way of creativity, it's a vision to the world. So, preserving language is preserving a part of human memory and knowledge. Diversity and multilingualism in our world, actually it's something original in the world, and it's not something new. Just we can not imagine the world with one color, so we cannot imagine the world with only one language. Indigenous languages have suffered during past years directly and indirectly. The return of humanity to this common human heritage is a value way to enhance civilized and human communication. As a specialist in language planning and policy, I'd like to emphasize that working in language matter has developed rapidly in the recent years. The field of language planning and policy has been growing the last 4 decades as a part of sociolinguistic studies. I think we have to apply the language planning strategies to deal with the indigenous languages. The strategies consist of 5 steps. The first one, identifying linguistic status virtually. The second one, identifying the problems. The third one, suggesting strategies to deal with the identified problems. The fourth one, applying strategies to evaluate the work. Then the fifth and last one, developing the strategy. If we just, as an example, focus on the first question, we have to ask us about the indigenous languages. First of all, what's the meaning of indigenous languages? How is the relationship between the indigenous languages and other languages within the community? What's the attitude of the indigenous people toward themselves and toward the language? What's the attitudes of the community to the indigenous people? Such questions, I think it's very important to understand the first steps of language planning. This is just an example of how language planning and policy strategy is very important to deal with indigenous languages. Thank you very much for listening.
Shukran, Mr. Amovit, very much. Now, I think we come back to this slide again. So I would like to now invite Mr. Michel Kamgonye. And my question to you is, we have 10 years of significant action to further a favorable context for the indigenous languages of the world. What are some of the drivers of key issues that we should focus on throughout the decade to ensure success?
Thank you very much. Addressing this question in the context of quality education kind of causes me to feel quite emotional because I grew up speaking one of the minority or minoritized languages of the world. That's Gomala, a language of West Cameroon. The only language that I spoke until the age of 6, when I got to be forced, when starting my formal education, to learn French, a language that I did not understand and did not speak. And so, as we talk of quality education, I realized that I witnessed firsthand the plight of many, many children having to be left behind or to be left outside because of the choice of language of education. So it seems to me that if we need a world which is where everybody has equal opportunity to flourish and to thrive, then we have to address the deep issues of language that create a world of injustice or a world where hospitality is not a given reality to everyone. So that is why for us in IDIL International, we are working in about 1,630 minoritized language communities to see that everybody speaking those languages can thrive in all regards in life. So coming to your question specifically as to what are some of the priority actions that we need to consider in the coming decade. In the sector of education, the first thing I would mention is that we need to reduce the educational challenges that indigenous language speakers face in the context of education. And we do know that 70% of the children around the world are not able to read a simple story and understand it, even at the age of 10 in their education. And this is a serious problem that the World Bank calls learning poverty. How are we going to overcome that? It will only be overcome as we address the challenge of foundational literacy and numeracy, taking into account the minority or the indigenous languages that the children speak at home. We also know that 40% of the world's population lack access to education in a language that they speak and understand, a bit like the situation I faced myself. This represents millions of people all around the world, and research shows that it is very difficult to develop literacy skills in a language that you don't speak or understand. And the rural and indigenous populations are especially hard hit by this phenomenon. So I believe that the first action we need to take over the next 10 years is to attend to the educational challenges that the speakers of the indigenous communities face as they seek to access education. Second thing I would like to mention here is that we need policy reforms that are accompanied by implementation plans and by budgets, because often we can set up policies, but generally they are not followed by implementation plans and the financial decisions that are needed in order to make them become reality. And this is needed so that the indigenous languages and indigenous knowledge are represented in the formal education systems. And this means that we would need, in the coming 10 years, language revitalization programs where heritage languages are no longer spoken by the young people. This is a tragedy in our era of urbanization and globalization, hugely affecting the whole world. We will need multilingual education programs whereby indigenous and minoritized languages are still spoken in the home and children are otherwise forced to learn in a language that they do not speak. The third thing I would like to mention briefly is that as we face the coming 10 years, it will be important for us to clearly examine the Sustainable Development Goals and evaluate the statistics through the lenses of the minority languages of the world. And in this, we need to clearly understand that a lasting solution or a sustainable response to the issues that we seek to address through the Sustainable Development Goals will need to mediate or to involve the languages that identify the indigenous people. And these are the languages that inform and express their worldview and their thought life. And we do know in this regard that if we leave language aside, language and language use is critical and largely responsible for the social inequalities that hinder the flourishing of indigenous people. That is why I believe with Eckhart Wolff that language is not everything, but without language, everything is nothing. That is why, as we approach the coming 10 years, we do need to take into serious consideration the minority and indigenous languages of the world, bearing in mind that it is a way for us to foster a world that is linguistically just and a world that is linguistically hospitable to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, merci, Mr. Kamone. Now I'd like to move back again to the other side of the beautiful chair and invite Ms. Alison Rodriguez for the next question. So how does translation and interpreting link to the International Decade of Indigenous Languages Global Action Plan?
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Firstly, I would just like to echo MC Orini's celebration of the work of the interpreters in the booths. They do an amazing job, and I do include Mr. Jalasi in our ranks today, and I welcome him to the profession. Translators and interpreters are crucial for running these kinds of meetings. FIT, the International Federation of Translators, is the voice of interpreters, terminologists, and translators around the world, and interpreters are your voice, so they're crucial in running these kind of high-level meetings and dialogues. I think that we're important in the outputs and the goals in every single way and in every single level, because language can be so easily forgotten, especially when it deals with talk of funding, and also it can often be implemented as an afterthought, and yet it's crucial in delivery. Successful delivery of any program depends on equitable access to information, open dialogue with communities, along with genuine engagement and enduring relationships. And the role of terminologists, translators, and interpreters cannot be underestimated in this delivery. For many, to be able to participate in the language of competency requires the use of an interpreter or a translator. Language rights, the right to use your own language as an integral expression of your identity and agency, are part of the human rights agenda. Linguistic rights are fundamental human rights because they open paths of access to the other important rights. And I'm talking of things such as health, justice, education, freedom of expression. So language access ensures successful delivery of services and also access to basic rights. And with regard to the International Decade of Indigenous Languages Global Action Plan, if we take something like output number 5, which highlights the access to justice and availability of public services as guaranteed to the speakers of Indigenous languages and signers, while much has been achieved in ensuring that those in the legal systems do have access to justice in their language competency, access to justice for Indigenous language speakers and the guarantee of the fundamental right to have a trained or skilled interpreter present in legal proceedings to assist them is still not universally available, because often those interpreters just do not exist, or simply there's just not enough of them. If we link to output 6, which is Indigenous languages as a vehicle of living heritage and biodiversity, and access to all forms of culture and enhanced for Indigenous languages, with traditionally oral cultures, language is important to preserve the living heritage of Indigenous peoples, particularly through translation of Indigenous histories, songs, literature, and to maintain recording, translation, dissemination, and further creation of cultural content. If we look at output number 9, gender equality and women's empowerment, we know that women are often most affected by disaster and crisis. So development of comprehensive policies that recognize the need to build the capacity of medical staff and other professionals to offer the services in Indigenous languages, or at least access to the services for Indigenous language speakers in their own language, will support Indigenous women's access. For output number 4, which is the appropriate Indigenous language frameworks designed to offer better health provision, also recognising traditional systems of medicine, as well as promoting social cohesion and delivering humanitarian responses, especially during health crises, times of conflict, and natural disasters. Evidence came to light during the pandemic that non-English speakers in US hospitals actually had a 30% higher chance of dying. And this was because there was no support of an interpreter or access to high quality translated literature and material at the hospitals. So there's a need not just for more translators and interpreters in Indigenous languages, but also the education of service providers on how to engage with Indigenous language speakers and the translators and interpreters they need, to also educate more of those translators and interpreters in minority languages. And FIT recognises this need because in 2019 we ran seminars in North and Latin America which offered a space for speakers of Indigenous languages to share their experiences and their knowledge and promote the training and the resourcing of Indigenous language translators, interpreters and researchers. And this both raises consciousness of the large number of Indigenous language speakers that exist and also those Indigenous languages themselves, and to provide an opportunity for them to build community and solidarity. Active interaction with other languages through translating and interpreting is the best way to preserve, revitalise, normalise, and disseminate Indigenous languages, cultures, and ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rodriguez. Now, our next speaker, I would like to invite Ms. Lola Garcia-Alex, and for the question coming back to the national level, what are the prerequisites at national level for ensuring that indigenous peoples are able to secure and develop their language? Over to you.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. And let me start by expressing my appreciation to UNESCO for inviting me to join the launching of the International Decade on Indigenous Language. Launching which is a celebration of indigenous peoples' cultures and language. And let me take also the opportunity to pay tribute to indigenous peoples' leaders, many of you here today, who has struggled for many decades for the recognition and the protection of their rights. We are here today together because of them. Each indigenous people's language is intrinsically connected to its respective culture and peoples. Unfortunately, there are many cases today that these indigenous people's cultures are gradually disappearing as a result of the lack of recognition and protection of their rights, particularly due to land dispossession, land and laws and policies against their traditional livelihoods practices, assimilation policies, impact of economic development projects, armed conflicts, and of course climate change. I want to make a clarification that in my presentation I use the term indigenous peoples' languages. And why do I do that? Indigenous peoples are subject of international human rights law, and their rights are recognized in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We cannot talk about social inclusion of indigenous peoples' rights, indigenous people's individual and collective rights, without being recognized and respected. If the rights as distinct people are not recognized and respected, we are not talking about inclusion, we are talking about assimilation. Human rights are interdependent and indivisible. This means that when one right is violated, there is a ripple effect on the fulfillment of the other rights. For example, once indigenous people's rights to land and territories are not recognized or violated, respected or protected, their rights related to their cultural integrity, including linguistic rights, could not be fulfilled. Recognizing correlation among rights is crucial towards ending social exclusion of indigenous peoples and halting disappearance of their languages. This approach has several key aspects, including that indigenous languages are of crucial importance for the realization of all their individual and collective rights, and that language policy, as any other policy that impacts indigenous peoples' lives and future, must be developed not only with the participation, consultation, and free, prior, and informed consent, but by indigenous peoples themselves. Cultural and language rights are indivisible and central to the fulfillment of other rights of indigenous peoples. Without the recognition of their languages, indigenous peoples will continue to suffer exclusion and won't be able to exercise their rights to healthcare, to education, to access to justice. Implementation of language rights requires, among other, recognition to indigenous people's own governing institutions, customs, and customary law. When we talk about indigenous knowledge, the centrality of language rights cannot be overemphasized, given the reliance of indigenous societies on their knowledge, which is passed from one generation to another through oral tradition, with indigenous language being the conveyor belt. I want to finalize by saying that I appreciated very much the action plan presented today, but I also want to note the enormous work that the UN system, particularly the UN mechanisms dealing with the implementation of indigenous peoples' rights, regarding the rights of indigenous peoples to language. The expert mechanism on the rights of indigenous peoples, the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, many of the UN special procedures, the treaty bodies, they are an enormous body of recommendations. I really hope for the international decade really to put a lot of these recommendations made by the UN system into practice, and that the decade serves to bridge the gap between the good intentions and the reality of indigenous peoples in the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia-Alix. A lot of pressure on us. So finally, and of course not the least, thank you for your patience as well. I'd like to invite Mr. Carson Kiburo, and we cannot leave this session without hearing the voices and perspective of the youth. So my question to you, Carson, is what is the importance of safeguarding indigenous languages as a living heritage for youth?
Thank you, Ms. Katsuna. I would like to also begin by passing my gratitude to UNESCO for funding my participation here. So I must begin by appreciating the fact that, and you all might see this one, not just as my argument, that there's just a breadth of experience, concepts, ideas, relationships with the natural world and the spiritual world that doesn't exist and cannot be expressed in Western languages. Queuing in from my eldest brother here from Cameroon, when I was growing up, I used to be told that you must have an English name, you cannot continue speaking your mother tongue, and such, so many denigrating things. And this is the spiritual world that exists. I exist because of my ancestors here, to speak about the indigenous languages. And so we all accept that, without digressing from the question Ms. Katsuna asked me, all languages are repositories of culture, of a people's accumulated knowledge. Keying again in from what Lola has just said, it's a people's accumulated knowledge. A people losing their cultural means that they lose their identity, and humanity loses essential knowledge. We all know that cultural appropriation and dominance of peoples by others is a human rights violation, as we see this from my region, that is the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. It's mentioned that. It is then, Ms. Katsuna, that it's vital, because without preserving these languages, that our identity, our ways of viewing the world and nature, we lose our entire ability to express our relationship with nature. Again, we had so many speakers today mentioning about the ecological biodiversity. We mentioned about climate change. It's kind of, we appropriate the existence of indigenous peoples and the indigeneity. And it is important to reiterate that it's indigenous peoples. So we all see that all these other languages, like the one that I'm using right now, we grew up with the pressure that you must speak good English, good French in school. But then we exist because we have knowledge that we want to pass down. And I don't want to call it the traditional. It is traditional in English culture. It is traditional to have something else in French culture, no disrespect. But also mine, it's not necessarily that it's local or traditional. It belongs to my people, the language. And a people are already losing ability to acknowledge the natural world. It is diluted into science means. Without language, without words, these things do not exist. And so the youth, young people, even younger than myself, are at crossroads, either to carry the torch of our ancestors or follow the paved road of the West. We need to create more paved roads, like the one that lead back to our practices, because we have something to offer the world, just like we are part of the humankind through the languages. And Ms. Katsuna, I do have something else to add if I do have one more minute. Yeah, thank you. About the best practices. Faced with all these challenges and seeing that we are pressured to speak other languages and leave our own languages, of course losing our cultures. So my friends and I started an organization, it's called Jamia Asilia Center, just to revitalize our cultural practices, to revitalize our knowledge systems. And we have this big project to show that the youth can also lead the way and link between the ancestors' life ways, the living generation, and the future that comes through storytelling means on a set of cultural discussions. I come from the people that are known as Endorais. And so it's called Revitalize the Roots. Big up to Rais. It's just saying that revitalize the roots, the people of the Endorais. With the only aim of doing the audiovisual way that we only know how to store our life ways. And of course, the only goal is to inculcate a sense of belonging and to be proud of who we are. I could think of other ways, but to me, that is the most important way of showing our elders that we are here and we want to pass this knowledge to the next generation and the future, and to share with the world what we do have through our languages. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Asante sana, Carson. So this brings us to the end of this first high-level roundtable. Unfortunately, due to time, we won't be able to have a more interactive session, but I wish to thank our speakers once again for sharing their experiences and also inspiring us all. Please join us, give a big hand to the speakers again. And just to say that the outcomes of this roundtable discussion will be informing UNESCO's forthcoming guide on multilingualism and multilingual education, which is also based on a UNESCO position paper that was issued in 2003. And we will make sure that the guidelines will include both global context and specific context that will respond to the needs of the excluded, particularly the indigenous populations. With that, we look forward to continue working with all of you and wish you a very successful remaining of the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Katsuno Hayashikawa. Can I please ask Mr. Ernesto Otone to come to the stage, who is the Assistant Director General for Culture at UNESCO? He will be moderating this next session. Kapai. So this roundtable discussion, you're welcome on the stage, is about access to information and cultural expression in indigenous languages using digital solutions. You can either sit in the middle or stand at the top.
It's awful to be in the middle of nothing.
Would you like?
Huh? No, it's okay. It's great. So, well, we're gonna invite our new panelists to come to join us on the stage. And for this, I wish to call to the stage. It's not so easy, huh? When you are in the. We wish to invite Kevin Chan of Canada, Mr. Volz Ernstreitz of Latvia, Professor Ramich C. Gar from India, Professor Rowena Higgins from New Zealand, Janine Oliveira from Brazil, Monsieur Paul Pelletier of Canada, Juliana Revalato of Brazil, José Elfego de Jesús Riveros Hernández de México. Welcome. So as we are talking about languages, I will change from Spanish to English, so be prepared with your headphone. So, buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos a todos los participantes que han venido desde muy lejos para asistir a la celebración de alto nivel del diseño internacional de las lenguas indígenas que la UNESCO tiene el placer y la responsabilidad de liderar. Me complace poder compartir esta mesa redonda con todos ustedes y poder escuchar los testimonios de personas de distintos continentes y de distintas esferas públicas y privadas comprometidas con mejorar el acceso a la información y a las expresiones culturales en lengua indígena mediante soluciones digitales. El ámbito digital supone una variedad de oportunidades nuevas de acceso a la información y a las expresiones culturales, a la vez que en algunos aspectos, y especialmente en la diversidad de los contenidos, profundiza las desigualdades. Por ello, la creación de condiciones favorables para el empoderamiento digital, la libertad de expresión, el desarrollo de los medios de comunicación, el acceso a la información y a las tecnologías del lenguaje, además de la creación artística en lengua indígena, es uno de los productos del Plan de Acción Global para el Diseño. El objetivo es lograrlo a través de la ampliación del alcance funcional del uso de las lenguas indígenas en el ámbito sociocultural, económico, medioambiental, jurídico y político. Quisiera pasar, sin más preámbulos, a los ponentes que nos acompañan hoy. Les iré presentando brevemente, uno a uno, según vayan tomando la palabra. Lamentablemente, habida cuenta del apretado horario de esta tarde, debemos pedirles que sean breves y concisos, como ha sido la tónica de la jornada, y espero que los intercambios con los numerosos participantes en el acto de hoy continúen, por supuesto, fuera del escenario en reuniones informales que puedan tener a lo largo de esta tarde. Durante la primera parte de este intercambio me gustaría que abordáramos los retos y las oportunidades en el entorno digital y cómo estos plantean a los pueblos indígenas a la hora de acceder a la información y a las expresiones culturales en sus lenguas. So I will start with Professor Higgins. Welcome. You are a member of the Global Task Force for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages and the chairperson of the Maori Language Commission. You were also appointed chair of the Maori Language Advisory Group, which shaped the Maori language legislation enacted in April 2016. Based on this extensive experience, how would you say that indigenous languages can be protected in the digital environment in the face of global challenges? You have the floor.
Tēnā koutou. Warm Pacific greetings to you all. Legislation has provided us definitely with a platform to be able to explore opportunities to create focused digital content for both our micro and our macro language approach. But I just want to start by also talking about how often we can be overwhelmed by the number of larger issues impacting on us, such as climate change and the like, that have adverse effects to us focusing on language. As we think about the Pacific more generally, for us as the Commission, we've had the opportunity to support our Ministry for Pacific Peoples with their language strategy. And more importantly, I raise this issue because right in front of us we're watching sea level changes happening all around and islands in the Pacific who are under threat. So it's hard to prioritise language when people are trying to prioritise their environment. And for languages in the Pacific whose language comes from the environment, if you lose your environment, then you fundamentally will be losing your language. And so it is important for us to take action. What we find in Aotearoa New Zealand is that the digital platforms help us to raise critical awareness about the well-being of our people. And like the conch that we gifted to UNESCO this morning, it heralds us to take action. We have been fortunate enough to use digital media in New Zealand to connect and support our people in times of struggle, whether it was during COVID-19 lockdowns to help send messages to our people to ensure their health and well-being, or accessing information about their tribal activities as a way to ensure that their people's well-being was also protected. We have also been able to use this platform, digital platforms, to capture our language journey moments and provide support for language revitalisation to our people, whether it is through Te Mātāwai's podcasts and social media platforms, or the Māori Language Commission's platform to share your story. And these platforms connect us with each other to share how our language stories have emerged and how it contributes to our well-being. It is important for future generations to know where our struggle started and why they must continue it into the future, and not be complacent because they don't know what it means to experience language loss. As we continue to grow new generations of native language speakers, we have to remember the struggle that brought us here. The Share Your Story platform of the Māori Language Commission encourages all our children and grandchildren to interview their parents and their elders to discuss what was the status of the language like 50 years ago, and what was that battle to get them where they are today, like then. So allowing the voices of our people to come through means the next generation don't take for granted how hard the struggle was for our elders and the responsibility they have for taking the language forward to their children too. We know these digital platforms work and they make a difference to language revitalisation. Our digital Māori language moment in 2020 during COVID lockdowns gained 1.1 million people and won over 8 international public relations awards, even though we didn't win any awards in our own country, but that's beside the point. It also provides a platform for our non-Indigenous people to support our movement. The use of our language really shapes the way New Zealanders speak English. It's permeated throughout our vernacular, and digital platforms allow them to start learning the language and become supporters and allies of our language. And because they see the Māori language is helping to define them as New Zealanders. In Te Whare o Te Reo Mauriora, the House of the Living Language, we use digital platforms to connect our people, to restore the language as a nurturing language for future generations, kia ukai poa no te reo, and spread the language far and wide, kia mahorohora te reo. And this construct gives us hope, but more importantly, a voice for our living language. Tēnā koutou.
Wow. Thank you so much, Professor Higgins, for this insightful response. The digital environment indeed can be seen as both an opportunity as well as challenges for indigenous communities, and therefore their languages. Professor Gao, you have made significant contribution to the digitalization and digital archive of India's cultural heritage, as well as in promoting open access to these sources and the preservation of Indian languages through language documentation and digital archiving. How do you see digital technologies contributing to the preservation of and access to indigenous languages and information and cultural expression in these languages?
Thank you, Mr. Let me begin with an example. India is having about 10 million handwritten manuscripts, which were written between 200 to 600 year old period. And most of these manuscripts are languages like Pali, Prakriti, Brahmi, Modi, Tiglari, which are not the spoken language anymore in India. So, and these manuscripts contain knowledge about astronomy, astrophysics, on architecture, on ancient medical system. So now, challenge is that how to decipher and how to train the scholars to read it, because it is not a spoken language. So in that context, like at Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, where we are working, we have developed the resources of these languages from different sources, documented the data, and we have started a course on manuscriptology and paleography to train the new generation of scholar. At least we can decipher those manuscripts. So in that context, language documentation become a very, very important part. Second thing which I want to quote here, this is my recent book, Tribal and Indigenous Languages of India. Let me clarify, India doesn't use the word indigenous, so I'm just trying to create a foundation for implementation of this global action plan. And based on this book, India is having about 1,754 languages. The data of about 1,754 languages is available in this book. And out of that, 900 languages are such that except name, there is no details available. So it means many of these languages might be extinct. So what I'm trying to justify with these two examples, a language can be kept alive till community is speaking. Once community stops speaking, language is going to be died. But there is a one way of keeping these languages alive in form of documenting them, creating digital databases, digital archiving. And language documentation and digital archiving is the tool which help in creating a resource database. And in India, there are several universities which has created Center for Indian Endangered Languages. And in form of that, such databases have been created. We have been also collaborating with some international institutions, like we have a collaboration with University of North Texas, where a database on South Asian languages is being created. So I strongly believe that even when we launched this language atlas, World Language Atlas today, we have seen that more than 1,000 languages are already we have lost. So language documentation and our digital archiving is the best way to at least keep the resources in form of audio, video, or text. So in future, if suppose somebody want to do some research work and somebody want to learn this language, it is possible through this language documentation and digital archiving.
Thank you, Professor Gao, for sharing the opportunities that digital archiving and language documentation offer for the preservation and the access to indigenous languages. Now, let me turn to Mr. Ernst Treitz. I don't know if it's well pronounced. You are a member of the Global Task Force for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages and the head of the University of Latvia Livonian Institute. Over the past decades, you have created digital resources for the preservation and development of the Livonian culture. For many indigenous people, the digital world can still seem like a distant future, and accessing it is often a challenge. Based on your experience, how should digital technologies be made to work for indigenous languages today without becoming a threat to their existence?
Well, thank you for the question. I would bring up three key aspects based on our Livonian experience. So one very important thing, like, is general knowledge that indigenous languages are under-resourced, so there is the instant demand of resources, and it's very important when, while choosing technology to develop, what kind of technology it is, and not chasing technology that might not be really needed and crucial for the community or not being viable to create. So the second aspect is definitely use of proper technology and proper use of the technology, because one example that I could give here is machine translation when it's applied to language which doesn't have a big presence in informational space, so poorly executed machine translation can basically kill the language with huge amounts of low quality textual material, and that's a dangerous part. So this is very, very important. And then third aspect that that was reminded actually, or came to my mind listening earlier today, speech of representative of Russian Federation, was that also conventional situations, conventional threats are still defining pretty much the way what technologies do we choose and how we develop these. So it's reminded for us by the imperial war that Russia has launched towards Ukraine. It makes us question what good are digital technologies, for example, for Ukrainians, Crimean Tatar population, if they're being killed and their electricity is being bombed by rockets, or what good are the digital technology for those indigenous people of Russia being conscripted with unproportionately large numbers and sent to war. I know that there is a common declaration of 34 states on that common statement, but for me it's very personal because I am Livonian and war is the answer why there are so few of us left. War has killed our people, it has stripped us from our land, it has scattered us across the world, and when we develop our digital resources, what we do, we are trying to overcome the results of that war. So unless we commonly find the way how to stop wars involving indigenous population, indigenous people being killed in the wars, like the one Russia is waging currently in Ukraine, the great question will remain somewhere in the air. So what good are digital technologies if those who are supposed to use them are dead?
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Enstreitz. Outre le monde académique, d'autres acteurs jouent un rôle clé dans la sauvegarde des langues autochtones et l'égalité d'accès et de participation dans l'environnement numérique. Et naturellement, au premier rang, les institutions publiques. Monsieur Pelletier, vous êtes le directeur général des langues, de la communauté et de l'identité autochtone au ministère du patrimoine canadien. Vous êtes membre de la Task Force mondiale pour la décennie internationale des langues autochtones. Le Canada est par ailleurs l'une des forces motrices derrière l'adoption de la feuille de route ouverte pour la mise en œuvre de la Convention sur la protection et la promotion de la diversité des expressions culturelles dans l'environnement numérique. Est-ce que je peux donc vous demander de nous parler des initiatives numériques ou basées sur des solutions informatiques prometteuses que le gouvernement du Canada met en œuvre pour favoriser l'accès à l'information ou au contenu culturel en langue autochtone? Merci.
Thank you. And I want to begin by thanking UNESCO for this opportunity for us to be here today to share our thoughts on this really relevant subject. I also want to take a moment and just acknowledge my grandfather, Chief Frank Pelche. He was born in the 19th century, led our community of Fort William for 40 years in the 20th century, and led a pathway for us to follow in the 21st century and beyond. My grandfather was a visionary, and if he was alive today, he would have seen in emerging technologies a possibility. But he would also have said, digital solutions and emergent technologies are not an end. What's important is the fruit they can bear in supporting the preservation, revitalization, and maintenance of languages and increasing the number of speakers. I hope to be able to share a few examples of how digital solutions can act as a springboard to advance digital indigenous data sovereignty as well as cultural and linguistic revitalization. In our experience at the Department of Canadian Heritage, we have a program, the Indigenous Languages and Cultures Program, which supports a variety of activities to reclaim, revitalize, maintain, and strengthen languages. And we've seen a growing uptake in the recent years of digitally based activities, be it apps for translation, dictionaries, online learning, video games, audio books, as well as digitization of languages and documentation by Indigenous communities and organizations. But some of those are taking it to a broader level, which is really focused on sharing access of resources to the benefit of all, supporting sustainable practices, and connecting information to as many communities as possible. One such example is the First Peoples Cultural Council, who manages our program entirely on our behalf in British Columbia on the west coast of Canada. And one of the initiatives they created was the First Peoples platform. And I want to talk a little bit about it because it's called First Voices. And what it does is it's a platform that shares language documentation, learning, and sharing, where Indigenous language teams from communities can upload phrases, words, alphabets, but also stories and songs, audio and video clips, and images to create really rich, extensive multimedia dictionaries for their use. It also, is very much entrenched on empowerment and control of community information. But altogether, it supports many languages across British Columbia and Canada. This content then can populate video games or other online resources for children, youth, and adults. Another feature is the First Voices Keyboards app, and there's over 100 Indigenous languages where you can access a keyboard that has all of the specific and unique characters of a particular language. And then that can be downloaded into email, multimedia, word apps to be able to type in an unlimited way in the mother tongue of a user. So these are some of the initiatives that are open and available for communities. And when communities contribute to this, they are creating a legacy of resources that will help grow the next generation of learners and speakers, all while retaining, their control of their information. The other thing is that, often communities, when they develop applications, they run into challenges of maintaining those year over year with upgrades. And so with this platform, that work is already done. And so communities don't have to worry about dealing with maintenance issues. And so it really does encourage a sustainable approach. In Canada as well, the National Research Council of Canada launched the Language Technology Project. And it works in collaboration with Indigenous communities with the goal of autonomous data use and empowering communities through reading and text-based strategies and resources that again has a real sustainable base. So often they will develop tools and resources in one or two languages, but then can be built in such a way so that it can be customized to then build additional languages after that. To empower communities to be autonomous in how they proceed. One such example is a Mohawk language school in Ontario, where they have developed software to, on the Western dialect of Ganyan Keya, which is spoken in 6 nations in that community. They could then extend that software to develop the dialect of the Eastern, and right now they are working on conjugations for Algonquin and Michif. So these are just a few of the examples where, and this is where we see the future, is more initiatives like these that support open space, software, sharing of information, all in empowering Indigenous peoples and providing sustainable strategies. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with us this initiative, Mr. Pelletier. Señor Elfego Rivero Hernández, usted es fundador de una de las radios comunitarias más antiguas de México, Radio Teocelo. Recientemente la UNESCO ha colaborado con usted en el marco de un proyecto financiado por la Unión Europea con el objetivo de elaborar una normativa estándar destinada a incorporar contenidos autóctonos en los medios de comunicación comerciales y públicos y diseñar una política de descentralización del proceso de concesiones de licencias de radio para reducir la carga administrativa y económica asociada y promover el desarrollo de proyectos de radio indígenas y comunitarias. Uno de los resultados del proyecto es la escuela virtual, en la que se forman a los medios de comunicación indígenas para garantizar un flujo constante de información y expresiones culturales indígenas en panorama mediático local y nacional. Explíquenos en qué consiste esta iniciativa y qué lagunas se han querido colmar con esta iniciativa.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Comenzaré diciendo que en México luchamos hace ya muchos años para que las radios comunitarias e indígenas dejen de ser pocas, pequeñas y pobres. Actualmente, en el ecosistema mediático, en México, los medios privados o comerciales son el 90%, los medios públicos apenas alcanzan el 9% y los medios comunitarios e indígenas el 1%. Además, en nuestro país hay una población de 126 millones de personas, de las cuales 10% es indígena y habla 68 lenguas. Pero esa diversidad lingüística, esa riqueza cultural, no se refleja en los contenidos de los medios públicos y comerciales. Por eso, además de hacer algunas recomendaciones para una nueva política pública, también hemos emprendido acciones mediante un trabajo colaborativo para que las comunidades indígenas puedan tener pronto voz e imagen propia, para que se empoderen y ejerzan su derecho a comunicar y la libertad de expresión. Y una de esas acciones es precisamente la escuela virtual. La escuela virtual es el resultado del trabajo colaborativo entre medios indígenas y comunitarios, sociedad civil, academia, expertos e instituciones públicas, además de este acompañamiento de UNESCO y Unión Europea, desde luego. La escuela virtual es el espacio que nos ha permitido dialogar, intercambiar experiencias y retroalimentarnos con los saberes de todas y de todos para que más y más colectivos puedan gestionar, instalar y operar sus propios medios indígenas y comunitarios. La escuela virtual es el espacio para capacitar y formar con base en un modelo para la sostenibilidad, para que vayan estos colectivos a la segura, sin tropiezos, sin fracasos, pues los tropiezos y los fracasos, muchas veces llevan a la frustración de las personas, de los colectivos y de las comunidades. Hay una frase que quiero dejar aquí en este foro, en este evento, en este espacio, que recoge precisamente esos momentos de fracaso de los medios comunitarios indígenas en México, porque contracorriente durante muchos años incluso lucharon en contra de la descalificación y de la persecución por parte del propio Estado, hasta antes de que hubiera una ley, una reforma y una ley federal de telecomunicaciones y radiodifusión. Esto apenas tiene 8 años. Esa frase es de uno de los fundadores de la radio en Teocelo y dice: nos metimos a brujos sin saber de hierbas. Espero que en la traducción quede muy claro. Nos metimos a brujos sin saber de hierbas. Encierra una gran enseñanza y entonces la escuela virtual busca proporcionar metodología y herramientas para que los medios indígenas y comunitarios puedan construir los 4 pilares de su propia sostenibilidad. ¿Cuáles son esos 4 grandes pilares que compartimos a través de la escuela virtual? La certeza jurídica, la certeza financiera, la certeza tecnológica y la certeza institucional. Cada una tiene sus propias especificidades, pero son las 4 patas de una mesa que sostienen el trabajo diario de un medio comunitario e indígena. Así que esta escuela virtual está pasando en México de una etapa piloto a una plataforma que incluirá videos, textos, infografías y también será una escuela que iniciará ya en unas semanas en México con 12 o 13 módulos que se complementarán con foros, talleres, asesorías y visitas presenciales. Si algo nos dejó bueno la pandemia es estas oportunidades que hemos tenido de dialogar a distancia con zonas urbanas, rurales e indígenas, con mucha gente que tiene el interés de contar con una concesión o que ya la tiene, pero que busca ir a la segura para no seguirnos metiendo a brujos sin saber de hierbas, como decía el iniciador en Radio Teocelo. Les agradezco la oportunidad de haberme escuchado y agradezco a UNESCO y a Unión Europea en permitirnos en exponer esta iniciativa. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor Rivero Hernández. Let's now move to another initiative that concerns media, but this time social media. Mr. Chan, you are the Global Policy Director at Meta Facebook in Canada. Since July this year, Inuktitut is available as a language setting on Facebook desktop and joins the more than 100 other languages available on Facebook, and a growing number of indigenous languages. What were the reasons for Facebook to launch this initiative, and what results did it bring about for indigenous peoples accessing and expressing themselves on social media?
Sure. Well, thank you very much, and thank you to UNESCO for inviting me to this celebration event. I think I should start by saying, obviously, Meta's platforms, so in this case, Facebook and Instagram, have been always about giving people voice. And I used to run policy for Canada on behalf of Meta. And one of the things I learned in the 7 years I was doing that was the degree to which Indigenous peoples in Canada actually use these platforms in really intense and different ways, I think, than the general population. I remember there was a member of parliament actually who invited, and she said, well, if you think you know how Canadians use Facebook, you should come to my riding in northern Manitoba and go visit the Fisher River Cree Nation. And Chief Crate there showed me for the first time the degree to which, because of some of the reasons he explained to me about geography and the fact that people are interspersed across vast geographies, and also because of some of the communications infrastructure challenges in more rural and remote communities, that these platforms have really been helpful in bringing people together, bringing First Nations communities together, bringing Inuit communities together to communicate. And so we started as a policy team trying to understand more how we can be helpful and how to support this type of work. And on one of our trips some years ago, we went up to Nunavut, which is one of our Arctic territories, and we met with the president of Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, who is, of course, one of your esteemed task force co-chairs, Aluki Kotiark, who's over there. And she said, well, you know, if you really want to be helpful, you guys should just translate the platform into Inuktitut. And of course, that was not something that we had initially thought about, but I think her words of wisdom really stuck with us. And so when we went back south, we started looking at how to do it. We, as you noted, have translated the platform into over 100 languages, but done in a very different kind of way. We kind of crowdsource this stuff. And in fact, when you talk about a language that actually, and of course I've learned this all from Aluki and her colleagues in Nunavut, but a language that has many different dialects, and of course, not that many speakers per dialect, it does make translation challenging. And so we had to find different ways to do it. But so over 4 years later, we finally did it. And Debbie Reed, who's with me today on the team, we went up to Iqaluit for Nunavut Day on July 9th this year to celebrate the launch of the translation. And it's a pilot, and we're super proud of the fact that we're able to offer this and be able to do this in partnership with Aluki and NTI, as well as Piravik and many others up in Nunavut who've made this happen. And I think, you know, in terms of the value of this, I think, you know, in Canada, we're on this journey of reconciliation. And one of the important things that I've learned through this journey is the degree to which we have to be able to reflect people's realities when we talk about these online platforms. So it's one thing to be able to provide a platform for voice and to have people tell their stories you know, from their perspective. But to have the platform interface reflective of their cultural and linguistic reality is just a very important thing to be able to do. And my understanding is that that is something that, that was important to get done. I'm always open to feedback, and so we continue to engage with communities on these questions. It's not an easy thing to do, but really, really pleased to have done it and actually to have made it in time for the launch of the Decade of Indigenous Languages. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Well, we will continue in the context of the private sector because we have with us two representatives from Motorola, Ms. Janine Oliveira. You are Globalization Director of Motorola USA, and you have been involved in a language revitalization project for two endangered indigenous languages, Nenengatu and Kengang, responding directly to these challenges that indigenous people face in accessing the digital environment. So let me first ask you, Mr. Oliveira, what led Motorola to support this revitalization project, and what actions have you taken in terms of data collection and technology development around endangered indigenous languages?
Thanks. Thanks for the question, and I'm honored to be here for such an important event and to share our digital inclusion initiative. We support over 80 languages on our phones, but in early 2020, our globalization team recognized a gap in representation of indigenous languages in a user interface of smartphones overall. In Brazil, there are over 150 indigenous languages, and 135 of these indigenous languages are in the Amazon, and none of them had been localized or translated in mobile user interface. Many of the indigenous communities today are interacting with smartphones, and research can be done with the communities instead of about the communities. So what problems were we trying to solve? From a mobile user experience perspective, Brazilian, Latin American indigenous languages did not exist. Indigenous communities could not navigate their phones using their native languages. Over 90% of indigenous communities that we worked with are using smartphones. We believe that the survival of indigenous languages is essential for the survival of indigenous culture and heritage, and the integration of native language in the written form through digital world is a powerful vehicle for that preservation. Our engineering contributions on endangered indigenous languages resulted in the release of Nhegatu from Amazon and Kangang from the south of Brazil in early 2021, and Cherokee from the United States earlier this year on all of our global phones. The work was complex and rewarding. We worked with the indigenous language speakers to compile non-existing content for the Common Locale Data Repository, or CLDR, which is part of Unicode, which contains necessary language-specific formatting data, such as datetime formats, measuring units, and other important indigenous language data. Together, we developed non-existing keyboards, which allowed indigenous communities to type their native languages for the first time. Now, with thousands of indigenous languages in the world, we cannot do this work alone. Our goal is to inspire others in the industry so that we can multiply the impact on endangered indigenous languages revitalization efforts. On that front, today, as part of this initiative, we have over 600,000 endangered indigenous words from the Amazon, south of Brazil and North America, and this corpus is shared as open source in our Motorola.com and can be downloaded by scholars, developers, and educators who are working in machine translations, voice technology, and towards the cause of endangered indigenous revitalization. So the Lenovo Research and Development Team in Brazil has worked with Motorola Globalization Team and native linguists, and from 2023, our PC products will also include Kangang and Nhegatu.
And finally, Motorola and the Lenovo Foundation, in collaboration with UNESCO New Delhi office, is in the planning phase to develop a set of guidelines or blueprint sharing our linguistic and technological experiences on digitalization of endangered indigenous languages. This is in line with our shared vision for digital inclusion of indigenous communities, and we hope to continue our collaboration with indigenous communities in other regions of the world and to strengthen and promote the peoples and their endangered languages. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliveira. And perhaps your colleague, Juliana Revalato, who is Globalization Manager and Head Linguistic at Motorola, and who has also been very involved in this project, can tell us more about how Motorola has ensured the inclusion of indigenous peoples in the revitalization project and what impact has been achieved for indigenous languages.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here to share Motorola's experience towards endangered indigenous language celebration and promotion. One cannot talk about people without talking about language as one of the core building blocks of any society. Language is a vital part of human connection, and although all species have their way of communicating, humans are the only ones that have mastered cognitive language communication. Languages allow us to share our ideas, thoughts, and feelings with others. And we understand language constitutes the role that it presents itself to us, and it constitutes us in relation to it, making its preservation and revitalization essential to the rights of indigenous peoples. At Motorola, our journey to integrate endangered indigenous languages in our smartphones started when we added support to Nhengatu, an Amazon language that up until then had no representation in digital technology. There was no shortage of practical and logistical challenges, and COVID-19 restrictions added to them. I'm a non-indigenous person, and it's common to see ourselves in our comfort zone of not doing much except following the news. However, to work with the Nhengatu, to work with the Kaingang, and later on with the Cherokee, gave me the opportunity to see how one must develop cross-cultural understanding, new perspectives, and help acknowledge historical pain. Having language revitalization as the shared purpose to build on a relationship, we engaged with indigenous communities through scholars of universities in the United States and with Vilmar D'Angelis from Brazil, who has done extensive anthropological and linguistic work with the indigenous communities through the University of Campinas in São Paulo. That was done to verify acceptance of the initiative, as well as to share our technical knowledge on tools, processes, and localization best practices, to ensure that there could be an expertise carried on by the speakers of these languages onwards. All the while being respectful to the people's boundaries on what relates to their way of living, and trying at all times to find a balance between what a linguistic inclusion process requires and a language revitalization strategy should care for its peoples. Among the languages and the people I worked and am working with, I can feel their pride, their great reception for the initiative, and most importantly, their care for the maintenance of their own culture and heritage. Although there's a lot in common among languages, each one is unique, both in its structure and in the way it reflects the culture that speaks it. We learned through the interactions with scholars, translators, and speakers of the Amazon, for example, that Nhengatu had a specific particularity. Because of the more recent interaction with other local languages, such as Aruac in the upper part of Rio Negro, the language has evolved and distinct orthographies are now seen. There are 4 dialects of Nhengatu with strong presence in the Amazon, and because the translation team that we recruited to work on our initiative had speakers of some of them, they had to be mindful of those differences and reflect about their own orthographic rules. From such rich discussions, speakers of Nhengatu initiated a movement in favor of establishing a community of researchers and publishers who target some form of unification of the language, if at all possible, through the formation of an Academy of the Nhengatu language. In addition, Motorola and Lenovo Foundation recently entered in a partnership with the UNESCO office in Brazil to engage in more studies and activities that contribute to the Decade Global Action Plan through the availability of open data of the studies carried out by us in order to empower and bring the world awareness of actions needed for the survival of endangered languages. Other nice outcomes came to our attention, such as an increasing number of enthusiasts about learning the Ngangatu language through other means of the internet, and even university programs being considered aiming translation theory and practice education for indigenous people and languages. The use of smartphones and computers can broaden access to the digital world. It can be a tool used by teachers and scholars precisely because of its potential to strengthening the powerful and positive image of a language. And for the future, we hope to see more outcomes and other similar initiatives arise globally in the private sector. As we have observed, it creates space for indigenous people to be compensated and recognized professionally for their language. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. They are telling me that we are out of time. But before closing this panel, I would like really in one sentence or one concept, go each by each and one after the other. If you could give us a message, concrete message or concept that you want to bring to this launch of this Indigenous Languages Decade. So if you allow me, Professor Rowena Higgins, what you would say that is the biggest challenge that we are facing?
I think there are a number of challenges. I think all of us are on a different trajectory when it comes to language revitalisation, but ultimately, unless we nurture our next generation for the language and also encourage others to use the language, in the digital space, it's about being able to connect and use the language as a living language. And whilst we have to use it as a preserver of language, we can't just leave it there so that nobody actually speaks it. And so preservation is one thing and archiving, the other is around actually getting our people to use that language.
That's great. The same thing for you, Professor Gower. What you would say?
If we have to preserve our cultural diversity, we have to preserve linguistic diversity. And digital technologies are available. And the biggest challenge is that, like if I see from my perspective of India, there are more than 1,000 languages we don't have OCR available. So the contents available in these languages, only the few scholars can read it. So it is the time that all stakeholders should come together and work, because this cultural diversity belongs to humanity, and in the sake of humanity, we should work together. And there is a need to work together, all linguist companies like Motorola, to first develop the OCRs and then make it machine readable. So it is easy to decipher in common languages being used by the people. So that's my message to them.
Very well. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Waltz?
Well, I think there is one biggest challenge for us all. Programmer that works for us says, and I kept him asking regularly, can you do this, can you do that? And he said, well, everything is possible. You only need to have two answers. You have to give two yeses to whatever problem and whatever thing that you want to do. And the first yes that you have to give is, do you really need it? So I think that this is the challenge for every single indigenous language, is that we have to answer. And I do hope that this decade will contribute for all of us giving the proper answer, which would be yes. And then second yes is, actually, do you have resources to do it? And that's the question of technicalities. So I do hope that first yes will be for everyone, at least after this decade. Thanks.
We believe that it's a yes, I can assure you. Mr. Chan, the same question.
I mean, I I think one of the things that's important to stress is that everybody can and should make a difference. And so I think my experience has taught me that you don't need to be obviously indigenous or part of the government or a government to care about the issue, and making, showing allyship and doing in your own small way what you can as a private actor can have an impact. And so I hope that this decade will be about spreading the word and ensuring that many more people also see, join cause in this very worthy pursuit.
Monsieur Pelletier?
Yeah, in the context of access to information and cultural expression in indigenous languages using digital solutions, I think we have to learn to work well together. For governments, that means whole of government approaches to access to information, not siloed approaches. There's a role for every department and ministry, and leveraging the work of each other and learning from that and having sustainable approaches. It also means sharing information and resources and connecting communities so that no community has to start at step one. There are resources there, and how do we connect that?
That's great. Señor Rivero Hernández. Un concepto para poder sacar de esta reunión sobre lo que hemos estado conversando. Un concepto muy reducido, que tenemos que cerrar este panel, sobre cuál sería el mensaje que usted enviaría sobre el tema que acabamos de conversar.
Pues además de la escuela virtual que compartí hace un momento, la colaboración sur-sur ha sido muy importante, muy relevante en México con nuestros pares de lugares como Colombia, Brasil y Argentina, porque a través de ese diálogo intercambiamos experiencias, buenas prácticas y encontramos propuestas de programas y políticas públicas que puedan replicarse en nuestro país. Por ejemplo, temas como la regulación de la publicidad, cómo lograr la conectividad de los medios indígenas y comunitarios, también cómo hacer posible que estos medios tengan sostenibilidad y pues que tengan la oportunidad de incluir sus propios mensajes, sus propios contenidos en los demás medios, los medios comerciales y públicos. En México incluso ya hay un comité que está trabajando, es una comisión que ha empezado a realizar una propuesta para que se visibilicen, como se dijo hace un momento aquí, se disfruten y se perseveren y se preserven todas las expresiones culturales de nuestros pueblos originarios. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Y para terminar, de Motorola, señor Oliveira o Revalato, ¿quién le gustaría dar un mensaje final?
I think that one message that I think it's important for everyone that we went through is this is not a money-making or for-profit initiative. So this has to be really an intention that is meaningful for other reasons but for profit.
Thank you. Hemos llegado al final de esta mesa redonda que no quisiera concluir sin recordar que hace apenas 2 meses y medio, 150 estados, a través de su ministro de Cultura, adoptaron por unanimidad el ambicioso Declaración de Mondiacult 2022 en Ciudad de México. Una que afirma que la cultura es un bien público mundial y marca la hoja de ruta común para reforzar las políticas públicas en ese ámbito, y afirma que el compromiso de los Estados miembros con fomentar un entorno que favorezca el respeto y el disfrute de todos los derechos humanos, en particular los derechos culturales, individuales y colectivos, en todos los ámbitos de la cultura, incluido en el entorno digital, y estoy citando, con el fin de reducir las desigualdades, especialmente para los pueblos indígenas. Eso fue escrito tal cual y aprobado. Con el apoyo de todos ustedes, la UNESCO seguirá apoyando a sus Estados miembros para que estén a la altura de las ambiciones de esa declaración, en particular en el marco de la década del diseño internacional de las lenguas indígenas. Permítanme expresar mi sincero agradecimiento a cada uno de ustedes por la riqueza y la diversidad de sus testimonios y muchas gracias. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much for moderating this panel session, this roundtable discussion, Mr. Ernesto Orton. Thank you to our panelists. You are now excused. And I do have a couple of quick announcements. The first one is at the conclusion of the fourth roundtable discussion, which is not the next one, but the one following, I ask all our attendees, all of you out there, to join us on stage so that we can get a big group photo before we depart our venue today. On top of that, I was handed a card in promotion of the Museum of Languages, which is here in Paris. So for those of you who do have an extra day or two here in Paris, please feel free to go along to that. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage our next moderator for this high-level thematic roundtable discussion on Indigenous languages, culture and knowledge for climate action and environmental sustainability. She is Ms. Nolene Roundry Rakotoari-Swa, Chief Biosphere Networks and Capacity Building Section, Natural Sciences Sector for UNESCO. Thank you for joining us. Would you like to stand or sit? It's up to you. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Tumpklash tumpkuvavi, miaraba nareo. Melatsiny melafondro, raha toka mandray fitenenana, fa sady mangatadalana hiteny no fanomezam-boninahitra anareo hitenenana. Manaraka izany, mialatsiny ny tenako, satria ny tsiny maeva mavesatra, tsy zanaka teo aloha ka ombako tsy mahazaka ihany koa. I was addressing you in my mother tongue, the Malagasy language, requesting your permission to take the floor as we do in our tradition in Madagascar. Excellencies, distinguished members of the permanent delegations, distinguished representatives of the UN systems, traditional authorities, representatives of indigenous peoples, research partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. This panel has been put together as cooperation between the sectors of natural sciences, culture, and the UNESCO Intergovernmental Oceanography Commission. We are at the start of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, a great opportunity for every one of us. At the same time, we see there its tremendous potential for synergies with three other concurrent decades: the UN Decade of Ocean Sciences for Sustainable Development, the UN Water Action Decade, and the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration. This panel and its distinguished speakers from 5 global regions have been invited to explore the linkages of indigenous languages, cultures, and knowledge systems. From the beginning of 2021, UNESCO is operating under a new midterm strategy, and we are pleased and honored that it includes an intersectoral program dedicated to those topics, dedicated to our partnership with indigenous peoples, and focused on supporting the language decade. For UNESCO, we see so many opportunities that are growing in front of us. The connection between indigenous languages, knowledge, and culture in relation to our UNESCO designated sites, the local and indigenous knowledge systems program, the open science recommendation, the intergovernmental hydrological program, the cultural conventions, and particularly the 2003 and 2005 convention, and the World Heritage Convention, and the IOC's initiative on ensuring equitable involvement of indigenous peoples in the ocean decade. This along with our mandates in education, communication, social and human sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, help me to welcome our speakers on the stage. And I'm very honored and pleased to call upon Mrs. Myrna Cunningham-Kane. Myrna is here representing the Pawanka Fund, and she's currently the first vice president of the Fund of the Development of Indigenous Peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean, FILAC. She is former chair of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. Welcome, Myrna. The next speaker is Monsieur Richard Ejinagossi Kishtabich. Richard est le président de la Commission nationale du Canada pour l'UNESCO. Il est aussi président de la Fondation Minwashi et c'est un chef coutumier de la nation Anishinaabe du Canada. Richard. Bienvenue. Our two next speakers are from New Zealand, from Aotearoa. Mr. Daniel Ikuroa, who is the Culture Chair of the New Zealand National Commission for UNESCO, and Mr. Ethan Jerome Leota, Chair of the New Zealand National Commission of UNESCO Youth Leaders. Welcome. Our next speaker comes from Tanzania, Mrs. Naile Jilejapi Tipap from the Maasai. She is a gender and public relations coordinator, and she is belonging to the Pastoralist Indigenous NGO Forum. Welcome, Naile Jilejapi. Next speaker, Mrs. Chrissy Grant, a Kuku Yalanji and Mulgal woman from Australia. She's a founding member and chair of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage. Welcome, Chrissy. And last but not least, Mr. Noor from the United Nations Environmental Programme, World Conservation Monitoring Center. Noor. Thank you for joining us, and it's my pleasure to get to know you a little bit and to introduce your work to our assistants. I will start with Dr. Myrna Cunningham-Kane. You are from the Miskito people in Nicaragua, and you have been a leader at local, regional, and global level. You have established many important processes for indigenous people to use their knowledge and be at the table with decision makers. Can you share your thoughts and vision on how you see the International Decade for Indigenous Knowledge helping to connect indigenous knowledge with environmental sustainability and the growing impact of climate change?
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel discussion. I bring greetings from my people, the Miskito indigenous peoples from Nicaragua, that have lived a process that is unique. We have 35 years of implementing a special autonomy law that recognizes our collective and individual rights, in which language and the recognition of diversity of culture has played an important role. And maybe if I start from my experience, The first step was the recognition of the national state of our rights as indigenous peoples, and granting us the right of self-determination, of autonomy, gave us the platform for the development of our languages. We created our own education system. We created our own universities. We created our own territories that are governed by territorial governments. And part of their role is to protect their resources. So the territories have developed a law that establishes that everything that happens in their territories should be discussed and should be approved by them. They have also implemented different mechanisms to protect their natural resources. So when I look at the decade, of course, I see the possibility for us to really engage in what we would call from the global indigenous movement a coherent approach to all of the different crises that we are facing, but all of the global movement. So when we talk about the decades, the restoration, water, agriculture, small farmers, of course, all of that has to be approached through the lens of the rights, the international standard rights that as indigenous peoples we have been gaining at the international level. And that means that the most important tool is to implement mechanisms of real participation of indigenous peoples. And if we are really participating, then we can use our language that is based on our worldview, that is based on our identity, it's based on our culture, and it has taught us how to manage and conserve those resources. It has taught us how to manage and protect water, how the spirits can live in harmony with human beings and with the rest of elements of nature. And that is what I see during the decade, that we can all of us work together and really create spaces, territories, in which indigenous peoples can exercise that right of self-determination, feeling proud of their language, implementing their governance system, transmitting their knowledge to the new generation, and protecting their resources. And that is what I expect that we can do during the decade. And that's what we do from the Pawanka Fund. What we do is that we grant small resources to local initiatives that are working to implement the well-being of their communities. Local organizations that are really revitalizing traditional knowledge to be able to live in harmony with nature and live in harmony with the rest of the societies. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Miana. Thank you. Maintenant, je me tourne vers Monsieur Ejina Gossi, alias Richard Kistabiche. Vous avez consacré votre vie au bien-être du peuple Anishinaabe dans votre rôle de chef coutumier dans la fondation de Minwashin. Et maintenant, vous jouez un rôle national et international dans votre poste de président de la Commission nationale du Canada pour l'UNESCO. Comment voyez-vous le lien entre la langue, la culture, les savoirs autochtones et le bien-être de votre planète, de notre planète, pardon.
J'aimerais ça acheter une planète juste pour moi aussi. Il y a un petit peu plus que 500 ans, on a connu une activité qu'on appelle l'arrivée. Avant cette turbulence qui nous est arrivée, nous étions sur tout le territoire de l'Amérique du Nord et de l'Amérique du Sud. Nous occupions chaque coin du territoire, chaque premier peuple original avait sa place et il entretenait cette place-là exactement comment ce qui lui était instruit de la maintenir et de le maintenir en vie, propre et habitable en tout temps. Nous avons expliqué ce concept-là aux premiers qui sont arrivés. Nous l'avons montré quel était le concept qu'on doit adopter pour vivre en Amérique du Nord et en Amérique du Sud. Nous leur avons même expérimenté notre façon de vivre avec eux. Et nous espérions à ce moment-là qu'ils allaient comprendre un peu le concept, qu'ils allaient l'adopter, qu'ils iraient l'accepter. Tout le territoire de l'Amérique du Nord était très bien entretenu, de sorte qu'à un moment donné, d'autres personnes sont arrivées sur le continent et ils trouvaient que tout était en ordre, que tout était tellement en ordre qu'ils ont cru qu'il n'y avait personne. Alors que c'est nous qui entretenions cette partie-là, cette beauté-là. Et ils ne l'ont jamais compris qu'on pouvait le faire de cette manière-là, qu'on pouvait vivre de cette façon-là. Nous n'étions pas un peuple qui dominait. Nous n'étions pas un peuple qui disait aux autres comment vivre. Nous étions un peuple qui écoutait tout le temps l'environnement dans lequel il était. Donc, le savoir de nos ancêtres, elle est là encore. Sauf qu'il faut faire un exercice de mémoire afin de retrouver les enseignements qui nous ont instruits, qui nous ont dit. Et par-dessus tout, ils nous ont appris une langue pour pouvoir faire le travail adéquatement, pour bien vivre. C'était magnifique. C'était beau. On a mis sur pied chez nous une organisation qu'on appelle Menoshin. Menoshin, dans ma langue, ça veut dire beau, ça veut dire beauté, ça veut dire c'est la beauté, tu es belle. Et ça, quand on se répète ça à tous les jours, tu finis par trouver tout ce qui est nécessaire pour maintenir cette qualité de vie-là. Nous faisons des choses localement, mais nous pensons globalement. Je pense qu'à ce moment-là, toutes les choses qu'on fait à la maison, chez nous, nous pensons que ça allait avoir un impact sur la planète. On ne peut pas arriver à dire à tout le monde comment vivre. On ne peut pas non plus espérer de dire « vous devez faire vivre de cette façon-là ». Ça ne serait pas possible. Mais on peut faire des choses chez nous, des choses bien simples. Puis quand on fait ces choses bien simples, puis qui sont beaux, qui ne détruisent pas la nature, on pense aussi globalement. Et de cette façon-là, si tout le monde de la planète faisait des choses belles, nous allons trouver une belle planète. Et c'est important de se commémorer de ces choses-là. Quand nous étions mal pris, quand nous faisions contact avec des choses bien plates, des choses pas intéressantes, la guerre ou quelque chose comme ça, notre peuple se dirigeait toujours vers les sages, vers nos ancêtres, pour savoir quel chemin qu'on doit prendre, qu'est-ce qu'on devrait faire pour arriver à s'en sortir. Puis on ne s'est jamais trompé en écoutant nos sages, en écoutant nos elders. Et à ce moment-là, on retrouvait à un moment donné un certain espoir de revivre comme il faut tout ce qui était nécessaire de faire pour arriver à avoir une vie harmonieuse, pour avoir une belle vie. Si on pouvait faire ça à toute la planète, je pense que c'est ça qu'on devrait apporter à toute la planète, de faire des choses simples, belles, qui ne détruisent pas, puis on pense de manière globale. Voilà. Merci.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Richard. Thank you, Richard. Richard told a lot about simplicity. Daniel Ikuroa, you are a man who believes in science and in culture. You are a messenger of how traditional knowledge systems are part of our future on the planet, helping to solve the big questions. Can you share with us your perspective on how you see the decade linking with indigenous languages, and in particular its importance for the UN Ocean Decade?
Well, thank you, Nolene, and te mea tūtahi, tautoko ngā mihi ko mihia. Just acknowledging all the acknowledgements that I've made prior to me. I won't go through them all. We're running short on time. Hei anō. In New Zealand, we are in the unique position of having a Māori Language Commission that takes care of the maintenance, in part with Te Mātāwai, of the language. So our role in the UNESCO New Zealand Commission and our approach to the Indigenous Language Decade is that we treat it as the International Decade of Indigenous Language and automatically include knowledge. Hence, we recognise the importance of Indigenous languages, as without them there is no Indigenous knowledge, and conversely, where there is Indigenous language, there is also Indigenous knowledge. Now, as best I understand, most, if not all, Indigenous languages emerge from the natural world. They're an expression of the natural world. Accordingly, I see Indigenous languages as windows into those ways of knowing and being and doing, so beautifully expressed by the previous two speakers. So central to the work of the New Zealand National Commission is a multidisciplinary approach that ensures that mātauranga Māori, the Indigenous knowledge, values, future and culture of the Māori people, and the wider Indigenous knowledges remain at the core of the work. For example, one of the first things we did for the Decade of Oceans for Sustainable Development was establish the Aotearoa New Zealand Decade Committee to engage national stakeholders with the decade, facilitate contributions and promote this decade in New Zealand. Membership was drawn from across communities, ocean science, humanities, Indigenous knowledges, and government representatives. And thus our approach to the decade draws from the knowledges, practices, values and worldviews of the Indigenous peoples of New Zealand and the Pacific with whom we hold a strong relationship. Weaving knowledge systems together in Aotearoa New Zealand has not only generated a distinctive approach to how we undertake science and research, for example, who initiates the research and who benefits. It also informs and influences how we collaborate with one another. For example, who legitimises this work? Who is represented? Who is not represented? Who is accountable? And how we communicate our findings. The combined contributions of the multiple knowledge systems provides the potential for holistic decision-making that can enhance the practice of intergenerational sustainability for the benefit of our future generations, and find solutions for problems associated with exploiting and managing the oceans that cannot be provided by any knowledge system in isolation. And I'll repeat that, that cannot be provided by any single knowledge system in isolation. And so building from the seminal move in 2017 by the New Zealand government to grant a river, its catchments, physical and metaphysical elements as an indivisible whole, granting it legal recognition, there are currently moves to explore how this way of knowing, being and doing, which is of course firmly rooted in Indigenous knowledge and worldviews, can and might be expressed in the oceans. This is in fact not new for us. There is a widely used name, Te Moana Nui a Kiwa, the great ocean of Kiwa, for what was latterly called the Pacific Ocean, perhaps by some of those arrivals that Richard was talking about. Te Moana Nui a Kiwa is the physical ocean. Kiwa's partner is Hine Moana. She is the personification of the ocean. If, like me, you believe that Indigenous knowledge has much to offer the decade of oceans for sustainable development, then the ongoing preservation and use of Indigenous language is critical. And in closing, I would remind us that we are all Indigenous to the planet. Nō reira, kia ora mai tātou.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dan. Myrna and Dan, and also Richard, you talk about participation, you talk about involving stakeholders. And there is one category of stakeholders that are key, and it is the youth. And you are very pleased to have with us Etan Jerome Leota. You are the Maori Youth Chair of the New Zealand National Commission. You are passionate about issues of identifying language and culture. How do you see youth in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and in the Pacific region, drawing on their languages and culture to cope with the many environmental challenges being faced by the Pacific at this time?
Awa tēnā koe Nolene, tēnā koutou o te whare. Firstly, I just wanted to acknowledge all the rangatahi, the youth who are here at this event. In my view, we are the next generation, so it's important that we have a perspective, we have a view, and that we make a contribution in both the Oceans Decade that my colleague Dan talks about, and especially the Indigenous Decade of Indigenous Languages. So, kia kaha, rangatahi mā, youth, we have a place, we have a voice, and we need to exercise it. So I appreciate the opportunity today to share a youth perspective from Aotearoa. Pacific youth are reflecting on past cultural customs and traditions to inform appropriate solutions to mitigate environmental challenges that are evolving and changing every day. Secondly, from a holistic perspective, we allow the environment to inform us of what approach is appropriate with mitigation, rather than imposing additional pressures on our taiao. As more youth are seeking higher education in the Pacific, we draw from our knowledge in the Western science space, but we interweave our cultural traditions, our tikanga, to ensure that there are no competing interests between the two opposing worldviews. For me personally, restoring the health and well-being of our environment and being an advocate on its behalf should be paramount and is paramount over any other competing interests. And as I draw my small contribution to a close, I draw on a traditional whakatauki or proverb from Whanganui, a river tribe of Aotearoa. Ko au te awa, ko te awa ko au. I am the river, and the river is me. This proverb reminds me, as a river tribal member myself, that my river is a living being. It's my cultural identity, and it will always inform me on what solutions are the best at that given time. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you.
Thank you, Etan. Thank you very much. When you talk about language, we talk about our mother tongue, our mother language. So it's my pleasure to introduce to you Mrs. Nairejileji Tipap. Nairejileji, you have played a key role in putting women's knowledge on the map in Africa. You have worked with links on researching pastoralist knowledge of weather and climate in Tanzania, and in doing so, you have raised many issues about how gender roles are changing. Tell us what you see as important for the success of the decade. How can such a decade touch the lives of rural women pastoralists in Africa?
Thank you so much, and thank you, UNESCO, for this opportunity and for us indigenous people to gather together today here and share different experiences from different regions in the world. First of all, we need to appreciate the indigenous knowledge that we uphold and even the indigenous language that we keep having to date. Women have a key role in preserving, promoting, and protecting the indigenous language that we uphold today. And through this, we learned a lot on how women have been the key role in keeping our language, keeping the different attachment in our tradition that keep being transmitted today, even to children and the youth that we see now. Because the first person that speaks to a child is the woman. The first person to teach a child is a woman. And through this, we see the key role that women work today in continuing transmitting the indigenous knowledge to their children. So having this decade today that we are celebrating here is the wake-up call to every one of us that work with the indigenous communities, from the government, from the stakeholders, and even from us indigenous people ourselves, to continue keeping the roles of the women being part of us, despite different challenges that we undergo as indigenous people. Because if I call upon the country that I come from, we go through a lot of challenges on our own authorities and our own land that we are in. Because when we speak about indigenous people, we are totally attached to environment, attached to all the surrounding that we have in our own as an environment. Because as I grow up, everything that's attached to me is what surrounds me. And we go through different challenges that we see, like conserving the ecosystem that we have is like a curse, which is not a curse. It's something that we need to keep with it because it's our livelihood. But it's different from the others who do not understand the livelihood that we live upon it. So this decade is the wake-up call for today an indigenous women living at the rural area to keep being appreciated and be part of different negotiation and decision-making in distributing and disseminating our own language toward all people surrounding us. But to other stakeholders like the government to recognize and put in the map and understanding the livelihood of the communities of the indigenous, despite their remoteness and where they live, is to understand that not only appreciating us and using our photos in different displacement, but appreciating us even in our own languages that we uphold. Because today my name has the meaning. Why do they call me Nailejileji? It has a meaning. But why today a person with a different name with a big language is being appreciated because the name starts with a certain language? No, our own language means a lot to us, and everything in it may be small, but means a lot. So and rural women today living in the remote areas, this is a sign of them be promoted and then be appreciated in what they uphold on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nailejileji, for your talk and for pointing out that language and identity are the same face, are the two faces of the same coin. Thank you very much. Now, I turn to Mrs. Chrissy Grant. You have been a leader nationally and globally in connecting indigenous cultures, knowledge systems, and the management of natural and cultural heritage. You are a founding member and chair of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage, and right now we know that you come from the CBD COP15 in Montreal negotiations for the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Indigenous languages can contribute to the safeguarding of World Heritage properties. It can also improve site resilience and management. You have helped shape how communities can be involved in the designs of nomination and be part of the site's long-term sustainability. This is a major goal for UNESCO, to support the multiple benefits of UNESCO-designated sites. Chrissy, share with us your key thoughts on the opportunities provided by these sites to promote the decade, particularly in its ambition to create enabling environments for indigenous languages to contribute to biodiversity conservation, climate change adaptation and mitigation, among others.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge and welcome all the Indigenous peoples that are in attendance here today, and to thank UNESCO for facilitating my participation at this event and other meetings in UNESCO on my short break from COP15. The International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage is a fairly new body. It was, the concept was thought of in 2017, and it was taken to the World Heritage Committee in 2018, where they accepted that the Indigenous peoples need to have a voice at the World Heritage meetings and the systems of the World Heritage Convention. And so in 2019 was our very first face-to-face meeting with the World Heritage Committee meeting, and we act as a voice for Indigenous peoples to bring their concerns to the World Heritage Committee and the Centre and other people that work with them in the World Heritage systems. Today we've heard how the loss of language can be the loss of identity and human rights. And there are a lot of breaches, I would put it lightly, of human rights within the system of World Heritage nominations, assessments and management. And with more than 8,000 languages that will be registered on the World Atlas of Languages, it's really a sad indication that there are so many Indigenous languages that were spoken before and are now endangered. So language is being revived and embedded in schools across the globe, and not only in World Heritage properties either. And this is, you know, sort of where language is also part of our well-being, our worthiness related to traditional knowledge and how they work on our traditional lands and waters. In Australia, we call it caring for country. We care for country and country cares for us. Indigenous languages need to be recognised and acknowledged as a sign of respect that it is part of our cultural heritage values. In 2019, at the last face-to-face World Heritage Committee meeting, the Indigenous Forum held a side event, a couple of side events, but one of them was about languages and how that was very important for the Indigenous peoples in the assessment, the nomination and management of the values listed for the World Heritage OUVs. And that's outstanding universal values, sorry. And it's important to listen and to hear what Indigenous peoples are saying about acknowledging their languages. It's important for us to take notice and to hear and take that action to address the issues that they raise. So language, traditional knowledge, and the authority to speak for their territorial lands and waters, to acknowledge and respect Indigenous languages across the biodiversity and environment. In the Indigenous forums, we certainly promote the use of language and the interpretation of that language, and we'll be urging Indigenous peoples to incorporate this level of information as their cultural value, to have it incorporated in the nomination for World Heritage listing and consequently their participation in managing those values. So in order for this to happen, we are organising with the steering committee of the Indigenous Forum to have a look at one of the primary issues that is coming up constantly is the divide between nature and culture. So when the convention was written in 1972, it didn't allow for the holistic view of a landscape that had cultural values on top of the natural values. So this is the sorts of things that we will be taking and hopefully starting the discussion and having the people who need to be there, such as advisory bodies, and that's IUCN, ICOMOS and ICROM, at the table to be able to try and close this divide between nature and culture, because for Indigenous peoples, it is certainly not a separate nature value or a separate Indigenous cultural value. If you look at a landscape, it has law, it has song, dance, art, ceremonies, it has all of that is embedded within that landscape, and that's the cultural values that need to be recognised as well as the natural values on top of it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and to pointing out that there are room for improvement in the conventions when we take on board Indigenous knowledge and the culture. Thank you very much. I turn to Mr. Nour. The distinguished members of this panel are speaking about their work and vision for connecting Indigenous knowledge, culture, and languages with environmental and climate actions. As a key partner to UNESCO Links program, could you please share with us a specific example of how the UN agencies are cooperating on the uptake of Indigenous peoples and local communities' knowledge within the National Ecosystem Assessment and the BES-NET process, including potential connection with this language decades? Thank you.
Thank you. مساء الخير, أهلا وسهلا. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize all of the Indigenous leaders and representatives with us in this room, as well as everyone who could not be with us today, everyone who is with us today, and all of those who have come before us. I'll also take this as an opportunity to celebrate a fantastic collaboration between UNESCO's Local and Indigenous Knowledge Systems Program and the UN Environment Programme's World Conservation Monitoring Center. And through this partnership where we work with fantastic country teams across 5 continents around the world, we support them with the implementation of national ecosystem assessments, and specifically the inclusion of Indigenous and local knowledge in these ecosystem assessments to support decision-making and policy processes around nature and its contributions to people. Very briefly, national ecosystem assessments are country-driven, stakeholder-driven processes that aim to develop a widely owned knowledge base on nature and its contributions to people. And this knowledge base aims to support different policy processes and to support decision-making around biodiversity and ecosystem services. And any knowledge base that aims to support sustainable decision-making and sustainable policy processes must and will draw on Indigenous and local knowledge in order to ensure an inclusive and fair and equitable approach. So through the National Ecosystem Assessment process, we're very lucky to work in close collaboration with our colleagues at UNESCO Links, as well as our colleagues in UNDP under the framework of the Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services Network to develop resources and to capture lessons learned and to learn from our country partners who are implementing these national ecosystem assessments around the world, and specifically in how they are working to include indigenous peoples, local communities, and their knowledge in these assessments for us to better understand different trends in nature, different dependencies on nature, and to make sure that the full value of nature can be effectively included and accounted for in different decision-making processes across different sectors and different levels. And it goes without saying, and of course, there's not much that one can say after my fellow colleagues here on the importance of indigenous peoples and their knowledge for sustainable decision-making and for a sustainable future. However, it's critical to note that indigenous knowledge holds critical insights that can help us better understand the state of nature, that better understand the different dependencies of nature and the multiple values of nature. And not just in the traditional ways, but also across language, across culture, across spiritual beliefs, and therefore our understanding of the status of biodiversity and ecosystem services is rooted in our understanding of indigenous and local knowledge and the inclusion of indigenous and local knowledge. And as you can imagine, assessments that include working with multiple knowledge systems, that this can be quite tricky, this can be quite challenging, which is why we are very lucky, again, through this collaboration and through our work with partners across 5 continents, of which we have, and I would like to recognize 3 of our country partners from the Dominican Republic, Malawi, and Bosnia and Herzegovina here today, that are leading work using the multiple evidence-based approach, which is a methodological framework to work with different knowledge systems, and to, rather than integrate different knowledge systems, we include different knowledge systems and weave them in such a way that maintains the integrity of each of these knowledge systems for a more holistic and inclusive understanding of nature. And I won't go into the technicalities of this approach, but this is truly an innovative approach and an innovative methodology that strengthens the inclusion of multiple knowledge systems, and particularly indigenous knowledge, in these technical assessments, and helps to communicate technical knowledge in a way that can then support and feed into decision-making processes around biodiversity and ecosystem services. And ultimately, in this engagement, we also try to promote some key principles, particularly to ensure and promote the equitable sharing and joint learning. And one of our distinguished colleagues yesterday, during the 20th anniversary celebration of LINKS, mentioned the importance of approaching joint learning with a blank page. And another speaker spoke about the importance of that when you integrate something, one thing becomes more dominant over the other, and that's why we really emphasize the importance of inclusion as opposed to integration. So there are several principles, and especially ensuring the free and prior and informed consent of knowledge holders who are contributing to these different processes. So ultimately, to bring this to a close, and again, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to share some of this work with you all today, but in terms of how this may feed into the decade on indigenous languages, there's lots of interlinkages with capacity development. There's lots of interlinkages with strengthening awareness on the importance of indigenous and local knowledge across different sectors and across different decision-making levels. And finally, as well, on highlighting the support for the recognition and the protection of the rights, the cultures, and the languages of indigenous peoples through these processes. So once again, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Noor. You talk about principles, and I would like to have a share of ideas from our distinguished panelists before we close this session. I would like each of you to give us one keyword or one sentence which would be your advice or your message to the United Nations and to UNESCO to make this decade a success and not another decade. So what would be your keywords to help us, to help all of us to make it a success?
Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
I suppose the key word, there's a few words, not just a single word, is the promotion of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
Thank you, Chrissy.
For me, my keywords is to continue documenting more of the indigenous knowledge with the inclusion of women in everything that we do, for them also their voices to be heard.
Thank you.
Hello. I would ask each of you to pronounce my name loudly. Ejinaguzi.
Ejinaguzi.
Thank you.
We cannot revitalize language if we do not empower indigenous peoples. Empowerment is what we need during this decade. If you do not empower, you do not have language, you do not have nature, and we will continue facing all of the different problems. So let's work together to empower indigenous peoples.
Thank you, Myrna. Thank you.
I'd start with a quick response and completely in agreement with your point, Chrissy. I would add that I think free, prior and informed consent is the absolute minimum. That's the entry point. We can only go up from there. My message would be simply, be a good ancestor.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
I think for me, my key message would just be as Indigenous peoples, we have the solutions to mitigating the environmental challenges we face today, but allow the environment to inform the solutions that you choose. Kia ora.
Thank you, Ethan. Noor?
Thank you very much. I think everything has truly been said, but the one word I can say is gratitude. So gratitude for the opportunity to continue speaking, to continue collaborating, and to continue weaving. So gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And just to tell you a secret, Ejinagozi means celui qui raconte. Donc on espère que nous continuerons à travers nos langues à raconter nos histoires, à raconter nos vies et à raconter tout simplement l'histoire du monde. Je vous remercie tous pour votre contribution et à dans 10 ans. Merci.
Merci. Thank you very much, Ms. Nolene Roundtree. Kotoroas Arisoa, the Chief Biosphere Networks and Capacity Building for the Natural Sciences sector at UNESCO. And to our panelists, thank you. Thank you very much. I want to extend the thank yous to you guys out there, to our attendees. Thank you for your resilience. Thank you for your attention, your commitment to today's event. It has been quite a full program, and we are drawing to the end, nearer to the end actually. We've got our last high-level thematic roundtable discussion next. So, without further ado, please come to the stage, Mr. Furman, Edouard Matoko, the Assistant Director General for Priority Africa and External Relations of UNESCO, to moderate this. I do want to mention the fact that it's now 6 p.m, so if our panelists and our moderator could please, I don't mean to rush because I know we've travelled from afar and there have been quite some extensive discussions held on the stage throughout the day, so by all means, have a robust discussion, but succinct is best. Make the point, bold statement, and we'll all remember it when we walk away. So without further ado, well, that's the whole point. We want to remember the key messages that come out from each of these discussions. Over to you.
Merci. Bonsoir tout le monde. Thank you very much. I'm not the only panelist on the stage.
No, it's up to you to bring them on.
To call them.
Yeah, unless you want me to. Our panelists for this discussion, please join them.
All on the same boat. So,
okay.
Please, should I identify the panelists or
I think if they can make their way to the stages, then you can introduce each individually as they take their seats. Panelists for this discussion, please make your way to the stage. We have very little time. We have an extensive 1-hour cultural performances after this and a closing ceremony. So I do please urge you to come to the stage. And Mr. Firmin Matoko can get this session underway.
Bienvenue, chers panélistes. We are running out of time, so unfortunately we won't have much time for this session. We limit the question to only one question, and hopefully with an intervention we should guide us. Voilà. Let me, first of all, thank you all for being present tonight. This is a panel on multi-stakeholder partnership and international cooperation for indigenous languages. UNESCO relies on a broad and diverse set of relationship and partnership, and it is important to understand and to listen to our partners, to some of the partners that are supporting the promotion of the indigenous languages and also the decades. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Gabriel Muyuyi Jakanamejo. C'est plus difficile que le nom qu'on avait tout à l'heure. Hein? Technical Secretary Fund for the Development of the Indigenous People for Latin America and the Caribbean, FILAC, Ecuador, Colombia, close to Ecuador, Colombia. Siendo el FILAC un organismo internacional paritario entre estados y pueblos indígenas de América Latina y el Caribe, ¿cómo podría contribuir al establecimiento de alianzas multisocios para apoyar a las comunidades indígenas en sus procesos de revitalización cultural y lingüística? ¿Se nos puede dar una respuesta a esta pregunta? Con mucho placer.
Muchas gracias. Quiero aprovechar para saludar a todos y a todas los presentes. Wajikuna, Panikuna, Xixapuangue, Nikone Tukuikunata. Quería decirles en mi idioma, hermanos y hermanas, quiero saludarlos a todos y a todas. Soy Gabriel Muyuyi Jakanamejoy. Soy indígena del pueblo Inga de Colombia, uno de los 115 pueblos de mi país, y secretario técnico del FILAC. El FILAC es un organismo intergubernamental que fue creado hace 30 años por los gobiernos y jefes de Estado de Iberoamérica, que en total son 22, 19 países de América Latina y el Caribe y 3 de Europa, España, Bélgica y Portugal. Pero además el FILAC, a quien tengo el honor de representar aquí en este panel, y aprovecho también para agradecer a la UNESCO por haber invitado al FILAC. Estamos varios, el propio presidente actual del FILAC, el hermano Freddy Mamani, que lo escuchamos esta mañana, está acompañando, nuestra vicepresidenta Mirna Cúñiga, que acaban de escucharla, o acabamos de escucharla, y otras personas de nuestro equipo. Agradecemos mucho por la invitación a este diálogo sobre la revitalización cultural y lingüística. También quiero aprovechar, dado que el Instituto Iberoamericano de Lenguas la Secretaría Técnica está bajo nuestra responsabilidad actualmente, quiero agradecer por los espacios que nos han brindado. Decía que el FILAC, además de ser intergubernamental, es una institución, un organismo paritario. Y en ese sentido es un organismo, una institución internacional único en este planeta. No hay otro organismo similar en otras regiones del mundo diferente a nuestra región de América Latina y el Caribe y de toda Iberoamérica. Es decir, sus instancias de gobernanza está constituido por representantes de los gobiernos y representantes de los pueblos indígenas de cada uno de los países miembros. Esta realidad institucional nos facilita, y creo que es una contribución que podemos hacer en esta década de la revitalización cultural y lingüística, nos facilita a un diálogo intercultural. Y escuchando el anterior panel estaba pensando en la importancia de ya no más hablar de conocimiento tradicional, sino de conocimientos científicos, porque nuestros conocimientos también tienen ciencia y tecnología. Y entonces estamos hablando de la importancia del diálogo intercientífico desde la cosmovisión, desde la espiritualidad, desde la memoria histórica de cada uno de nuestros pueblos, que en el caso de la región de América Latina somos alrededor de 900 pueblos indígenas, con lenguas diferentes, con conocimientos milenarios, insisto, con ciencia y tecnología importantes, que se expresan a través de las distintas idiomas, lenguas, con todas sus variantes, que es una gran diversidad. Entonces, creemos que de este trabajo que hemos venido adelantando durante los 30 años de vida institucional, nos ha permitido constituirnos en un espacio, en una plataforma de diálogo, de encuentro, de discusiones, de concertación de acuerdos. Y creemos que desde esa experiencia podemos contribuir en esta década hacia el diálogo intercultural entre los distintos idiomas de nuestros pueblos, los otros idiomas que no son indígenas y que a veces se imponen, como se ha dicho durante todo el día, a través de sistemas que no toleran, que no reconocen que es un derecho humano también. Así que quisiera en esta ocasión ofrecer a todos los que están orientando y especialmente a la UNESCO nuestra plataforma del FILAC desde la región de América Latina para el mundo. El FILAC, como ya lo dije, es un espacio abierto, intercultural, de diálogo horizontal. Pero también quiero aprovechar, ayer estuvimos en un panel en el Task Force presentando el Instituto Iberoamericano de Lenguas Indígenas. Es otra plataforma que ha sido aprobado por los jefes de Estado y de Iberoamérica en el mes de abril del año pasado y creemos que puede ser una gran contribución desde una dinámica participativa, desde una dinámica de fortalecimiento de capacidades. Lo decía hace un instante nuestra vicepresidenta Mirna, si no fortalecemos técnica y políticamente a nuestros pueblos indígenas, no va a ser posible un diálogo horizontal, un diálogo intercultural, un diálogo intercientífico. Así que, una vez más, agradecerles y ofrecerles lo que tenemos para esta década en favor de la vida, la integralidad y las lenguas indígenas. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, hermano. Muchas gracias. Now, let me give the floor to Mr. Sergio Buniac, President Motorola and Senior Vice President Lenovo. What motivated Motorola to engage in initiatives to revitalize endangered indigenous languages? Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Big pleasure to be here. Well, our company, our mission is to bring smarter technology for all. So our journey in this started when we decided to integrate indigenous language to our portfolio in 2020. In 2021, with support of the Lenovo Foundation, we launched the first phase of our indigenous language revitalization project. Working directly with local professors, linguistic experts, and indigenous people, we added 2 endangered indigenous languages to our devices: Kangang, from the south of Brazil, and Nhangatu, spoken in the Amazon, becoming the first mobile phone manufacturer to fully support an indigenous language spoken in the Amazon. Not less important, we are proud to share that we have open-sourced the language data. This year, we also add support of Cherokee languages on Motorola devices, so that Cherokee citizens will have access to fully localized mobile phone user interface for the first time ever. And as important as what we have done, we are thrilled to share today that we are working to bring more indigenous languages to our devices in the near future with the support and collaboration of the Lenovo Foundation. The next phase of our initiative will be focused on native languages from India. And we are eager to share more details in the coming months. We are also proud to be partnering with UNESCO to conduct further research on the impact and potential of digitizing indigenous languages. Motorola parent company Lenovo is also exploring integration of languages on our personal computers. We hope with this initiative to increase awareness, bring actions towards the survival of endangered languages, and provide a stronghold for future generations of indigenous communities to use technology without forgetting their language. This initiative fully supports our vision and the Lenovo vision that smart technologies for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A vision that we share also at UNESCO. Thank you very much for this initiative. Let me now give the floor to Ms. Anna Friedman, founder and CEO, Planet World and Museum of Language Arts. No need to ask you a question. You just can go ahead.
Well, I'm just happy to be here. Thank you to UNESCO. At first, when I was invited, I thought there'd been some mistake because I have founded a museum of language in Washington, D.C., but really my rationale for doing so was to promote literacy in the United States because research has shown that readers are more likely to be volunteers, to be active in their communities, and to vote. So it seems that a literate population is the foundation of a strong democracy, and I was worried about the strength of our democracy in the United States and was trying to find a solution, find some way to promote literacy. But in the meantime, I ended up creating a museum that's about how words matter in every aspect. And that means that it includes a very large exhibit on languages of the globe, around the globe. So we began planning our descriptive language museum with 6 guiding principles. Every exhibit had to be some combination of fun, playful, unexpected, meaningful, motivational, and inclusive. So to help us achieve those goals, we used a lot of technology in our exhibits. They help bring language and words literally to life. So Planet Word is a relatively small museum to cover such a big topic as words.
Languages. I believe there are 2 things we have to undertake. One is formal, another is informal initiative we have to take. We have talked a lot about the educations, promoting multilingual education and so forth. And let me talk first about informal initiative that we have to undertake. The indigenous languages which is used at home at the community level. And at home at the community level, it is the mother, grandmother, and grandfather or elders, they have a role to play. And we have to find the initiative to support mothers' initiative, grandfathers' initiative in informal settings, where the roles of cultural survival, Pawanka Fund, and other language grant makers has a role to play. In formal settings, it is the role of our states to give recognitions and respect the indigenous people's right. UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which was adopted in 2007, has many provisions that actually set forth a ground for a state to recognize the rights of indigenous peoples and also right to education in mother tongue as well. But it is the state itself which has not been able to fulfill its mandate of respecting and recognizing indigenous peoples' right to language in civil service, in education, in media, in health services, and so forth. Therefore, the UNDRIP, which has been adopted a decade and a half, it has been long time to review and convert these UN declarations into legal binding documents. And I take an opportunity as the head, chief of the UNESCO is here. So 1 decade is not enough for revitalizations, promotions of indigenous languages. So many years we have to work, many decades we have to work it, and 1 decade is not enough. And to make that many decades to work, revitalizing, promoting of indigenous languages, we have to make a state accountable. Towards this, I urge UNESCO, take this 1 decade as an opportunity to negotiate with the states and come up with some of the legal bindings so that indigenous community can make state accountable to revitalize and promote their languages. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kumar. Thank you. Now I'll give the floor to Ms. Fiona Romeo, Senior Manager, GLAM and Culture, Wikipedia Foundation, please.
Hello. So the Wikimedia Foundation is a non-profit organization that stewards Wikipedia and other free knowledge projects. Wikipedia is an online encyclopedia that is written and maintained by a community of volunteers. Now, we often talk about Wikipedia as if it is one discrete thing, but there are actually more than 300 language versions of Wikipedia. And when I say that, I don't mean that it's been translated, the interface and the content, into more than 300 languages, but that each language version has its own policies, its own communities, and makes its own decisions about the concepts, histories, biographies, and other content that they consider to be important and want to reflect in their encyclopedia. We have more than 300,000 individual editors who are contributing every month. And the knowledge created is accessed by more than 1.8 billion unique devices every month. And I share that just to say that Wikipedia projects are a highly visible, global, and open platform that Indigenous people could use to document and disseminate their living heritage and languages. And I'm just going to share two brief examples of projects where we've done that. So last year, we worked with UNESCO Bangkok to train Indigenous youth in Cambodia in both documentary filmmaking, but also Wikimedia contribution. The youths contributed their photographs and documentary films to our open access media repository, Wikimedia Commons. These files were then used to illustrate Wikipedia articles about their language and community. And those images that they submitted have been viewed more than 500,000 times in the first year alone. So raising a lot of awareness about those languages and culture. Our communities in Nigeria and Colombia have organized their own projects to document their indigenous languages too. Even more than documentation though, Wikimedia platforms can also be a place for Indigenous people to actually continue learning, teaching, and transmitting their languages to current and future generations. So for example, over the last couple of years, we funded our Balinese language community to digitize and transcribe endangered lontar or palm leaf manuscripts. This led to more than 3,000 culturally relevant texts in the Balinese language being made available online and in an open access scholarly catalogue. This resource is already being used in university programs where young people are learning to type in their own script. In addition to funding the cataloging digitization, this project required some technical development, similar to things you've heard about earlier today, such as a custom keyboard. We're also using those transcribed manuscripts to train an optical character recognition model for the language, which will make it quicker to transcribe manuscripts at scale. And we're actually experimenting with a few different languages to see if we can improve that automatic text recognition. So just skipping ahead because we're short on time, I would just say the Wikimedia movement is driven by the vision of a world in which every single human being can freely share in the sum of all knowledge. And this to me seems very aligned with the leaving no one behind, no one outside idea, which motivates the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Finally, I just want to say that as a grant-making organization, the Wikimedia Foundation wants to support more Indigenous-led institutions and groups to join our movement and share their knowledge and really use and revitalize their languages on the internet through our projects where that's helpful. So please be in touch if you can imagine us doing something together for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this offer. I give the floor now to Melissa, Miss Melissa Nelson. She's member of guiding committee of the Pawanka Fund.
Bujun Dinoi Maganatug, Tanshikia, Anin. I greet you with the indigenous languages of my ancestors, with Anishinaabe, Cree, and Michif. I am a proud member of the Turtle Mountain Chippewa of North Dakota, Turtle Island. And I greet you all with a warm heart as relatives. And I commend UNESCO for recognizing Indigenous leadership, our essential role as the leaders of this revitalization movement. And multi-stakeholder partnerships can happen and should happen when Indigenous leaders are setting the agenda, when Indigenous priorities are determining how we will restore our languages. For us, our languages are medicine. Our languages are tied to our deepest cosmological relationships, and they are tied to our landscapes. So I'm very in favor of technology and all of the digital tools, but the primary way we learn language is on our land. It's in our landscapes, with our elders, with our children, multi-generationally, interculturally, and interspecies, with our plant and animal relatives. I'm so happy to be here today representing the Pawanka Fund with Dr. Myrna Cunningham. We are a global indigenous fund with partnerships with Cultural Survival, two of my distinguished co-speakers here, Avesh and Dev. We invest in indigenous grassroots leaders who are teaching their languages, sometimes one word at a time. They are investing in women's leadership in their communities. And these multi-stakeholders relationships can happen when there are long-term commitments, not token relationships, when the power is shared equitably, when benefits are shared equitably, when there's true reciprocity, respect, relevance, and responsibility. And it's so exciting that there is an opportunity for this decade to invest greater in the leaders of our indigenous movement for language revitalization. Two examples of some of the groups we've funded is IDILs, the Advocates for Indigenous California Language Survival. Many California indigenous nations have only 5 or 10 speakers left. And they have a program called Breath of Life, Silent No More. And they match language speakers, the last fluent speakers, with language learners and with linguists for a 1 to 2 year process, for a deep, intimate relationship to maintain that voice and to maintain those languages. And they're having wonderful impact. We've also supported the First Peoples Cultural Council in Canada, who's doing extraordinary work with First Voices and the atlases. So please use your positionality, your power, your privilege to support the reinvestment. It's all about empowerment, as Myrna Cunningham said, and it's about supporting indigenous leaders at the grassroots level in partnership with many of the companies and organizations here. I commend Motorola, who are really working in alliance and reciprocity. So thank you for listening and thank you for being here. Let's remember the grammar of animacy, that we live in an animate living world, as indigenous peoples remind us, and without our languages, our world is a little less alive. So thank you for listening, and let's celebrate this evening. Chimigwech.
Chimikwech. Thank you, thank you. Thank you all for participating in this panel. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. It would have been more interesting listening again to you. But before we go to the closing ceremony, I would like to remember that UNESCO will continue to encourage international cooperation and strengthen partnership to stimulate research, innovation, policies at the local, national, regional, and global level to support indigenous languages. And hopefully we can have another decade, or 2 decades, or 3 decades. We look forward to continuing working with you in close cooperation to make this a truly transformative decade of action for indigenous languages. Let's work together. Thank you very much again for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that session. As he mentioned, as Mr. Furman Matoko mentioned, it is now time for the closing ceremony. So he will remain on stage and conduct this part. And there are 2 other people that will join him on stage. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you again. Miss Aluki Kotierk. She's president, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, Canada, and co-chair of the Global Task Force for Making a Decade of Action for Indigenous Languages. Welcome. Thank you. For closing words from Indigenous representative, please, you have the floor.
Koviana. Koviana larikpo no nakakaksimayo katitini katinga katakakun nakata ulumi ukausitini koviasutakakluta. What a momentous day to celebrate Indigenous languages. It's been an absolute pleasure for me to be present in person amongst Indigenous peoples of the world celebrating our language. My name is Aluki Kutuk. I am the co-chair of the Global Task Force on International Decade of Indigenous Languages. I am also the president of Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, and I am elected to represent Inuit from Nunavut and safeguard Inuit rights affirmed by Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution, including the obligations and objectives of the Nunavut Agreement and those affirmed by the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. My colleague and fellow co-chair, Ms. Miriam Walet Med Abubakrine, and I have been communicating about these closing remarks. You see, Miriam has been an advocate to protect the rights of Indigenous peoples in Africa. And despite her deep desire to be here, she is unable to be here today because she is attending an equally important international event by attending the Convention on Biodiversity Council of Parties 15 meeting taking place in Montreal. It has certainly taken quite an effort, many years on many different levels to get us here today. We have heard a little bit about this morning, that we are able to achieve this decade, which is so important to Indigenous peoples around the world, once again demonstrates our strength, determination, and resilience, and demonstrates how important languages are to us. Congratulations to you all for your efforts. And congratulations to those who are no longer physically here with us. As we close this event, celebrating Indigenous peoples' languages around the world, I wanted to emphasize how this is just a continuum of our determination to ensure that our languages may continue into the future. I have invited my fellow Inuk, Lina Ivik, to light the kullik as a symbolic reminder that it is up to all of us, each one of us, to keep the language light burning in a steady fashion. The light will burn out if it is not tended to. For Indigenous peoples, our languages and the diverse dialects within our languages are an outward expression of who we are and how we understand ourselves in the world. Our languages are crucial to our political, economic, social, cultural, and spiritual rights. It is in our language where our traditional knowledge resides, our knowledge on ecology, medicine, cosmology, spirituality. In fact, every time an Indigenous person utters a word in an Indigenous language, it is an act of self-determination. Remember that. We all know that our languages are intrinsically tied to who we are as peoples, and it is a vehicle in which to share our worldviews. Languages, with their varied vocabulary and sayings, provide us with an entryway to a glimpse into our understandings of our place in the world. Yet, as Indigenous peoples, we find ourselves in places where our languages and dialects are in various levels of vitality. Some are about to die out. Some are just a spark. Some have a strong flame. Member states must work with Indigenous peoples to achieve long-lasting transformational change that will leave a positive legacy on our languages and our dialects, especially because in many instances, it is those member states that have played an active role in diminishing the strength of our languages. Now, it is vitally important that they support the strengthening of our languages and that they provide direct funding to Indigenous peoples to promote and revitalize our languages in our community spaces, including in our education system and in the provision of essential public services. The United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is an international instrument which affirms minimum standards of treatments for Indigenous peoples. These minimum standards are expressed as rights. Specifically, Articles 13, 14, 16 reference our linguistic rights to language of instruction in our Indigenous languages and to access public essential services in our Indigenous languages. In fact, our languages, our linguistic diversity should be mainstreamed into all efforts to create a much more just and sustainable future. The knowledge held in our mother tongues offer a unique opportunity to contribute to sustainable development, biodiversity, conservation, and in finding our way forward in the face of global climate change. Without our knowledge, without our languages, solving the most pressing challenges the world faces today will be difficult, if not impossible. There is no doubt that there are many brilliant ideas in this room alone of how we can continue to keep the language light, steady, and strong. We all have the ability to spark excitement, commitment, dreams, and aspirations. This is what drives so many of us. This decade is an opportunity to bring further focus, attention, and action to support and resource Indigenous peoples' languages. We want and expect our languages to remain strong for future generations. In closing, throughout this decade, we look forward to our continued journey of language support, revitalization, and strengthening. May each of us do our part to strengthen the language light. May all of us, Indigenous peoples, governments, academia, United Nations programs and agencies, the philanthropic community, work together to implement the Global Action Plan so that our languages and our communities may thrive, so that every child can speak, play, and work in their own Indigenous language. As we begin this decade, let us work together to establish transparent accountability mechanisms on the implementation of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages and provide ongoing updates on the implementation of the Global Action Plan. To the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, at the Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples annual sessions, and for the annual reports of the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Let us ensure that direct funding for language revitalization is made available to Indigenous peoples, and let us work together to ensure that this decade can culminate in a convention on Indigenous peoples. In Inuktitut, maybe it is similar to other Indigenous peoples' languages spoken here. There is no real word for goodbye. Instead, we say words like Tavawati, here you are. Takurarivugud, until we see each other. Kanoy kunangiputin. My wish for you is that you may remain well. With that in mind, I end with Takurarivugud, until our paths meet again. May we all go forward in a good way using our Indigenous language.
Thank you very much. So we are now at the end of this ceremony, I guess. Thank you very much. I have a pleasure to call on stage Ms. Audrey Azoulay, Director General of UNESCO, for the closing remarks from UNESCO. Madame Azoulay.
Primero, gracias. Gracias a todos y todas presentes que se encuentran con nosotros para proteger y celebrar las lenguas indígenas. Gracias a todos, todas los que hoy han compartido su historia, sus ambiciones, sus dificultades, sus éxitos también, y que han trazado un rumbo para el futuro. Aquí, en París, en la UNESCO, los hemos escuchado. Este diseño marca una victoria en la larga lucha de los pueblos indígenas por el reconocimiento de sus derechos, sus culturas y en particular sus lenguas, que encarnan la diversidad y la riqueza humana. Esos miles de idiomas como el guaraní, el quechua, el maorí, el samoano, el babongo y tantas otras, y acabamos de oír la lengua inuit, son en realidad algo más que medios de comunicaciones, lo saben muy bien. Son recolectores de símbolos, culturas, tradiciones, como las danzas maoríes que ustedes han podido deleitar esta mañana, o la de los artistas que están preparando por acá. Sus léxicos son portadores de universos simbólicos, tejidos a lo largo del tiempo, que son otras tantas maneras de contar y de ver el mundo. Y hoy se encuentran en peligro y su pérdida sería una pérdida para todos. Parce que nous avons besoin de ces visions du monde face à tous les grands enjeux du XXIe siècle. Cela a été rappelé aujourd'hui et encore en cette fin de journée. Toutes ces langues portent une vision avec un potentiel immense pour refonder notre rapport au vivant. Ce ne sont pas des langues du passé, ce sont des langues du présent et j'espère que ce seront les langues de notre futur. Je pense à la langue Lakota en Amérique du Nord et dans cette langue, le mot Witakuye Oyasi Ine signifie « tout est lié », reflétant notre interdépendance avec la nature, avec les éléments, avec la terre. C'est pour cela que la défense des langues autochtones est une cause universelle pour les droits humains et qu'elle a toute sa place ici à l'UNESCO, pour la dignité des peuples et pour notre capacité collective à construire une paix dans le futur. C'est pourquoi cette décennie est si importante et l'UNESCO, qui en est le chef de file, se mobilise et mobilise la communauté internationale pour son succès. Et ici même, cette décennie et cette cause infusent toutes nos actions, tous nos programmes, tous les secteurs de notre mandat. Bien sûr, la culture, les patrimoines culturels, matériels et immatériels, mais aussi les sites protégés où nous devons entendre mieux et plus la voix des peuples autochtones, comme nous le faisons dans les réserves de biosphère également. Cela concerne notre travail sur les sciences des océans, sur l'éducation, évidemment, et cela a été rappelé. L'eau, nous avions à l'UNESCO, il y a quelques jours, un grand sommet sur la gestion des eaux, notamment des eaux souterraines, et nous voyons à quel point nous avons besoin des connaissances qui sont celles portées par les peuples autochtones. Dear friends, hundreds of initiatives have already been deployed this year. We must continue and reinforce these efforts. To contribute to this, we are launching a new fund for the decade in early 2023. It will allow us to support projects carried out with, for, and by indigenous groups to revive their languages and to keep them alive. And we call upon all our member states and partners to support and contribute. It will allow us to take action on one of the urgent issues you mentioned today, the possibility for indigenous children to learn in their mother tongue. It will also allow us to work to reinforce the presence of these languages online, as you called for, to improve access to information for all. And lastly, you underline the need to better integrate indigenous wisdom in public policy, in the creation and diffusion of knowledge. And for this, we have a pioneer program in UNESCO on which we can build the LINKS program dedicated to indigenous knowledge. The fate of indigenous people, the fate of our planet, the fate of humanity are all intricately linked. This is also the message I will carry out to Canada, to Montreal, later this week for the COP15, to ensure the voices of indigenous people are heard. This is notably what we're doing in Canada, in one of our biosphere protected area, which is called Tsatoué Biosphere Reserve, the first in the world designed and managed entirely by an indigenous community. And I would like to close on that. Throughout this decade, it will be conducted, our actions, our work will be conducted not only for, but also with and by indigenous people, as you have so importantly underlined in the conclusion. A decade might not be enough, but this decade should not be wasted. We have opportunity, we have the commitment of the international community that we need to rise, and you can be sure that you can count on UNESCO's support for this decade and after, as you have before. I thank you very much. Prends un micro si tu veux.
Thank you very much. Lovely to meet you. Urene. Yes, thank you.
The stage, the photo for the group. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director. I would like to invite everyone up onto the stage for the final photo. And after that, there will be performances by representatives from Canada, Brazil, Paraguay, India, and Latvia. Prior to that, while you're walking up to the stage, do you want to sit right in the front? Yeah. I just want to take this opportunity to thank you all for bearing with me, for inviting me, to all the sponsors and the partners of this year's launch. Thank you. There are many of you in the program. Thank you for sponsoring this and for enabling this event to take place here in France, in Paris. Haere mai koutou. That's right. And while you're still talking and walking, you know, the quicker you walk up to the stage, the quicker we can carry on. I'm going to wish someone a very happy birthday while I'm up here on stage. I hope you can hear me. She is the co-chair of Te Mata Hawaii, Mrs. Reikura Kahi. While you're walking and talking, I'm going to sing this song. Hari huri ta kia koe, hari huri ta kia koe, hari huri ta kia reikura, hari huri ta kia koe. Please come up to the stage. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to her, happy birthday dear reikura. Happy birthday to you. No, we're still making our way. Everyone, please, make your way, step back, back to the chairs if you can. Please file on. There are a lot of us in this theatre. Please step back, take 5 steps backwards. Everyone on the stage, 5 steps backwards, because there are more people. Well, this came from the organisers, so, you know. Please
make some space for others. Yeah, I see that. Thank you. It's very hard. It's the wires.
Eh ben, quel bon foutage de gueule. Ah merde.
Tell the photographers to wave out. Hello? Okay, everyone, if you look up where the clock is, up there, 3 photographers, those are the official photographers. Let's smile at all 3 of them. If all 3 of you can give us a wave when you're ready. Are you ready? Yeah, okay. 3, 2, 1, smile. And another one. 3, 2, 1, smile. 3, 2, 1, let's say indigenous languages. Bye. Merci beaucoup. Hello, it's me again. Not Adele, but Aldine. Hello, everyone on the stage. Can I please ask you to hop off the stage? Everybody on the stage, thank you for coming up. Now I must ask you politely to get off. Hello, can we crank up the volume? Hello, everybody on the stage, please hop off. We have performers who have been lining up waiting to perform for quite some time. Please hop off. Thank you. You can come back on after the performances. Please. Up off the stage, please. Come on. Thank you. Hello, can I ask you to please hop off the stage? Hop off the stage. Thank you. We still have a cultural performances, please. Hop off the stage. We have performances. Still one big part. Thank you. Faded a long time ago. All right, there you go. Stage managers, it's all yours.
Tēriņš, minām Julgi.
Minām Lelu.
Minām Anki. Me goma līvad, jamad kēļum rākantat, valdamier aigas, tuonti daigastidi. Tampa mēģi mient, set roški, set kimgdumt, set pivtauž.
We are Livonians. Our language has been spoken on the shores of Baltian seas for thousands of years. Today there aren't many of us, just a handful.
Jēgā kevad meg virtam lindedi. Lindad atam mäd. Muinist vaņbist jēngad. Kis tallab jätāt mēģi. Ab lindat järā. Ne magabad tovās. Viedja jäi alā. Kevad meg kutsum neegi tāgažināt tulāvat mäd jūs. Ja siis irgab mäd už aigast.
Every spring, we Livonians are waking up birds. They are souls of our ancestors who do not leave us over the winter or fly away, but they are deep asleep under water and ice. In spring, we wake them up. They return to us, and we celebrate a beginning of a new year.
Mēģim veita, akā mēgoma ukās rauz sūr sidamaks. Ja tämpäisiä aikaskin irgandaks meik tarmam, las kievad jau uusi aika irgaks amaat muinist kielden, volknes suurtaga piskist, nörka aga vish.
There aren't many of us Livonians, but we are strong people with big hearts and proud people too. And today is a beginning of a new decade. And we wish spring and new times for every indigenous language of the world, be it weak or strong, big or small.
Meik tarmab las teig amāt virktabad siela oleks, mis meik loolisma. Ītskups med līndadaks. Ja soga tegīš tiera moilma, keeli tauž, neku kievad aigal līndad loladaks tauž.
With this song, we wished for all of the indigenous languages to wake up together with our birds so that our world would be full of languages again, the same that spring is full of bird songs.
Ida
Hi. Hi, I'm from Paraguay. My name is Bianca Urqueda. I am indigenous and del pueblo Nivaclé. Mi lengua es el idioma Nivaclé. Ahí está Linda, un fuerte aplauso para ella.
Acá tengo el micrófono. Acá estoy.
Ella va a traducir un poco porque my English is no good. Okay. Tengo 23 años y soy de la comunidad indígena Nivaclé.
I'm 23 years old and I'm from Nivaclé community.
Pedí mucha ayuda en las redes sociales para un centro cultural para mi comunidad. Ese fue siempre mi sueño, abrir un centro cultural.
My dream has always been to open a community center dedicated for culture.
Sí. Entonces, con mis seguidores de las redes sociales pedí guitarras, instrumentos.
With my followers in social medias, I asked help, so I got guitars and another instruments.
Y respondieron muy bien, entonces.
And they answered very well.
Y tuvimos donaciones de guitarras. En medio de una pandemia comencé a enseñar clases de guitarra, le di gratis a los chicos de mi comunidad.
Thanks to the donations in the middle of pandemic, I had the opportunity to teach art and music.
Y la música me ayudó a abrir muchas puertas para hacer conocer mi cultura.
Music has opened many doors for me to promote my culture.
Canto para mis ancestros.
I sing for my ancestors.
Agradecerlos.
Thank them.
Agradecer a mi familia.
Thank to my family.
A mi gente.
To my community.
Y hacer que los niños de mi comunidad
and to make the children of my community
crean que ellos pueden llegar mucho más lejos también, al igual que yo.
Believe that they can make their dreams come true like me.
Crecí siendo pobre, no tuve papá, solo mamá.
I was poor, I didn't have a father, I had only my mother.
Pero siempre creí en mis sueños, siempre creí que en mi abuela quería ser cantante también y yo seguí ese sueño para ella.
I always believe in my dreams and I dedicate that to my grandma.
Cantar en mi idioma, Nivaclé. Gracias.
Sing in my language, Nivaclé. Thank you.
Velış kun qamfaqamti tokheme khakpoyich ampaqa khobale ampaqa nauhi yena ishate chitsi yohantar veletin ikhpechay ampaqa khobale khchiko yan khamimi khenta khan seche pratim veleti ampa khchiko yantar Vaqluay, khuna stiltatyam yakhna Veltesh kun qamfaqam tashdem tiyam paqana sawho pimpa putashdem tlech Veltesh kun qamfaqam yakhna qatlechakun chachakun nashay Veltesh kun qamfaqam Puqanas peyayi velleche nakhove y dos ellech na yaicha batkhayas tsikhova yintachtech kuyat finakho afir takhshin cheka tokho khapi faqlavot kunash tikhloyatin khapekhu oyimon lanehayute pashish takhnitem napiko kamtech mi yakhna kanto baqluwe kunash faqam tashtam tiam paqana saw khopim paputas temtlech vetes kun faqam yafna galeja hu nash Chico yan khamimi khanta khan swech pratim veletiam pa khaschico yan ta Merci, merci. Gracias, thank you. Una última canción que se llama Ni más ni menos y Session. Nara na na, nara na, nara na na, nara na. Tishamin stam, fayash, titzemti isen stam, tishamesh, tikach, napinavo, stam, iseshin, nikuya, ach nathavi, im stam, tishamesh, tishamesh, I'm from Paraguay. Esto escribí para my mom y para todas las mujeres, women que están hoy aquí. Es for you, for you, for you. Ampa, kayamem koya. Sayash, tikach yam nasencheyash, samimi, tisham mincho, ampakan stakshin chayanim, layashti uchbachti tatam, vitam, uchti shinene. Faklet amti, tishameshti yamimi esraika. Sayash, tibeta ishan beta ni vachti vani yidyam, beta uch baslencheyash. Tishamesh, titzechatzchan, titzechatzchan. Tisha
תשמש, תיקח ים למימי. תשמש, תיקח ים למימי.
Ahora sí, thank you. Gracias.
Purangapituna, Cianamita. Boa noite a todos e a todas. Com essa canção que vou cantar agora, eu saudo as mulheres. Anaué cunhá taputairu. A pecado. A não é cunhá. Ah, é, ah, é, e cuirico é. Ah, é, e cuirico é. Ah, é, gauara. Ah, é, gauara. Semanhã Kirimbasawa maramunya Tetamaita sehuka Kirimbasawa maramunya Tetamaita sehuka Oh, gawara. Oh, gawara. Sebunya iwi. Oh, gawara. Oh, Kirimba sawa maramunya Tetamaita sehuka Kirimba sawa maramunya Tetamaita sehuka Oh, Gawara. Oh, Gawara. Oh, Gawara. Separanam tapajós, separanam, 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 separanam tapajós, separanam, seuka kushimawara seuka. Kushimawara, Kushimawara, Kushimawara ike. Kushimawara, Kushimawara, Kushimawara ike. Separanam, 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 tapajós, separanam, 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 tapajós, separanam. Kuya nerendawa, ya nerendawa, ya nerendawa. Ike ya nerendawa, ya nerendawa, ya nerendawa. Kuya nerendawa, ya nerendawa, ya nerendawa. Ike ya nerendawa, ya nerendawa, ya nerendawa. Ia sua namara munya nerendawa rupisemu. Ike ia sua na yapita. Sea namatamanu. Tapuigai petui. Damandaya remeio munukan pia. Kwaya nerendawa, ya nerendawa, ya nerendawa. Ike ya nerendawa, ya nerendawa, ya nerendawa. Kwaya nerendawa, ya nerendawa, ya nerendawa. Ike ya nerendawa, ya nerendawa, ya nerendawa. Ia sua namara munya nerendawa rupisemu. Ike ia sua na yapita. Sea namatamanu. Tapuigai petui. Tamandaya remeio munukan pia. Kwaya nerendawa, ya nerendawa, ya nerendawa. Ike ya nerendawa. Yanerendawa, Yanerendawa, Yanerendawa. Ike Yanerendawa, Yanerendawa, Yanerendawa. Nós, povos indígenas, vamos ocupar todos os espaços. Nós somos protetores da natureza. E estamos aqui, não somos lendas. Awiri Sorré.
Check, check. Check, mic test one. Sarega. Check. Is it working? Can you hear me? No? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Sarala. Johar, Namaste, Namaskar, good evening to one and all. The song which we are going to sing in front of you is a traditional song of the tribal community from India. The tribal is known as Oraon tribes. And the language which they use is known as Kuduk language. Together, the lead singer with me is Simran Rashmi Ban Singh. She is from India, the central part of India, Jharkhand, and from the Ho tribe. And next to her is Mr. Fulman Chaudhary from Nepal. So over here, we will try to represent the Asia and indigenous people from Asia. And I am Benjamin Bara from Oraon tribal community, speaking Kuruk language. And the instrument which you are seeing in my hand is made out of wood and mud. The upper part is wood, but inside is soft mud part. And it resonates, and this is the traditional instrument which the tribal community in our area generally use to sing and play. So song is dedicated to the spirit which take care of us, the land, the territories. We invoke those spirits, and those sacred spirits, we try to ask them to take care of us and to forgive whatever sins we have done against them, and try to be with us and not to leave us. So we invoke the ancestors also, and we invoke the sacred spirit which is there up above. Hey, mere khanta bangayo, ninghai name pavitra manane kam. Hey, mere khanta bangayo,
khanta bangayo na meninge pavitar mana ne kanhe mere khanta bangayo ninge iksha ekase mere khanu mani ohre dharme bangayo ninge iksha ekase mere khanu mani ohre dharme bangayo annem ke khilno mana ne kanhe mere khanta bangayo ninge name pavitar mana ne kanhe mere khanta bangayo मंडी माचिया गुनाई मैनोड़ा ओरे दर में बंगायो मंडी माचिया गुनाई मैनोड़ा ओरे दर में बंगायो एम अपन गुनारे छम्मा चिदन है मेरे खंता बंगायो मेरे खंता बंगायो नाद गाही फान देती एमन बच्चा बा ओहरे दर में बंगायो नाद गाही फान देती एमन बच्चा बा ओहरे दर में बंगायो अन्नेम के खिलनु माना ने कन्हे मेरे खंता बंगायो ना मैं निगे पवित्र माना ने कन्हे मेरे खंता बंगायो
बिल्ली बच्चा मेरे खांती पुन्ना बिल्ली बच्चा बिल्ली बच्चा मेरे खांती पुन्ना बिल्ली बच्चा
एरा नम्मेड़ पानु एरा नम्मे पातानु एरा नम्मे राजिनु बिल्ली लागेरा लागी एरा नम्मे पानु एरा नम्मे पातानु एरा नम्मे राजिनु बिल्ली लागेरा लागी बड़ा भैरो सन्नी को हा गरीब दुखी और माँ बड़ा भैरो सन्नी को हा गरीब दुखी और माँ एरा नम्मे सोगंती एरा नम्मे मयंती एरा नम्मे दुलरती बिल्ली लागेरा लागी एरा नम्मे सोगंती एरा नम्मे मयंती एरा नम्मे दुलरती बिल्ली लागेरा लागी
Bon, vrai?
And it's still Julian, that's up there. sing there, and hopefully Julian can get echo still on this one here. How about a hand for the sound crew? They're having a few technical difficulties. Give them a hand. Julian, if you can get some magic on this one, that would be much appreciated. And maybe bring down the lights on these beautiful people. It will be much sexier. Tansen duti mak ha. Tapui miu nauk si kahkio. Wah wah. Here's a song about cultural survival, so I called it Cultural Survival. Napoleon is back in France. Except this time he's big and brown, and he speaks Cree. Is guitar coming through? Yo hey hey, yo yo hey hey, hey hey yeah. Yo hey hey, yo yo hey hey, hey yeah yeah yeah. It's a money doki to get the guy on, get the maggin on out of the ski. The maggin oh, us a suck, get the maggin skinigo, get the maggin sky we were, the maggin neo. There's nothing in the monitors. I don't know if that can be helped. Here's one that has a standard kind of a double beat that comes from the prairies. Our style, we have a traditional game called hand games where all the drummers are in a row, and it can be very mesmerizing when they're all going dunk, 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 and the fires are going. And so this song is based on that rhythm. And it's about some young guys going out adventuring, getting into mischief. And Keith is going to join me.
What's
Merci.
Greetings from Inuit Nunangat. Tunga sutitaw katako yan na may tamani Paris me. Tan na ingin taka sivul ino ni pigilugo. This first song, first of all, I would like to send greetings from Inuit Nunangat in the north, in the Arctic. This first song I'm gonna sing is called To Be Proud of Who I Am. And it talks about how Inuit have carried their language to many generations through oral stories, songs, and community, and how our ancestors' wisdom has given us strength and resilience. And it's in honor of our forefathers, like everybody was talking about here. And thank you for having us. Koyan nami. Nanama atatama ukau tuigu singing atatangata ino singing titakau itu ino misumangani umatingani umavu nalaki Kingo vatilo sangine relugi inonira ubigilugu iluni inunakunga ilikusira takusotinya Inokatiti kamagikin ikayong mata inosani sila tuningin anatuiluti ilini avatini kamaterin utak pamata tuniyati inokatino binyamiti solo ilino inonira ubigilugu iluni inunapunga ilikusira takusautina para tunganang niku inukatino. Sing with me, ayaya. Can you do that? Ayaya, 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 Sanginerilugi. Again. Ay, ay, ay. 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 Sanginerilugi. Inunira upigilugu iluni inunapunga iliku sera takusaw tinak para tungaramniku inukatinu ananama atatama ukau tuigu singing atatangata inu singing titukau itu. Ayan lang. My next song is a very traditional song. It's a song that was created in Pond Inlet, where it's 24-hour darkness in the winter, and it goes -60 sometimes. And this song is a song of a man who was dying from hypothermia. And in order for him to keep himself awake, he sang to himself. And he kept being awake, like he didn't go into unconsciousness singing the song. So I'm just going to end with this song. Ichimana Kriuyavat sinarivirima ayaya Kriuyavit Ichimana Kriuyavat sinarivirima ayaya ayaya. That's how important our language is to us. Hoyan nami. Thank you.
it's loud enough. Oh no, he's got something. There you go. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing? We, Madalo Tio, Idelo si Morgan Tony, Wamacook First Nation Galeowi. Hello, everybody. My name is Morgan Tony. I'm from Wamacook First Nation, Cape Breton, Nova Scotia, Canada. We're so happy to be here in Paris and playing here today. We're going to play a very important song to the Mi'kmaq people. And this song has been played for over 500 years where I come from. And today, we got a little surprise for you. I want to call up my two great friends from Eskasoni First Nation, Carol Ann Johnson and Tom Johnson, to come on up to the stage. And they're going to dance to Godra for you. This song is, the words are so old that the elders don't even know the direct translation of the lyrics. Carol Ann Johnson and Tom Johnson, everybody. Nabigachi testament sukwachi, tropigachi testament sukwachi. Nabigachi testament sukwachi, tropigachi testament sukwachi. Now Tedeskido, Giza was Steriago, Tedeskido, Giza was Steriago, Tedeskido, Giza was Steriago, Tedeskido, Giza was Steriago, Jua, Hina, go Jua, Hina, go Jua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, go Jua, Hina. Tropigachi testament sukwachi. Nabigachi testament sukwachi. Tropigachi testament sukwachi. Now Tedeskido, Giza was Steriago. Tedeskido, Giza was Steriago. Tedeskido, Giza was Steriago. Tedeskido, Giza was Steriago. Go Jua, Hina, go Jua, Hina, Gedua. Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua. Hina, Gedua, Hina, go Jua. Hina, go Jua, Hina, go Jua. Hina, go Jua, Hina, Gedua. Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua. Hina, Gedua, Hina, go Jua. Put your hands together, help us out. Go Jua, Hina, go Jua, Hina, go Jua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, go Jua, Hina, go Jua, Hina, go Jua, Hina, go Jua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, go Jua, Hina, go Jua, Hina, go Jua, Hina, go Jua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, Gedua, Hina, go Jua, Hina. Well, Aliok, thank you all so much. So, we just got here 2 days ago, and today we made some great friends backstage, and we're going to call up some dancers. We're going to play a little I hear them all coming up now. Give a huge round of applause for all our dancers here, everybody.
So this is jigging, right?
This is jigging. Yeah. This is jigging. We're going to take a little trip down the Red River.
Thank you very much, Walalio. Give it up for Morgan Tony.
And give it up for Keith Mullins, everybody.
Thanks. Thank you.
We'll see you later.